If you want to scoot it more here, you can.
Closer.
Mm-hmm. It's really good so far.
Yeah, it was pretty wide. Hello. For those of you who know me, and for those of you who don't, my name is Jamie Bennington. I am the firstborn son of Chester Bennington, and today I am here to give the floor to my life partner, Glimpse, because, and he still scaled it and jumped in. It's crazy. we worked really hard to keep the cat out of here, but he circumvented our trap. So, but I'm here today to share something with you. It is my life partner's perspective on some things that we've been going through lately. I am not allowed to say anything. So I think that's about as much as I can say, to be honest. Maybe about the situation. I guess what I could say is that recently, on October 26th, I began a stream of consciousness designed to present my perspective on my experiences over the last 6 years and some change. And in doing so, I not only created a space in which I could exist and express, but I also created a space in which others like me could express authentically, and those that experience my life with me could authentically express. And this is an extension of that stream of consciousness. Today, I am legally obligated not to say a single thing, and so I am going to, from this moment on, just hand the mic over to Glimpse and give them the floor entirely. My purpose here is to make sure that we stay on track. Other than that, it is unlikely that you will be hearing anything from me. So I now accept the bonds of silence I have been contracted into, and I hand all power over to this person here.
First, can you open that a little bit just so they can go?
Oh, so he can get out?
Yeah.
So he can get back in?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Even fireflies work.
Yeah. I had and did ask Jamie to use their platform to be able to come on and express some feelings and thoughts that I've been having, which are long overdue for sure. Initially, it wasn't both of us saying anything or talking about our experience out of respect for Jamie's process and how they wanted to go about things. But I don't know. Today something happened. I know Jamie had mentioned that I went back to my hometown to take a break for a second, and that was much needed and overdue. And I finally did it, and that was very fulfilling for myself. And I got to experience and see a lot of things about the situation from a different perspective, which was very nice. So it was a thing to come back in a new headspace, in a new place, ready to move forward and, help foster the space that is needed. But this morning, we got in late last night, and then this morning we woke up to sheriff at our door, serving Jamie with, I was about to say cease and desist, but it's not cease and desist. And I'm talking about it because this all really affects me. Or also, I had asked Jamie if I could come talk about it publicly on our way here. And we were going to just set up a space that I could have room to talk in whichever way I wanted and have time and space to do so. But I don't
About
feel
your
like
experiences with
about my
literally
experiences with,
living around me, because I feel like this is okay to say.
yeah.
We've been together for about 4 years and a couple months, and it has been a chaotic whirlpool of devastation and unfairness, and they have witnessed it third person, I guess, so to speak. But a lot of this has impacted them directly, and they have not had a chance or a space to really express themselves and what they've been through. And so, like I've been saying on Instagram, I created a space for myself and for others, and this is what that space is for, so that people can share their experiences the way they want to. So.
Also, I did ask Jamie to be here for more support and to keep me on track, because there's a lot to say, and it's just a lot of feelings and emotion. It's not a nonsense ramble or whatever. It's just stream of consciousness and feelings and being able to talk through them. A big point of this is directed towards like the respectability politics that we're being held to in such an unfair stance, just like everyone not allowed to express our actual true emotions unless it's in a way that someone else wants to be hearing it, and that's really hard for me. And this is just an extension of that. This domestic violence restraining order is just an extension of that. And so it was just a catalyst. It was just a catalyst to be like, okay, then, you know what? We've been putting the 4 years, the 3 years, 2 years, however long, into figuring out how to do this right. And I held space for Jamie to do that in the way that they wanted to. And still the people who need to listen to it are choosing not to and just picking apart their language and not giving the time and space to acknowledge them for who they are. And that's not right. And it's causing more harm. Same thing that's been going on. Crazy. So yeah, we had this lovely stack of papers given to us this morning that tells us that Talinda is trying to get Jamie from being able to enter all of California for fear of their life. Even though Jamie has endlessly talked about, hey guys, I don't want harm or hate sent to any of the people. I'm merely here for accountability, to be acknowledged and heard, because the people who need to hear me won't hear me. And maybe if I come on here, I can be acknowledged and heard. Maybe they will have to see me for what is going on, instead of continuing those perceptions of them in their head, you know? Something happens, you have an emotion, you get stuck. Also, I don't talk about things, I'm not able to express myself this way usually, so I'm going to be everywhere, and that's just what it is, and I don't really care. What do you call it? So yeah, there was this restraining order. And Talinda is not only restraining Jamie from being around Talinda is restraining Jamie from being around the siblings that she has birthed and a other minor that Jamie has yet to have contact with for years. But anyways, yeah, being fucking told that Jamie could possibly not be able to enter California at all because Talinda's fearful for her life, even though we've had how many years that we didn't go. The only time we ever saw Talinda after she did what she did, and we'll get into that later, after she treated Jamie the way that they were treated, the only time we ever went anywhere in her vicinity was when she invited us to her house. Those are the only times we ever decided to go anywhere around them. So to say that we can't even, they can't even enter fucking California, this is all just, how do you call it? Using your privilege against poor people. I don't fucking know the terminology right now. But yeah, it's devastating as someone who is barred from also being around siblings due to the emotional inability of a parent. It's fucking hard. So seeing this happen, hard. The parts that really made me really want to come on here and talk about in the first place was what the courts are trying to order them to do. The courts would wish them to, let me find it. I don't know anything about these papers or law or anything. It takes a second to get around. Do you remember where it's at, babe?
What are you looking for?
The one I was talking to you about.
Oh,
Oh, right here. Awesome. This is just telling Jamie what they would have to adhere by, and what was granted. So Jamie cannot harass, attack, strike, threaten, sexually or, harass, attack, strike, threaten, assault, sexually or otherwise, hit, follow, stalk, molest, destroy personal property, keep under surveillance, impersonate on the internet, electronically or otherwise, block movements, annoy by phone or other electronic means, including repeated contact, or disturb the peace. To clarify and disturb the peace means to destroy someone's mental or emotional calm, which that immediately I was just done. Like it was 7 something in the fucking morning when the cop was at our door, and we immediately had to read the papers. And we got to this part and I was like, disturb the peace. It's funny because you don't have enough evidence to serve a cease and desist, so we're gonna get you on some fucking bullshit domestic violence charges and fucking keep you from California for disturbing the peace. Crazy, when she's been destroying our mental health and capacity and emotional calm, but we don't have the money to fucking hire lawyers and all this bullshit to fucking go back and forth. So we didn't. We have to seek calm in our own ways. We have to foster that within ourselves, be grateful for what we do have. And I'm being that way because that's what's been told to us when we're trying to express like, hey, these are actually really hurting us and we're being really impacted. So anyways, yeah, they're not allowed to disturb the peace, which means destroy someone's mental or emotional calm. This can be done directly or indirectly, such as through someone else. Oh, I don't know how to read. This can be done directly or indirectly, such as through someone else. This can also be done in any way, such as by phone, over text, or online. Disturbing the peace includes coercive control. Another comment. That's another thing. I had already wanted to come out and say my side of things. We were just waiting and giving Jamie time to do that for themselves and foster their community in the way that they wanted to before I entered and got to speak my mind. So for this to be even insinuating, like I told Jamie, I was like, I want to talk about this thing now. Can I please use your platform to do it? And then I was like, wait, I need to reread this thing. And then thinking like, oh my gosh, would this qualify? Would me be talking about my emotional capacity being at its fucking limits qualify? Like, anyways. Also, I fucking cry so much. So like, it's not a fucking ploy of like, ooh, victim, or like, I'm so this or that. I cry. It's just a thing. It's in a response. No one's trying to influence any kind of situation. Yeah. So I was just talking to Jamie about that. About how me even coming on here and doing something that is helpful to me and something we were already gonna do, which Linda knew for years now we wanted to do. So to see that something that could really help me and Jamie is being could be legally used against us and harm Jamie even more. Like, I don't know what these papers mean. I don't know the consequences of if someone else thinks that we're invading or disturbing the peace. You know, just for me sharing my own peace and creating my own peace of mind, that it could indirectly be disturbing someone else's peace and then put Jamie in more harm. That's been my whole struggle this whole time. So to see it in paper, in writing, happening, like, it's just a lot. And we had to come on anyways, regardless of what could happen, to just say what was going on. In this cease and desist, that's what I'm gonna call it. In this cease and desist, there are multiple witnesses to circumstances that never occurred. I'm trying to find the page. Here we have Amanda Vaughn Roberts and Sean Dodell testifying that they, or saying they were a witness to threats made to Delinda on the 20th of this month. 3 days ago. I don't even know it was. Oh, here it is. I'm just gonna read what was written and what they said. Jamie is posting threats to my personal safety on Instagram. He said that I am so fucking ugly and ridiculous. I'll wring your fucking neck. This is a threat. It is part of my path, man. I will fuck you up. Which was in regards to defending me. They said, if you continue to treat me away, I will do this thing. So for me, it's like, should I take that as, okay, they're willing to do that thing, so now they feel threatened? I don't know. While punching his hands together, he goes on to say that his girlfriend, what is she even? He goes on to say that his girlfriend, he goes on to ask his girlfriend what she would think if he had physically hurt me. She said, if it has to be done, then do it. He agrees on the video. And I didn't say that. I don't know. Maybe Jamie misconstrued that. Maybe not. I didn't say that. I said, if you compulsory fucking thing comes up and happen to do something, I understand because of how much you've been pushed and silenced, and you know, I don't see Jamie doing that in the first place. So I was just trying to fucking soothe my partner. I didn't know my words would be used later. I was like, I would just have to hold space for that and deal with the consequences. I would be there for you after, and we would go through all the things, just like now, where they're holding space for me to talk regardless of the consequences. Anyways, no one wants physical harm being done to anybody. We've been saying, please don't hurt these people. Please be nice to these people. Please understand they come from a place too, that even if they hurt us, you know, that's our thing. That's just what we're going to talk about. We're going to be like, hey, you hurt me this way. You could apologize. We could talk about it. Or you can continue to tell us we can't say anything, or you're going to bar Jamie from California. And then later it goes on to say that On October 27, 2023, posting harassing and threats on Instagram Reels. And July 2020, threats to kill. First in my kitchen, next on the phone. Witness present. That's so funny because in July 2020, I was working at Walmart and I can't drive. And Jamie had to drive me back and forth to work every single day. There was no day they left in July of 2020 that I can remember. I searched through all my messages and all my photos and my text messages, and I was like, did they leave on July? Like, how would that even be possible? And I was like, it's literally impossible. There's no instance that they could have ever been into Linda's kitchen. And in that case, there's no instance that a witness could have been present to see this supposed threat to kill. But apparently, Amanda and Sean were in the room. Crazy. That's fun, because Sean O'Dell, actually, I was so confused at this part because I was like, what are they talking about? And I was like, is Sean talking about when he called Jamie one day to threaten them and tell them to meet them in a garage so he can physically assault Jamie in a garage? Is that what they're talking about? Like, threat to kill? And that maybe they had a witness on their side? But no, this is a threat against Linda that they witnessed. So, who fucking knows what that's about? Over here, give more details about the person that was abusing you on this day. Jamie was an unannounced visitor at my home. When I asked him to leave, he threatened to kill me. He also said that his sisters are better off with him and that he would see to it that I didn't have them. The next day, I was on the phone with him. He threatened to kill me. Abigail was in the car and heard it. I hesitated to say their name because a lot of reasons, but they're in this, willing to go to court apparently and testify, and so you're in this. The parts about the sisters, that was comical to me. At one point in the story, which we'll talk about later, Jamie got a call from Talinda after someone, I don't remember their name, posted online.
John Kinnear.
Yeah.
My father, Chester, his sister, Toby, her husband, John, was slandering me online and my mother, and I stood up for Talinda even though she had abused me and admitted to manipulating me for over a decade. And he had previously said that I had had an affair with her.
Yeah, so when Talinda got word that John was spreading these lies, she immediately called Jamie. They were texting like, oh, what's gonna go on, like da. And she called Jamie and she was like, you know, I'm really fucking mad right now. I'm going to book a flight and I'm going to kill him. I will literally commit murder and take the time. I don't care. She was like, you and Bella will move to California and watch the kids for me. And when I'm out, I'll be out. You guys can have the money. You can have the house. You can watch the kids. It will be all great and dandy. I'll just do my time because I can't do this anymore. And immediately we said no. And I was laying on the bed. Jamie was just sitting there talking to Talinda. I think they were on speaker. I heard it. I heard it. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not giving up my life. I'm not standing by someone who goes and commits murder over false statements instead of saying, oh, they're false. Someone willing to fucking leave their kids in the dust to go kill someone for saying something about them that they didn't like. You know, maybe it's just my lack of money and thought of power that I have. But I don't know, when people talk bad about me, I don't immediately think I'm gonna go kill them and throw away my life and, you know, traumatize my children to live without me after their dad just died. So that was really hard to read. The that Jamie's apparently been parading around telling them that the kids are better off with them. You know, Jamie has been saying, I'm really worried about the kids and that I really do wish I had contact with them and I wish I could be around more. But to say that we want them, no. I don't even want my own kids. I don't want your kids. I don't want, no. Next. To say why every one of the kids needs protection, they go on to say, Jamie is texting and Snapchatting my minor son Tyler. I told Jamie not to contact him in 2020. Jamie has told several people that his sisters are better off with him and that I am a danger to them. I believe this is because he thinks I hurt his dad. Jamie has tried to also reach out to Ayana. She's a minor, and I told him not to contact her. In 2022, he texted... Who?
Both, probably.
He texted Lila. Yeah, both Lily and Lila. After I told him not to,
causing...
Oh, yeah. After I told him not to, causing me to block him. Sorry, it's really hard to read. These words are not played out right. So for that sentiment, yeah, Jamie does text Tyler on Snapchat because Talinda has continuously cut off conversations with them and told Jamie that they couldn't talk to them and then told the kids nothing of that. And the kids thought that Jamie was just ignoring them when they were trying to reach out to Jamie. And then later, when we got to contact Talinda, the kids had no idea that Jamie was told that. And Talinda had to be like, I didn't do that. And then she's like, well, like, we don't know what's going on. Jamie told Tyler multiple times, if you really don't want me to Snapchat you and don't want me to text you, let me know that. Because Talinda's saying this, but she's said that before, and I don't know if it's coming from you. And I still want to be there for you. Because in between this time, they came to Jamie and confided they really missed them. They really wanted to be around them. A lot of things were going on. Not getting more into their personal sentiment, but yeah, of course Jamie's gonna make sure that it's Tyler who actually doesn't want to talk to them. And that's all the messages are. Every time. Anyways, yes.
Sick like daddy comment.
That's later. Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyways.
it's part of that.
Yeah, Talina has said a lot of things to Jamie. One of them being, or when Jamie was able to talk to Lila and Lily after the first time being told not to talk to them, and then Talinda didn't tell the girls that she told Jamie that. The girls were told that Jamie was just sick like their dad, and that's why Jamie couldn't be around. And we'll get around to why Jamie actually wasn't around. But here, Jamie has told several people that his sisters are better off with him and that I am a danger to them. Jamie probably said, yeah, I wish I was around them more. Like I said, they would be better off if they had more people around who could give them different perspectives, because a lot of the people in those circles are just, how do you say, like loops. You're speaking into the void kind of thing. It's all repetitive. It's the same thoughts. You're only around if you are willing to conform to what they want you to be. And so, yeah, it would be nice to be around. And that you're a danger. Yeah. You are endangering the children by keeping them in certain loops, in certain perspectives. We'll get more into that. But that's their own thought. That's their own thought. Jamie's allowed to feel like something is dangerous for people. Like anyone does. I believe this is true because he thinks I hurt his dad. That's so funny. Because we specifically said that we're not going after her because we think she did anything to Chester. the whole time that we were cut off from communications with the children, we were telling her, hey, we just want to talk to you and share something that made Jamie feel away, and then how all of what came after that impacted us, and why we would be coming with such what people love to call aggression or anger or mania, rage, crazy. If you're being silenced and coerced and fucking just so impeded, our lives have been so impeded by this girl and by this woman, and just for this papers to be sitting here reading it is so fucking annoying. So no, to say that you believe that they're doing all of this because Jamie thinks that you hurt their dad is so, you're not hearing anything. There's no room to be criticized. There's no room to acknowledge other people's feelings in their mind. It's how Talinda thinks, and if you're not agreeing, then you're gonna get a fucking domestic violence restraining order. Okay. Ayana reaching out. Jamie reached out to them, I think, like twice. I don't know about that. I don't remember them telling them not to contact them, but who knows? Anyways. I'm gonna keep going. I don't need to comment on that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then here we have other orders. They had put stay away from the school of Tyler, Lily, Lila, and Ayana. And then it was changed to say, the order says of Tyler, Lily. So I don't know what that means, so we're not going to touch that. This is ridiculous. And then here we go. Describe how the person abused you. Since 2020. I wonder why I started in 2020. Well, since 2020, Jamie Bennington has been threatening and harassing me. His father, my husband, was a highly known singer and had a very publicized suicide. Chester Bennington. Since Chester's death, Jamie's mental health has seriously declined. Yeah. Jamie himself said that he is bipolar and schizophrenic. Where? He has taken to post long and baseless rants that I killed his father, or I had him killed. Also, that I stole his inheritance, none of which is true. Yeah, none of that is true. That's right. This has led him to spiral into believing that I am unlawfully keeping his minor siblings from him. I emailed Jamie in 2020 to tell him to stay away from us after he threatened to kill me. In the last 25 days, Jamie is posting on his IG name, This is the Void, lies and threats to me. I have recorded the 2 threats of my personal safety this morning. I truly fear for my safety. Yeah. Isn't that funny that we're acknowledging Chester as Talinda's husband and a known singer, and then we can parenthesize Chester Bennington and then use their name since Chester's death. Yeah, maybe their mental health had taken a decline after their dad's public suicide. Maybe the help would have been needed. Maybe if you saw someone's mental health declining and you're a mental health professional starting a mental health, what's it called? Organization/initiative. Maybe you would have the resources to help with that. But Jamie didn't have any therapy until I met them and paid for it. So, yeah. Jamie himself says that he is bipolar and schizophrenic. No. Jamie has been very adamant that they may experience things that they thought at that point was similar to bipolar and schizophrenia. They also said that they had just started looking into different names of things, and that kind of, if you have fucking mental health things, you know it's a process to figure out, hey, what's actually going on here? You know, maybe this feels good today to say that this is what it is. Oh, wait, I learned a little bit more. Actually, it's not that. And since then, Jamie's been very adamant that in their perspective, they experience borderline personality disorder because of multiple traumas that have been extended through their whole life with no help. So, yeah. To say, just as, anyways. It was taken to posting long and baseless rants that I killed his father, or that I had him killed, also that I stole his inheritance. Long and baseless, isn't that opinion? Pretty short to me. You know, we've been doing this for 4 years, handling our emotions on our own with limited resources and capacity, mental health capacity, and I think in a pretty good way. We took the time for ourselves to do it ourselves, and Jamie went to their family to ask them questions so that they could know a little bit more about themselves and figure out why they were having troubles in certain areas and why certain thoughts kept coming up or why they kept seeing certain patterns, so they could understand their family's patterns and, you know, not look down on them for it, just understand, get a little bit more perspective on the matter. So, long and baseless is a fun term to use. Baseless. To you, sure, it might look baseless. And the rants are not that you killed their father or had them killed. That's part of it. We can't say that something didn't happen if we don't know. Wouldn't that be false claims? Like, I don't know. Anyways, we can't say anything that we don't know. And Jamie's made it very fucking clear that, like, even if they didn't do it, they still participated in sustaining the kind of need for a certain lifestyle that fostered Chester's need to participate in certain things that were not good for them. How many times do you send someone to rehab for something? How many times do they have to go on stage and yell about how depressed they are and how much things are hurting them and how much the people around them don't listen to them before you can say that these people impacted them and had something to play into why things ended the way they did? I don't know. I think making how many albums they did and how many records on how painful it is to be around the people they're around, speaks enough to say that it was part of it, that it was part of that mental struggle, you know, even though it is Chester's mental struggle that they, you know, personally would deal with and seek solace in and X, Y, or Z. Other people do play into it. Jamie's allowed to acknowledge that, hey, I think that their wife at the time could have played into that because they're married for 10 years and it was going this way. Jamie has their own fucking interactions with Chester during that time and things that were said to them about to Linda and their Chester's circumstances. And so, yeah, that does add into maybe Jamie does think that that influenced him or just added to his mental load. No one said it was your fault. We just gotta acknowledge how we affect each other and how much space we actually allow each other to have to hold feelings. Anyways, this has led him to spiral into believing that I am unlawfully keeping his minor siblings from him. We didn't say unlawfully. Jamie does believe that you're keeping their siblings from them. Lawfully, you own them. Lawfully, Jamie has no rights to them. We know that. We said that you're keeping them from him, yeah. Because you told Jamie you can't talk to your siblings at all. You're not allowed around us. You're not allowed this or that. And then we'll turn around and say, I never said that. So yeah, you were keeping them from him. You set up a barrier. You told Jamie this thing was going on. You're telling other people different things. It does create barriers in between their relationships. You're keeping them from him. I emailed Jamie in 2020 to tell him to stay away from us after he threatened to kill me. We'll get into why the email was actually sent in the first place later. In the last 25 days, Jamie has posted on IG, "This is the void," which is funny because, yeah, when we were reading it, we were laughing because they pointed out the name of Jamie's IG, which is "This is the void," but like the is a 3, and that's like their association to acknowledging their borderline. And for a mental health professional to be saying like, to be doing the things that she is doing, and to put it on here in a protection order, because Jamie expresses in specific ways she doesn't agree with, is comical to us. Lies and threats to me. I have recorded threats to my personal safety this morning. I truly fear for my safety. You know, I spent 4 years fearing for my safety. Talinda's got a lot of influence, a lot of friends, a lot of money. She works with people in the White House, literally in a Trump organization, profit organization, that is 320. She works with people.
No, that's prevents. We're talking, the Trump appointed task force is the prevents task force. 320 changes direction was an initiative absorbed by Given Hour, run by Barbara Van Dalen. And Barbara Van Dalen is the head of the prevents task force. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's important.
So with knowing they have these friends in the law around their area, and knowing they have these high connections in the White House and the UN, and for a time had the ability to turn off our power here, which was our only source of income, and to say that she's fearing for her safety, sure, you might be fearing for your safety, and I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry that you have to deal with those emotions. I do feel that if you were willing to hear us out in the first place, you know, to hear why Jamie was feeling the way they were feeling, instead of playing these respectability politics kind of things of you only can come to me and say this if it's like this. Oh, but you're making me feel away, so you can't say that. Why? If that had happened, none of this would be occurring. We wouldn't have this escalation of fear because you could understand where we're coming from. This anger wouldn't look baseless and ranty. This anger could be understood and acknowledged. So yeah, maybe you do feel scared. I also feel scared. We've been living in fear. We've been living in fear that at any point our only source of income could be taken away. We've been living in fear that at any point Talinda could get one of her buddies in the LAPD, contact some other patrolman, come pull us over. We're living in our car for a bit. Come pull us over anytime they want, do whatever they want to us. They could find us wherever they want. They have the power to be in contact with people who own social media platforms, who know how to hack people. They have the money to find people. They have the money to hire people. That was a thought in my head. It was very fearful for me. When these things happened, I asked Jamie immediately to talk about it. I said, please don't take these years to talk about this thing. Because for me, I have such, it's not paranoia. Trauma. I have such trauma.
You've been impacted for real in real life.
Yeah.
With these
like everyone.
structures.
Exactly. These very same structures that do these things to people on an every fucking day basis. She is friends with them. She has the ability to do these things to us. And still I was quiet for how many years so that Jamie could acknowledge them in the way that they wanted to and hold space for their feelings, because we said, maybe they will get it. Maybe they'll have the change of heart and be able to listen to us and just see that I was hurting at that time. And that's all I wanted to tell my mom, being Talinda. Like, hey mom, what you said had hurt me. And that's why I had a reaction the way I did, because I struggle with these traumas that you don't know about yet. Was that it? Was that this all this is?
Maybe.
Awesome. I swear.
It is a lot of empty.
Okay, I'm gonna say that's it, so we can actually talk about.
Yeah, I think
certain
that's
things.
about it on that.
So yeah, we got that this morning, and I was already gonna come on and talk about how I was feeling, and just to get these things. Again, someone abusing the power that they have, abusing the influence that they have, abusing the money they have to silence people they know don't have the funds and money and power to be heard. And to be able to go on any platform they want and speak their mind. They get to talk about their fucking perspective of what happened. They get to talk about Chester and his perspective their whole life, but Jamie can't come and talk about how they've been made feel after. You guys think they're so mentally fucking fragmented by Chester's death, but won't allow them to seek solace in the only place that you're allowing. You keep cornering them off from all their family members. I've been the only one here, so all that energy.
The only one. 4 years and some change. Literally the only person. I have like 2 friends, Trish and Josh.
All that energy directed towards me.
Literally.
Or just like, I'm observing all the energy. Because we're told they shouldn't go online and be saying these things by multiple places, all the people in their lives, telling them just get over it, just do this, just do that. Guess what? You're not in their place. You don't know why they would maybe feel like they should say their feelings and be heard. Who doesn't want to be fucking heard and acknowledged? People go to therapy for that. Y'all pay millions of dollars to be heard and acknowledged by someone because our family members won't do it. Anyways, yeah. I wanted to go through, because of that, I wanted to go through our kind of whole story from my perspective. And that's why we started with that. Because right now, like I just said, I got myself to a place to acknowledge I needed a break. And then the day I come back, we get this fucking cease and desist as I'm in the car, like, yeah, I'm ready to do this thing and speak my thing because, you had your time and we done that. And I've been waiting and I've been holding my own peace and calm back so that someone else can have that peace and calm, because I do see that these things are really big, I wasn't the wife of this rock star. I don't know what that experience was like. Maybe they do need space and time, and then they would be able to acknowledge Jamie. We gave them multiple years to do that. Didn't happen. And then the time I'm ready to, and have the ability to do so, then go and say, we can't. It's ridiculous.
The timeline as well for that.
No,
It's like totally wrong. Entirely.
For what?
For the restraint order.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to. Like, that's what we were saying. Like, the whole basis of their thing is that Jamie threatened them in July 2020 when Jamie, in their kitchen and then on the phone, when Jamie couldn't have been in California. Jamie was not in California.
A story I haven't told yet because it's a lot. Remember I said in my live stream about the emails that I just read the other day, I said, it's so long, it needs its own story. That's how long the 2020 incident is. It's just, that's not what happened.
Yeah. And originally we were going to both talk about it, share both of our experiences through it. But now Jamie can't do that. So I'm just here to share mine, which is cool. I get to talk freely, which is nice. It's crazy. Crazy, who would have thought? But yeah, coming back into this, and yesterday we were just talking about how we're gonna funnel our money into what's more prioritized. We need a heater. we need food. We gotta take care of pest control. We got a bunch of other bills to be paying. Cumulatively, we both have $500 together for multiple reasons. it is that case. And a big one being because how traumatized Jamie has been through this, and how none of the family has been there, and how they did have to take time for themselves and foster the space for themselves to figure out how to go about this in the right ways, what felt right to them. And I provided space for that. We live at bare minimum needs. You don't live luxury. I work, and that's it. So that's why we're just check to check living.
And at this point, not even check to check, because we are literally, we're literally indebted if we were actually to count how much money we actually owe. We were like 2 months behind on bills. It's not what it sounds like.
So again, it's hard to be getting a cease and desist because someone's emotionally being compromised, and just because Jamie's authentically expressing. Jamie's talking about how they feel. Not what is real, not facts, not affirmative talk. Hey, I believe this. I feel this way because of the things I've seen and the things I've heard and the things I'm being told and the way that people keep silencing me and not giving me space to say anything, not giving me space to even listen to me. Yeah, it definitely does influence someone's capability of being able to fucking work. They couldn't do it. They needed that time.
To learn about myself, and then ultimately to learn about my father. Because when I started looking at myself, I found that there's a lot to say about my dad that nobody ever told me and were hidden away. And so I had to spend years accumulating the capacity to understand the scope of the thing that I'm experiencing. And so this one would go to work all day while I'd stay home and watch our nephew. And I'd research all day, 7 to 10 hours a day on my own, and try to figure this out specifically. So when this happened, we could be prepared to understand what's going on and to be proactive in handling the situation. So I was working the entire time, but not in a way that is socially accepted as a means to an end.
Yeah. And being bombarded in between by whoever decided to come in and say some wild shit. Yeah. Say, hey, this is actually what's true. And I know I talked to you 2 weeks ago and told you this thing was true, but now you're lying because this is true. Hey, but you told me that was true. I never told you that. Okay. So just getting all these influences, which, Jamie's doing their work. Jamie's figuring themselves out. Getting impeded, bombarded by all these people who don't understand or don't have the capacity to sit there and listen to why these things are important to Jamie. And so we're at this state now. And now we're back. And now they're being called to go to a court in California.
I have to go to
on the 12th. And the even thought of funding that. Now, I was just saying, we're thinking like, okay, which one is actually the most important right now? Food, keeping our pipes from breaking, feeding our animals. What are we going to do? And now none of that matters because we have to go to California and we have to fund that trip.
And then the job.
And then, yeah, and we don't know what's going on with the jobs. Jamie was scheduled for 40 hours this week. And last night they went and checked, and suddenly all the hours are gone.
I'm not off for the rest of the week.
All the days that were scheduled are suddenly gone, and my profile for my account for the job no longer works.
We work the same job.
We were just about to start working together for the first time and doing full time so we can fund up a bunch of money so that we can start funneling it into ourselves and helping ourselves and getting seen and taken care of. We weren't going to ask anyone for help. We're just going to buckle down do full time, and fund it for ourselves. But at this point, it seems so out of reach. Everything is always impeding our ability to sustain emotional capacity, physical capacity, me personally, physical capacity, because I have a disability in which I'm working through the whole time so I can fund our lives. And then it destroys my physical capacity to do things I like hiking, going on walks for certain amounts of time. Helped myself in that, but definitely impeded it and still does. But yeah, after getting that cease and desist, we are coming out and acknowledging we need help. We need the help. We've been asking people for help. It's part of the story, but when I met Jamie, Elga, to Linda, everyone in between in the family heard my story, and Jamie started to be more vocal about their traumas, and they were like, you guys should get help. Like just therapy wise, and we want to be there for you because this is really hard, and we want to help fund that. And so many people have come in and said, hey, we're going to help you. Hey, we're going to provide these resources for you. We still don't have resources. Everyone loves to dangle resources in our face and take it away once Jamie says something they don't agree with, once I say something they don't agree with, which is everyone's right. Go ahead and do that. But acknowledge how that fucking feels and impacts us. I keep getting excited. My last one was with Samantha. I got so excited because she said, hey, I have all these resources and help, and I really want you guys to do that because I see that this is a lot that you guys are going through. We told her more of the story. And I was like, yes. She was like, yeah, you can do anything. Like, I'll provide you connections for this or that, whatever you want to do in life. It's like, I don't care about all that right now. All I need is the mental health resources. But yeah, that went away, and that was taken away so fast. The next conversation that we had.
Like 2 weeks long, this entire thing happened.
So coming on here was also to say this cease and desist is happening, and Jamie is now being silenced again, formally through law. And now we have to fund a trip to go make that court case, and we need help with that. To whoever can help. If you don't have the means, these are fucking hard times. Yeah. I
no pressure.
That was very hard for me. Like, even acknowledging that. I don't know. We live in such a time, culturally for me, and the people I grew up with, and just the times we live in, asking for help is so... People say it's okay, but like, it's so frowned upon. It's like, oh, you can't take care of yourself. Oh, you can't do that. Oh, you're incapable. It's like, at this point, yeah, we can't do it. We cannot keep up with the millions of dollars everyone fucking has to put into their lives and their lawyers and their way of living. We're not the same. We come from different spaces. In my space, it was very frowned upon because we're all impoverished And it's like, don't ask your neighbor for money. Make sure you're doing the work to get your money. That's just not even a option anymore. So yeah, Jamie set up a GoFundMe for anyone who does have the means to help. Even $1 by people, you know, enough people give $1, it helps. So, well, also, would be lovely and helpful to find a fucking lawyer to fucking help. To listen, to be heard. Like I said, like, even coming on here was a thing. It was like, we need to talk to a lawyer first to see if I should even do that. And Jamie said, well, I have to deal with the consequences because it is just us.
Good timing.
Sorry, whoever called. We can't answer currently.
Yeah, this is serious.
But yeah. Whoever knows lawyers, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Whoever can help, that'd be awesome. If you can't, just listening helps. Just providing space to be heard. A very different experience for me. So, thanks for just listening, if that's all you can do. But yeah, I did want to talk about how me and Jamie met and the events that occurred afterwards from my perspective, because being a POC, they, them,
Female facing, presenting, I guess, to outside eyes.
Yeah. That's been a thing.
Real quick, it's been an hour, do you need a break?
No.
Okay.
That's been a thing. Just like Jamie has talked about what they perceive their experience to be being associated to DID, or BPD. BPD.
Borderline personality disorder.
I also have associations to what I feel like my experience is. And we only talk about that way because we're not fucking diagnosed, because we don't have money for that. So miss me with the, you're not diagnosed, so don't talk about it. Like, no, I know my experience the best. I know how I feel. I know what I relate to the most and how my experience feels for me. How the terminology that other people use to define this experience. That would be DID, autism, ADHD, and all the fun things that come with that. And so, dealing with those things on my own through all this, being the fucking rock. Very hard. Not fun, but fun. Fun in the way of like putting the time aside and acknowledging myself and seeing that I can continue to do that. And hold space for a random fucking stranger who came into my life to do the same. The stranger being Jamie. So yeah, let's get to the story of how we met, because that's so fun, and what happened after, because that's the whole reason that we're getting the cease and desist in the first place, and it'd be great for our fucking story to be heard before we get silenced if that occurs, or Jamie goes to wherever they would put them.
Yeah, because I can be imprisoned for something like this.
Yeah.
Theoretically speaking. I have all options are possible until they're not. And this is disturbing the peace because the person behind it definitely could have their mentality destroyed by what this person has to feel about their experience with the person who actualized that cease and desist. So.
Yeah. it's so hard because most of the fucking reasons that a lot of these events occurred feels like it was because of me, because of my persona and the way that I spoke, and their family didn't like that. I see, in layman's terms, it would be like leftists going up against conservatives who democratic conservatives, you know, like saying you're something but you're not actually doing the thing that you're trying to do. Not able to acknowledge the humanity within each other enough to be able to allow space to hold space for other people's feelings past your own, or your own interpretation of events, and then conforming everyone else around you to believe the same thing and not hold space for the person to be heard. I don't remember where I started that sentiment, so I'm just gonna get...
You were talking about how we met and how that led up to the thing.
Yeah, that led up to here,
and how
because...
you feel that your the way you express has impacted
yeah, definitely,
the way
because
that this
then
has played out.
that's how they... It was my relation to Jamie and me even being in their life that upset the families, and then Jamie had to stand up for me, and got to stand up to acknowledge how those things, the way that they were trying to repress and conform me, had been done to them, and they got to see more of their childhood traumas and different aspects. And yeah, I know it's not my fault. It's just there is a cause and effect, and the cause was me even being in Jamie's life. So that's hard sometimes.
When I met Bella, who goes by Glimmers, I was looking to change every toxic element of my life, and they were the person to do that with. So naturally, there would be quite the impact, regardless of where we were or why, because this one's different than me, and they're gonna have an influence on me because I want them to rub off on me.
Yeah, it's so fun. So we met on fucking Tinder while I was in college, and I was going to get my early education, special education degree. I only was getting that because I grew up in a family of educators, and I lived and breathed in the school system. I came to school before everyone else came to school, hours before, and then I was at school hours after everyone else left fucking school. Yeah, that was a lot. Seeing how teachers would talk about children, seeing how children were being used and abused, seeing the ways that the system just totally negated what could actually be helping these children, and seeing how just colonized everything is. I was very at my wit's end by high school. And when I got around to deciding what my major was gonna be, there was that I graduated the year that fucking Trump was elected, and Betsy DeVos was fucking put as a board of fucking education's director. Like, what the fuck? And I was so infuriated, and I was like, I don't care what I have to do. I'm going to get my education degree. I'll do the fucking years of teaching in class. I will be the best that I can be, just so I can go into the political stance of it and start fucking doing something, trying at least to do something. That was where I was aimed. I was very fed up with every single thing that our fucking government does to our children and our people, and suppresses our fucking voices or being. So that's why I did education. I was pursuing that degree.
I double majored in early education and special education.
Yeah, special education I added later because of a lot of things. And because I took one class And I was like, wait, I'm relating so hard to so many things they're talking about here. And they're talking about it really mean. And I don't like that. And I was like, damn, now I'm going to go in the education system. And, you know, I need to add this. I need to know these things. To know about myself and to be able to talk about it when I get to the space to do so. To be able to understand what would actually help, what would actually be beneficial. And so I did. I also, I think it's minor. I minored in like diversity classes. So I was taking a lot of like mental health and understanding and cultural awareness classes at that time when I met Jamie. And so a lot of things were popping up for me, a lot of affirmations to certain thoughts that I had already had, a lot of traumas that I didn't realize impacted me certain ways, and just like seeing myself better. So then when I met Jamie, they were only here because I only met them because they went into town for something, for their movie that they were making. They had just come to Sedona to start making a chant, or start the production of a chant. They had already done the funds and everything, whatever. They were going to start filming it. And so when we met, I literally, all we were talking about was how ridiculous everything is. Honestly, we were just relating so hard on how traumatized society, our families, the way that people hold certain standards to others, how that was all impacting us. And we really related. I wonder why. And that was really nice. I hadn't got to be that coherent with expression of where I was and be heard in that kind of way and see it be resembled in such a different stance. Like, I remember Jamie had asked me on a date and I said yeah. And then they were like, okay, well, I have to tell you something though. Like, it's really important, and if you don't want to talk to me, whatever, that's fine. Like, all these things. And I was like, okay, what? And we're like, so my dad's Chester Bennington. And I was like, what?
Who?
Yeah, I was like,
yes! Yes! That man preceded me everywhere I ever fucking went, and they had no idea.
Yeah.
Well, they did, but they didn't.
Yeah. I searched it up on Google because I was like, if you're, they're like, oh, they're the head of this band, and you know it was a big thing, and I was like, they're like, you probably know them, and I was like, okay, then let me look it up, and oh, at this point also it's just kind of like a sit down and story time kind of fucking thing, like that's all we're doing here, so yeah, it's gonna be a little rant.
Just a little one. It's only our entire relationship.
I didn't know who Chester was, and I Googled him. And then I ran out to my best friend at the time and my sister. I was like, this person is telling me that they're this person's child. Like, should I trust that? It was like, they're like, that's probably not them. Like, you're probably not even talking to them. I don't think you should go on the date. Like, you're going to get kidnapped. And I was like, oh my God. Like, yeah, you know, maybe I am. Like, I really had to think about it. And I talked to Jamie a little bit more about it, and they showed me some stuff to verify that they were who they were. And I looked up like Chester's kids, and I did my due diligence. Anyways, yeah, I met Jamie. Didn't know who Chester was. Didn't know what was going on. At that time, I think it had been 2 years since they passed.
It's September 2019. So yeah, a little over.
And I remember my best friend talking to me about, like, are you ready for that? That's a lot. Like that's pretty recent. And personally for me, I don't experience or see death the same. And so I don't have those responses or emotions tied to death, and I didn't really understand the scope at how big they were or how this could affect everybody. And I was like,
Or
like,
even what happened. 'Cause
yeah,
they
or
didn't
like,
know how the death actually went, how there were people outside of our house, how there was a gate around the entire place, how we were
yeah,
being followed everywhere. Like, they didn't know that.
yeah. When I looked up to actually look at the band and stuff and get to know a little bit more about what's going on so I didn't go in blind, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I have heard these things. You know what? Actually, I have seen some things on some tabloids about this, that, and the third, coming from all directions, about the family, and I had thoughts on the matter, um, as a child, like seeing things in the tabloids and be like, oh my god, this is happening, or like these celebrity, like, so that was weird, and but I didn't understand how big or small Lincoln Park was. I had people telling me they were huge, and then I had other people being like, yeah, well, there are groups of people who like them, but they're not like this, that. Um, they're not like so big. I was like, I don't know what's going on, but I'm just gonna hold space for everyone. And everyone goes through different grieving processes. It's gonna take time. We'll all have to just talk to each other and communicate through it. Jamie was telling me that they were part of 320 at the time, and I was like, wow, okay, so we're taking it seriously. People are putting in resources and trying to help people with their mental health and capacity, and that's awesome. If that's the way that this is funneling, then yeah, clear communication can be had, and this is going to be, like, hard, of course, because it's such a big thing, and I see how impacted everyone is, but it'll be fine. We'll be able to move through it. Everyone has the resources to do so, and why would it go any other way?
Why would it go any other way? Like I said, my life is a chaotic whirlpool of devastation.
Yeah.
It could only really go one way.
Yeah.
I tried to tell you. But I was super optimistic. I was like, I can crack this nut. Let's go. Come on.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Very optimistic. We're very like, hey, I see and understand you're having feelings. I want you to be able to see and I want you to be able to express and have those feelings. I might voice how it hurts me, but I'm not saying don't have those. I'm not saying you have to change forever and that you're horrible if you don't. I'm just saying, hey, that hurt me. And I thought that could be the same, and also coming in with where I was in college thinking like, oh, I'm thinking all these ways. I know how to communicate perfectly so people can understand me. And, people are so willing to do that. That would be so nice. I'm coming into this new and they'll want to hear this perspective, and that will help Jamie have the space to talk about their own traumas and be heard and understood. And that would be so awesome. Yeah. And so I fucking meet Jamie. So nice.
Meet Jamie. Oh yeah, so anyways, I fucking meet this guy. I love it.
Yeah.
Flames and all, because I'm fiery as fuck. I don't really give a fuck. I'm still dealing with like my cis het complex where I'm just like super landlocked into that conformity they keep talking about, where I'm like trying to get the fuck out and I'm like suffocating to death.
Yeah.
I'm just doing crazy shit all the time. Not crazy shit, but like the energy that you're seeing in my live streams and things like that. That energy has been carefully crafted, because before, and they can attest to this.
Can I?
Yeah. It wasn't always well-rounded.
Oh yeah.
It was kind of just like I was bleeding out everywhere. I'm just fucking losing it. Just fucking.
They weren't being heard, and so
Yeah. That's true.
People can't
That's
hear
the
you.
fact.
So maybe if I speak louder, they'll hear. Maybe if I speak even louder, they'll listen.
Maybe if I'm even more aggressive, they'll fucking get it.
Maybe if I speak even louder than that, they'll see how much I'm hurting and put effort into hearing it out past their own emotional capacity.
That was not. It didn't
But
work.
that wasn't.
That was not the reality.
Yeah. But
You met me.
I met them at a really weird time for myself. It was a good time because I had just acknowledged I didn't want people in my life if they couldn't hold space for that. I acknowledged that it's hard to hold space for other people's capacity, and I knew what I wanted to be around, and I knew what I didn't want to be around. And I was very adamant of showing up authentically as myself or leaving. I don't need to be in the situation that I don't need to be in it. If it's not for me, it's not for me. And so when I met Jamie, I was very honest about everything I was going through. It was a hard time for me. I had just hit a lot of realizations. And so when we met, they took me to the lava tubes and we had a little therapy sesh for both of us.
Yeah, they didn't give a fuck about being kidnapped. They went into the forest alone with me in the dark, into a cave underground. They didn't even know me. We met we talked for like, we met on the 1st, we had our first date on the 5th. We talked for 4 days online, and then they were like, okay.
Yeah, we
Brave.
went to the lava. We got in the car to head to the lava tubes at 10 p.m. at night. And that was fun. Getting to let them know what's going on with me and how I viewed it, talk consciously and acknowledge myself and hold space for the other people who were involved in my upbringings and experiences that influenced me in whatever way. And through that, Jamie started to listen and be like, oh my gosh, wait, I go through that. Oh my gosh, wait, that happened to me. Oh my gosh, wait, yeah, I felt that way. Like, everyone's been telling me I'm crazy. Oh my gosh, like, I understand this now. I'm seeing myself differently. They're like, I've been trying to say these things and everyone's been saying that that's not real. I've been trying to acknowledge these things for myself, but I see that I keep getting pushed into different circumstances where I can't comprehend that any longer. And that was upsetting. Hearing, I come from what people would perceive as like the bottom, or what did Elka say? Trailer trash.
Yeah, she said, go back to your trailer.
Yeah, and Jamie, in my perception at the time, came from the top. Came from a family of money. Came from a family of mental health resource.
Supposedly.
That's why I said from my perception at
Allegedly.
the time. And so I was like, damn. I had all this fucking hope that things were going to be different on that side. And to hear that exactly the same thing is happening, that's so disheartening. That's so sad. And we just continued to talk.
That's pretty much all we did. I think people were annoyed probably by how much we were always together. Like, from the second that we met. I know for a fact. From the second that we met, we were together for like every single day. Like, since in 4 years and like 2 months, we've only spent like maybe 4 or 5 weeks apart, maybe. And we talk all day, every single day, about everything that you could possibly need to talk about. And that's all we've done.
Yeah, because we do have a lot of thoughts. We do have a lot to see. We do have a lot of feelings. And it's okay. But it's not okay for everyone. And so we have had to just confide in each other. It's not a choice to just only be around each other. I've been looking for community and friends and anything.
They've had more partners while I've been with them than I've had partners while I've been with them. Like, they're always trying to look for, like, someone to be friends with and like
I just like people.
Communicate with and like relate to. Like, it's a constant effort for them. Whereas I'm more reserved. I'll definitely just be like, I'll just chill over here, you know.
I'm not even gonna comment on that.
What, you think that's a lie?
No.
All right, maybe
No,
I'm just.
It's not a lie. That's your experience.
You said that's not how I would say that. Okay.
Yeah, that's not how I would say that.
All right. What I'm trying to say is you're a social butterfly in a lot of ways, but that is also something that I would say.
Yeah, that's something you would say.
That is something I would say.
I wouldn't just. I definitely try to be. I definitely try to put myself in different perspectives and situations so that maybe someone would see me and, acknowledge things that were going on and, want to stay around and help and whatever.
But you also know what you like.
Yeah, but I also know what I could handle at the time. And at that time...
And can handle.
Yeah, and can handle. And what I needed around me. I needed support and I needed people to be able to hold space for my feelings at the time. And if that couldn't happen, then that's okay. I just couldn't be around that because it was feeding into... I was trying to get through my own traumas and it was feeding too much into the traumas and just cycling those patterns. And I didn't want to do that to myself or to the people involved. And so yeah, Jamie's here and hold space for each other's fucking things. We love to talk about shit all day. Yeah. Or just sit here and just fucking look at the trees, and that's real nice.
Both.
But yeah, we met. We're hanging out. And the first time, which is very fun, that today was the day that we got our lovely court-ordered hearing. Because actually no, that's not the first time I met the family.
No.
The first time I met the family, Jamie would talk about me to them. I didn't know that they would be sharing everything I'm telling them.
Not everything, but they'd ask me and I'd try to describe the person I'm talking about. But I didn't know that they were just gonna throw that
just
shit
excited.
Back in my face.
They're like, wow, my first partner who I really like in this kind of way or seeing me in this kind of way, I want to share that with my family. And so they're doing that in between and I'm dealing with a lot of things at the place I was living at, and so I would come here as a solace. Jamie would come and pick me up and bring me here. And
I pretty much driven them every single day for everything that they've ever needed because they don't drive. Literally for the last 4 years and 2 months, if they need to go somewhere, I'm driving them. Which is what they were saying earlier.
Or I'm walking or riding my bike, but yeah.
But when I met them, I was like, "You're not fucking walking anymore. You have this disability with your feet. You're not walking. I don't have anywhere to be. I'll fucking drive you around, man. Don't worry about it."
Yeah. In between the time of me meeting them, they didn't have money. Yeah. They didn't have any kind of...
I was basically homeless.
Income.
I'll say basically because that can be particular.
I was living off my scholarship funds. I had got I had the ability to get a scholarship and I had a little bit extra over, which would fund me being able to eat and live, which was nice. And I put that into everyone around me. If someone needed a lunch, they were getting lunch. If someone needs this or that, we're getting it, and so when Jamie came around, at first they would come in to see me and, trying to pay for things. And then it was like, well, could you pay for your own thing? And then it became if I'm gonna go see you in Flagstaff, I'm gonna need help with the money to make it to there. And I wouldn't be able to pay for any food. And so I was paying for them to come up to Flagstaff to see me and helping them eat.
Yeah.
And
it was a real serious time.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, all of this has been, but
and so
literally scraping the bottom.
To mitigate going back and forth, I would come here and stay here, and then we'd help each other foster through those feelings. It's kind of going inwards and in order to be out. Providing that space for each other to go through our traumas in a safe space. And that's all going on. And then Then I meet the
Meet
family,
fucking family.
and the circumstances were so unfortunate. I was doing my homework here one night. It was close to finals because it was in November, and everything's leading up at the end of the semester, and so big projects are being due. And I had a really big project that I had been procrastinating on, of course, and I was staying up late and doing it. And Jamie fell asleep on my lap and just laying there,
Little house
and
cat.
yeah, yeah, just needs a little physical affirmation,
Tell me
and
I'm real, please.
yeah, and I'm doing my homework, and Jamie, like, they were laying down, and they just whoop, and they were speaking in their sleep, and they were started saying things. I don't remember what they said. They started saying things, and then they laid back down, and I'd seen them talk in their sleep before and stuff like that, but not such a physical interaction, and I didn't want to wake them up, and one, because I need to finish my project, and two, because I was like, oh, maybe they need to go through that, like, I'll let them process and they'll wake up. um and when they woke up, they didn't remember doing that, and we were talking about it for a bit. I finished my project, and we went to sleep, and was it when we woke up?
Yeah, we were up for like maybe an hour or two. Like we were just laying there, like waking up. It was probably maybe an
Yeah.
hour. And I got a phone call from, I believe it was Elka.
Yeah, we
And
got
it must have had to have been Elka because it was on that side of the family. There's nobody else who would have called me.
yeah, we got a phone call that their cousin had died, and Jamie needed to immediately go to Phoenix. Needed, not they should or anything. They needed to go to Phoenix to be there with the family.
Well, he died by suicide and he was 14. And he grew up in the house I grew up in, and I had been telling people for years, like almost 8 or 9 years, I was like, you need to pay attention to that house. There are things not good happening there. And everybody kept telling me, oh, it's just a phase, Jamie. You're just traumatized from the time you were there. You don't know anything. I'm like, okay. And then here I am getting the call. And my youngest cousin on that side died by suicide. And they're like, you need to come now. So.
And they hung up. Jamie was gonna go on their own, but as they sat there and processed that their cousin had just died, all those thoughts, wow, I grew up in that house. Oh wow, these things are happening because it had been not because, but part of the thing that led up to this was the prolonging of people being treated the way that they are, being discouraged from speaking their truth and being heard and understood for where we're at, what would be helpful to them, not how people are willing to help. And they were having a lot of feelings on that, and they were like, I don't want to go back alone. I can't do it alone. Like, I physically cannot. And they asked if I would go with them, and I was like, damn, it's a week until my finals, but I'm sure. What can my teacher say?
It wasn't quite a week yet because we still did the Thanksgiving trip. That was a week. That was your finals. That was
well, like, things.
But it was like
before
was really
my final
close.
projects were due. It's just really big things that are due.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, that's gonna be a lot of class I'm missing, and that's gonna be a lot of things I'm gonna have to catch up on, and hold space for everyone's emotional capacity, and be there to be seen, because I'm going into this for the first time, meeting people for the first time. It's something so serious. I don't want to make it about me and my work, and I was like, but whatever, we'll make it work. I'm gonna message my professors right now, and we're going. And Jamie called to make sure that was fine, and they agreed. They said, yeah, if that's what you need, and of course we would love to have Bella come. We would love to meet them.
Finally. But it had only been September to November. And by the way, I was like,
a month of
in my head, like at that time in my life with my mental illness, like a day was like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 days. Oh shit.
Yeah, we have a lot.
And so like at that point in time, I didn't even realize it had only been like September, October, November, not even 3 months.
Yeah.
And I was so used to the things happening around me that were happening, that even when they were like going through this process of like, oh, I have so much to do and I'll have to present myself in a certain way. And like, I couldn't see that because this was my life. You drop everything immediately to go do something. And it's always horrible and it's always massively impacting and everybody's going to be in their feels about it. Um, and I honestly, I didn't see it as abnormal, but you know, for them, it's this whole like, holy shit, I have so much to do and so many places to be right now. And you know what, I'm going to sacrifice this to go with them. Just even if it doesn't work out, you know, I'll make it work, but I'm going to go with them. And they only knew me 2.5 months.
Girl, I met you in September
On
and
the
we
1st.
left in November, like 14th or like 11th.
I know, not even 2.5 months.
They asked me
September, October.
start dating them on like the 26th. No, the
No,
20th.
whoa, chill.
On the 20th.
20th. Relax.
On the 20th. They asked me to start dating them on September 20th.
Yeah.
And I said no. And then it became a yes. Just like just acknowledging like I'm at a certain mental capacity and I don't know if I like could do that, but I want to hold space and I want to be here. And they're like, well, that's all we are. Like, that's all it is. That's what it is. And I was like, okay, then
I am holding space.
with that acknowledgement, then yeah, sure. And so we had only been dating since the 20th. And
oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, so it's like really maybe 2 months. Because the 20th is when we started dating in September.
Yes, and then we left on the 11th. To go for a week to be with their family.
You're a ride or die. I love you.
And that was an experience for me. Holding space for everyone's emotions, being there for people, but I hadn't met any of these people and I didn't know how they spoke to each other or what was really okay to say. Like I said, like I never experienced that kind of grief or family complex. I don't have family like that. Like there wouldn't be like come right away or, you know. Yeah,
it's not that.
Yeah, I don't have that kind of nuclear family system in my life. And so that was very different. That was very different to see people engaging in the ways that they were. So, and that was my first interaction with the family, my first meeting with them. And from what I received, everyone was all right. Everyone said, thank you for coming. Thank you for being there for Jamie. You know, Jamie's been through a lot and we really appreciate you being here with them and taking the time for that and being here with our family. And, you know, I guess based off how I was presenting and how I was speaking, they appreciated it. And that's where I went with that. And then November came. With November comes Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving, we planned a trip to meet both of our families. Jamie was going to meet my family and I'm meeting Jamie's family.
All right.
We had this, it was crazy plan because with being away for a week, I had so much work to catch up on, I had so much stuff to do. And now it was Thanksgiving break, and now I have to be in the car for X, Y, and Z amount of time. I have to make sure my family gets the right amount of time as well as Jamie's family. And because I'm meeting family, I have to be present. Yeah. The day that we're about to go, Jamie gets in a car accident, and all our plans shift, and now we have to figure out how to get there, and we figure it out. It's just so many things in between kept happening, like in good ways, coincidences, nice reassurances, and how do you say, like mirrors? Nice little reassurance mirrors for us. But then also big old blockades, like the car getting crashed the day we're about to leave. And we figure it out. Everyone works with us so we can do it. My mom meets Jamie's mom because my mom comes and gets us from Phoenix, and it's this whole thing. And we're putting effort into making Friendsgivings work, and then going to my mom's Thanksgiving, and going to Jamie's, and we went to Linda's. And I meet Linda. Babe, do you have anything to say about... No, you can't say. That's fine. Sorry, Jamie's gone. It's kind of hard to process, I guess. Jamie, what are you doing? Hey, Jamie.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I had to pee.
Okay, I'm gonna wait till they pee and just take a second to breathe.
Sorry, I had to pee and I got distracted. I'm here. I'm sorry. I get distracted easy. I saw things and I was like, oh, I can move this. Oh, I can move that. Oh, wait, no. And then I was moving things. So I'm back. Okay, sorry. Hi.
Hi. I said Thanksgiving.
Oh, Thanksgiving was a fuck. I mean, sorry, a clusterfuck. Sorry.
Yeah.
Cluster part was supposed to be in there.
You know, things are happening with my best friend who we were traveling with and wanting to have Friendsgivings with, and things were having an emotional influence on me. Just being in my hometown and seeing people engage with me and seeing people engage with Jamie in specific ways.
Yeah.
And then going to Linda's. And that was very interesting.
Did you know, did you tell them about the car accident?
Yeah, I said you're on a car accident right before we were about to leave. And
Okay, cool,
it just
cool.
like destroyed all our plans, so that was nice.
Yeah, and then,
destroyed all our plans, our freedom of movement and everything. And you know what was nice? Linda I totally forgot.
Yeah.
She got us the rental.
She did, and that was really nice.
So that in California, we could have a car to get around. So my mom drove us to California to the rental thing. We got the car, my mom drove home, and we got to go and see Linda.
And I got to show them where I was living at the time, which, well, it's a whole thing. But I did have some of my stuff in Newport Beach, California. And so I went to go visit my aunt who had my stuff and my cousin Kyle. And we also went to go see Linda. So it was a bit. Yeah. It was a couple things.
Well, we go in and I can't remember.
I'm going to see how long these last because I don't want it to cut us off on.
I have no fucking clue.
Just...
I can't remember. Is that the time we went in and then like the whole Christmas display was out?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, like they were putting up their Christmas village.
We didn't go again.
I can't remember if we went for Christmas.
We went then, and then you didn't go back until
January, that's February. December is when you were at the fucking wedding. I totally forgot.
Yeah,
so we went. Okay. We showed up like in like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, some fucking late time, and Linda's putting up decor in the house, putting together her village, and Jamie, and she's saying hi to us and she's talking to us and she apologizes because she took her medication.
Oh, we're solid. It's up to 12 hours it can log in the archive. So
awesome.
There's no technical time limit for a YouTube live stream, but it won't save anything greater than 12 hours. So you fucking let it rip, babe. I mean, fuck conditioning. Fuck the word babe. Sorry. I'm cutting it out. It's annoying. Brainwashed with it. So.
Anyways, we walk in. And Linda had taken her medication. And so they were cleaning and going.
Real quick, by the way, my memory of this is actually pretty foggy because at the time I was still dealing with like the greatest amount of dissociation that I was under at the time. So they'll still tell me things about that time, like this part right here. They told me later, like years later, and I was like, "What? That happened?" And they were like, "Yeah, you don't remember?" And I was like, "Literally, I was so like, oh, family, yay!" that I blacked out, and I don't remember. So where I'm concerned, some of my memory around this particular event, they're a little foggy. Yeah. Anyways, I just think that's important to acknowledge. So you are the official story here because I trust this one more than I trust anyone in my family to tell me the truth. And they told me the truth. So please, we walked in. Linda had taken her medication.
Yeah, she had taken her medication and she apologized for the way that she was being and the way that she was able to be because it does make her a specific way. And they showed us our room, we went to the room, but like entering and seeing everything was a thing for me. Not a challenge, not weird. It was just like something to process. Like seeing, first of all, before we had went to Linda's, I totally forgot. We did go to the house that you lived at in
Pelican Hill. Yeah.
Pelican Hill, which was very weird for me. It's fucking like
It's a literal
billionaires.
mansion.
Yeah, it's like mansion houses and like I know what the money is from. You know, it's uncomfy for me. I never imagined myself being in these positions because I didn't want to be. I didn't want to be around certain things. And so I wasn't. And so coming into these places and seeing these big houses and hearing the way that they talk about certain things and other people who have less or who have different lifestyles, like that's very hard for me not to comment on, very hard for me to just sit there and take. But I'm new to the situation. I don't know how the money was gotten. I don't know what's going on really. So I'm not trying to judge and I'm not trying to be any type of way. So I'm just observing. I'm just taking everything in and observing. And like I said, autism and ADHD. I'm very observant and I do see a lot of things. I see a lot of patterns and X, Y, and Z. So going into there, staying there, very hard. Me and my best friend at the time. I remember Jamie wanting to introduce us to the people in the house, and the people had invited people over to have like a little get together, you know, like drinking and hanging out. But they weren't really talking to me or my best friend, and they weren't really addressing us or involving us. And so I I went out to the back and I was just taking it in. I was looking at the view. And they came out and we were just sitting there like, what even is this? Like, why are we here? What's going on? Like, this way of living is so incomprehensible for us. And it just doesn't feel right. Like, it feels icky because of how our understanding on society and how we were impacted by certain things, like where we were influenced us and our home lives. And Jamie's over there inside with them drinking, and you know they disappeared. They freaking went on a bike ride.
I'm social. I was out front trying to
little
pop
social
wheelies
butterfly.
And shit. Yeah, me. But I also like. I thought because I'm around people who just take what they want. Literally, I would call it that. I wouldn't call it getting what they want. I would say taking what they want. So yeah. It's something that I was used to just take it. Yeah, not because I wanted to, but because it was like nobody will bring it to me if I don't go get it. So I was like, oh shit, people are riding bikes. I was big into mountain biking at the time, so I was like, I'm gonna go out there and ride a bike and be crazy. And I thought they were just gonna come with, or you know, if they didn't want to, they'd stay. But that was an assumption I made.
Cultural differences are definitely real.
Yeah.
Jamie did perceive like, oh, if we're thirsty, we just ask for a drink or go get the drink. Like even if people are like, hey, you know, go get the drink whenever you want. Like it's so ingrained in me of like, don't be a kind of burden on other people. Of like, oh, even though they're offering you the food, make sure you don't eat too much of the food. Even though they're offering you the food, don't take it. Like as a kid, when you go over to other people's houses being told like, even if they give you food, tell them no. Like you better not ask them for food. That is their food. And I was like, okay. And it was like if you go to someone's house, clean up your dishes or they're not gonna invite you back kind of thing, you know, like so Jamie, yes, had that expectation of just take it. These people are telling you to do this thing, just do it. Hey, take the bike on the ride. And I was like, no, I could possibly break it. I don't want to go bike riding on someone else's bike. And be responsible for if something happened, you know? And I was just sitting outside having my own moment. And Jamie was in there having theirs. But like also that was very weird for me observing Jamie in a place that they lived with people they know and loved them. In my mind,
but also a place I really didn't want to be. That's why I wasn't.
I was just gonna say that it was. I was also observing them in their space. I was outside and they're inside with the people, and Jamie's just standing there like, and the people are talking, you know, they're doing their own thing, and then uh, Jamie leaves, and they follow her. They all want to go back riding, and so they go. And so I don't really get to see much besides Jamie like being around. It was kind of just like that friend in the group who stands there quietly.
Always.
Yeah.
I'm always
And I was like, oh, okay.
Socially awkward because nobody can truly see me, no matter how much I'm like, again, louder, more aggressive. It doesn't work. I would literally in college just go to parties and stand there. I'd be so depressed and so like having a panic attack, like, oh shit, I'm invisible. And that was me. So like either I was just taking it with these people who had taught me to do that, or I was standing there allowing them to take whatever they were doing. And
yeah, and then while I'm there, you know, Jamie's like,
blacked out.
or we wake up the next day and there's a chef there, and they're like, yeah, whatever you want to eat, just let me know, just tell me and I'll make it for you. I'm like, no, that feels so weird for me. I don't know about that. It's just like culture shocks. And so I'm observing, taking everything in. And then we had got to Linda's, observing and taking everything in. Culture shocks. I didn't know what I'm allowed to think or allowed to comment on. Everything's a lot for me. I walk in and there's Chester everywhere. There's the trophies, all the records, all the guitars.
They're awards.
So many pictures.
They're not trophies. They're music industry awards.
Awards.
That's different.
Records. Just microphone. Like, I couldn't process, like, in my head, I'm seeing it and I'm like, I can't judge. I don't know what the grieving process is like for them, and maybe this does help. But for me, even just like my own thoughts of like, oh wow, like I don't get to meet Chester. I meet Jamie and they're so cool and awesome, but I don't get to meet Chester, which was a really big part of their life and a really big impact on so many other people. And that's weird for me. And now I'm seeing a bunch of pictures of them and these awards and all these things around, and like seeing them in a different way. Like, I think it kind of like, oh, like people liked them.
Oh,
like, oh.
He was a god. They like idolized him. That's crazy.
But like at the same time, I know how I've seen people in my community process grief and what's helped them and da da da. And I was like, damn, it's been 2 years, and like I can't imagine living in basically a museum of your past father, you know, like putting myself in Jamie's shoes and trying to, because I've heard how that made them feel and stuff like that. So getting to experience it from my perspective and how much that was for me, being like, damn, like every time Jamie comes and visits their siblings, they're coming and visiting in this mausoleum museum of fucking Chester Bennington and the fucking image of him. Because more awards, records, and trophies and everything were around than family photos. And that was very weird for me. And yeah, we talked to T for a little bit. She's doing like putting away stuff, and we're tired, and so we're like, we're gonna go lay down and rest. And then the next day comes and we're doing Thanksgiving, and I'm helping set up. We ask how we can help. We're getting things ready.
Kiara was there.
Moving the awards around so that we can make room for the tables for the Thanksgiving. And T's telling me all these people they know and all these relations, like, yeah, Kiara's gonna come later, like you're gonna love them, da da da, you'll get to see. I was like, okay. Like for me, people are people. I don't really pedestal celebrities or like, oh my god, I'm gonna meet this, like yeah, people are people. Everyone's going through it. And so we go through the Thanksgiving, everyone's giving thanks and all this and that. Everyone's putting on their best suits to go sit together. And the conversations are interesting. The perspectives are interesting that I'm hearing. Hearing how people talk about other people, hearing how Talinda talks about the fans, hearing about how people talk about other artists, hearing about how people were talking about the kids and other people's children. And again, just trying to observe at this point. And then we go, I'm also 20 at this point. I forgot to mention that. Jamie was 23 when they met me, and I was 20. And we were planning to go see Frozen 2 that night with everyone, and I was really excited about that. Just like a little cozy thing, because we all put on our onesies and whatever, and I was like,
This was it.
Yeah, this was the onesie.
Yeah.
And they were like, well, we're gonna sneak in alcohol to the theater. Do you guys want to take some? No, I don't want to take any. I'm 20. And then Jamie's like, no, I'm okay. And they're like, okay, then drink this now. Like, you can drink now. Like, it's very drinking culture over there. And it was very much like, here it is. Here, take this one. Here, finish this. And so I had some drinks with dinner, and then we're leaving, and they're trying to give us more drinks to take to the theater. I was like, I'm 20, I can't take those. But we get into the theater, we all take family photos, whatever, and we go into Frozen 2. And then the adults pull out alcohol and pass it to me and pass it to Jamie, and they're like, Bella can have sips, but don't get caught drinking it. Like, don't get caught having the can in the first
They
place.
were White Claws, which was awful too. Like, you couldn't make it worth it.
Yeah, and it's like one can. It's like, y'all had to bring your one can to Frozen 2. We couldn't make it through a movie where you're bringing your kids and you guys are driving to and from the household. Like, I didn't know these were being brought, and now we're here, and like, I felt like I couldn't comment on it, you know? And so we're leaving, and I don't fucking remember the rest of that Thanksgiving trip, honestly. For Talinda's perspective, I mean, like, we're just there.
That was pretty much it. We were just chilling.
Yeah, we were hanging out with the kids.
And we had to go back because we had a very strict time schedule.
Yeah, I got to meet the kids. It was nice to hang out with them. I love hanging out with kids. Because of my fucking
teacher
degree.
Here.
Yeah. And Ayana, I met her at that time. They were living with Talinda. Mm-hmm. Oh, during that time, Talinda had told me, like, oh, like, it's really hard for me right now because Christmas is coming up and we don't have a lot of money. There's not a lot of money left from Chester. And I am so sad that I'm not going to be able to get the kids the gifts, like the luxurious gifts that they're used to. She was like, like, they had such a lifestyle when their dad was alive. I don't want them to have or feel like they have to, now they don't deserve that lifestyle or that they can't have it, because they can have it and they should be able to have whatever they want. I was like, they deserve this lifestyle and I'm going to make it happen. It's just hard because we don't have the money right now. And then, yeah, I don't know. We're just hanging out with them, figuring out things. Met Ayana. We switched DS. I gave her my 3DS for a Switch because she didn't like the Switch. She wanted a 3DS.
Yeah, I found out she had a Switch at the bottom of her closet, and I was like, bro, that's a Nintendo Switch. Yeah. I will trade you. But of course, we verified it.
Yeah, and I was supposed to give them all the games that I had back at the house because I had a bunch of random games, and I was just going to send it to them. But at that time, they were also in the process of moving because apparently Amanda and them were even supposed to be there. That was really weird to find out. Or like that they could have been legally, that they were being sued, or something was happening because Samantha was considering
Talinda a landlord.
Yes.
Because Amanda stayed with Talinda to help, and she was genuinely helpful. Like, Amanda and I actually got along really well for a while, and Ayana I consider my sister, and I love her very much. With the Amanda situation, Amanda wasn't paying to live there, but Amanda felt obligated to pay Talinda because they had held space for so long. Like, they participated in the food, they were allowed to stay in the house, and all that stuff. So Talinda kept saying, like, no, you don't have to pay me. Or at least that was my understanding of it. That was what I saw. And Amanda was like, no, let me. And then she did. But Samantha had been auditing Talinda ever since Chester died and kept freezing accounts. And basically Samantha was like, ha, see, you paid to live there. And Amanda was like, no, I'm just trying to like pay respect to the person who allowed me to live here. And it became a whole thing where Talinda was literally going to be taken to court. The estate was going to be frozen. There's this big audit taking place. And basically she was going to be tried as a landlord, which was illegal, according to whatever situation was going on, which I didn't find very fucking fair, but I didn't have a choice in that. So I had to watch that happen. And so that's what that situation was, from my understanding.
Yeah, and I had just got that 3DS. I was so excited.
Yeah.
I was so excited. But Jamie really wanted the Switch.
No.
I know, and it's multiplayer. And so we would be able to do things together and, you know, bring it back and have fun with multiple people all the time. And that seems
That's a good idea. Okay, if they call again, I'll call them from this phone. Sorry, guys. I swear this was on Do Not Disturb, but I don't want to swipe down and push the button now because I don't want this connection to be disrupted because Instagram did some weird stuff, and I'm not trying to do that again. So
yeah,
keep going.
Yeah, but that was our only interaction. Everything seemed fine. Everyone told us, "Oh wow, it was lovely to meet you. We really appreciate the way that you're talking and holding space and, you know, being with Jamie." And then
we went home.
Oh yeah, and then we went home.
Pretty sure that was it because I left my car with my biological mother Elka at her house, and so we had to go back to get it. And basically, I could drive my car, but I couldn't drive it past a certain mileage because if I did, the insurance company wouldn't take the incident as a true accident.
We went home. On our way home, we stopped at Elka's for the night. Before we went to Flagstaff, we were just like, because we didn't get to celebrate Thanksgiving with them, we're gonna give them some time with Jamie before we went back to the house.
And this one's gonna catch up on their homework because it was actually finals time and they really needed to finish that project or those couple of
I got there, I said hi, we were talking for a bit, shared some things, and I was like, I really have to take some time to myself and do some work. And I went to a back room where Abby does some art. Oh. And then people kept coming in and out and people were talking and I was like, okay, can I just go into a room? Because I just need some space for myself to do this thing. And somehow it became about that Elka perceived me to be disrespecting them.
Well,
oh, no, because Jamie was going to talk to me about something.
Because we had been on the road for a week and we were with the best friend and there was some stuff to unpack and that was it. Yeah, literally, it was a short conversation. We were going to have it.
Jamie was having feelings about the way that my friend was talking to them and treating them. And I also was having feelings about that. That's something that affected me. And, but I also understood it. I understood from where they were coming from and why they were acting the way they were.
I couldn't see some of the things.
Yeah, and so I was just trying to tell Jamie, like, it's really not against you. Like, we just have to hold space for them to have those feelings. And I understand why you would be feeling away. I have told them that it's not okay and that you are affected. And I would appreciate it if we talked differently. And, you know, they were just trying to understand it. And we were talking to each other about it. But we're not so coherent at the time. And so much things have happened. And we've been going back and forth traveling. So
still learning how to talk to each other. Like, we didn't know each other like that yet. It's not even December. It's like...
Yeah. So it took a little longer than expected. But it took a little longer than expected also because Elka started coming up to the door of the room and knocking on it and saying, Jamie, you know your aunt is here to see you. You're
She
being
wasn't.
so disrespectful, just sitting in there talking to Bella. Like, how could you do this to them, basically? And da da da. And finally, like, Jamie was like, literally, we're having a conversation and you keep interrupting it. And then we keep having to start over our sentiment or like find where we were in our conversation because I keep having to come to you and saying, I'm not trying to do that. It's okay. We're just talking about this thing and I'll be back out. And then she was like, okay, well, you're hungry. And not even those exact words.
Yeah, she offered me
And
food.
she offered Jamie food, and they were like, yeah. And she went to warm it up. She just microwaved some of the leftover Thanksgiving food.
But she wanted me to come out
And
and eat it
yeah, and she
out
was like,
there.
Jamie, your stuff's
But
ready. You're being so disrespectful. I got up and made you food and I got you a plate. Like, how could you just not eat it? You're gonna make me do this and then sit in there like it's getting cold. And they were like, we're literally almost done, please. And finally Jamie's just like, you know what? The conversation is totally fine. I need to go because this is getting out of hand.
she
And
was also progressively becoming more and more intoxicated. She was drinking all night. And she kept coming to the door and like yelling through it to the point where I was yelling at like full volume. I was actually almost gonna do it just now, but I realized like I'm not there right now. I was at such a volume. I was like screaming at her through the door, like leave me alone. We're just having the conversation. I'll be out in. And I realized like holy shit, like I'm actually screaming at this person. I'm not gonna do that. So I got out of the room and I sat down. I said, okay, then what do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to do? What's going on? And I said, you know, you want me to come out so badly you wouldn't let me finish this conversation. It's been 2 hours. We could have finished this in like 20 minutes. And they were like, okay, Chester. And I said, what the fuck did you just say to me? I said, why are you saying that? You know what my relationship was with my father before he died. You know that that's offensive for a number of other reasons. Who do you think you are? And why do you keep bothering us? And I said, you know, no, I'm going on a walk. So I took our dog, or their dog at the time, now our dog, Ella, out for a walk. And it was so cold I came back in. And I was like, you do not talk to me that way. You do not compare me that way. You will not interact with us that way. I'm not doing this. It's too cold to walk. I'm taking the food. I'm going into the room. I went and microwaved the food. And then I brought it into the room. And then we started talking again and like, you know, catching up for a second. And she literally...
Or checking on Jamie because I had heard what was going on from the room. And I was giving Jamie the space to take their walk. And I wasn't trying to come out and stir anything up. So I was trying to just stay inside the room so that nothing would escalate. And then they come back. And now Elka's at the door like, you know you're not allowed to eat in here.
You know you're not supposed to eat in your room? Mom, I don't live here. What are you talking about? Leave me alone.
They're like, okay, then I'll just take it out. And they went out, and at that point, I think Elka had hit her max.
Yeah,
and,
she had.
They had been going back and forth while Jamie was out on their walk. Coming back and be like, oh wow, like you're just gonna do this, like he's so disrespectful, like I don't remember specifically when you took the food out, like the events that occurred, but things were said to me.
I walked out and I said, guys, this is ridiculous. I have been at this for 3 hours with my partner, trying to be mature and respectful and have a real conversation about our actual experiences that we had. We stopped here to get my car. We did not have to stay here. Yeah. We were literally here just for the night. And you're telling me my aunt's here for me and I'm being disrespectful.
We said, hey, we've been traveling a lot. Literally. We just need a place to rest real quick. And she was like, yeah, that's fine. Here. You always have it here. You always have the space here. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Yeah. And so we took that.
And she literally was like, but at that point, when I told her that, she was like, you're disrespectful, blah, blah, you know, just going off like about disrespect. And it was frustrating because she was getting louder and louder and louder and loud, like my episodes, just getting louder and louder and louder and louder. And I was like trying to talk to her and I was talking to her like this and a little bit more, you know, and then at one point I was like, she can't even hear me. She's literally yelling so loud, she can't even hear me. And then she started talking about Bella and I was like, where's this going? And they started saying, they're disrespectful. They're being away. They're locked up in that room. They don't want to see us. That's bullshit. Like, he's just going off. And I was like, okay, at this point, and this always happens to me, is like, I get to the point where I have to defend the people that actually are around me because the adults in my life try to make it something else. And with Bella, I was like, no, like, you're not talking about them this way. So, I was like, I need you to stop. Like, I need you to stop. And Adrian, my mom's husband, was there. He's just sitting there not doing anything this entire time. And then I just finally had to say, like, shut the fuck up, like that. And she stopped. She jumped off the couch. She squared up to me, chest down. She was like, this is my fucking house. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? She came up to me and went, bah, fucking smacked me across the face with her palm. I was like, holy shit. And then she pushed me into the kitchen, and Adrian's still just sitting there. I took my glasses off because I was like, I'm not going to hit my mom. This is like totally a trap. And then she fucking boxed me again. And then finally Adrian came back and grabbed her and moved her out of the room. And she's fucking foaming at the mouth, like freaking out. And she's saying crazy shit like, fuck your girlfriend. She can go back to her fucking trailer where she fucking came from. Like, crazy shit.
She's going back, and Adrian's keeping her away from Jamie, but she's going back and forth through the living room to Abby's door, yelling all these things, like pacing around the house, having an episode.
Helicoptering me as I'm like, hey, I'm gonna leave them. And so I'm there. My aunt went in to help them, and I'm packing up the bag, and my mom's literally over me, screaming at me like, I hope that you blah blah blah. And then she's like, you get the fuck out. And I'm like, okay, I'm going. Like, I'm literally going. I'm just staying down here.
She was like, it's snowy over there.
Yeah.
Hopefully you don't crash.
Yeah, there's a ton of black ice up there. You know how dangerous it is. Hopefully you don't crash. Like, hopefully you don't blah blah. Like, literally being like, hey, you get the fuck out of here, and I know it's dangerous for you to leave right now, and I hope you don't die. That was the sentiment. That is almost exactly how she said it too.
In between that, while they were in the kitchen, Jamie had taken their food out, and that's why they were in the kitchen and around around Elka. In the first place. While they had done that, I was like, I can't be in here anymore. Like, this is not an okay space for me, and I don't think that both of us are safe. Yeah. And so when Jamie had went on their walk, Elka had already started to get loud, and I had texted my best friend and asked them, because they were at their friend's house, their friend's aunt's house, and I was like, I know you really wanted your space, and I'm so sorry to even ask you this, but can we please just stay over there? Like, even if we're parked outside sleeping in the car, like, we just need a place to go. And Jamie's having a lot of emotions, I'm having a lot of emotions. I'm
having a mental breakdown because I've lived with this my entire life. Yeah, and I can't believe she's doing this right now.
Yeah, and now they're upset because it's influencing me, and they were upset that Elka would physically.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on a second. Let's put a pause there, because we did have a conversation with Elka before, because she came to the cabin in October. That was the first time you met her. She got drunk then too, and she let slip to Bella that the story I had been inundated with, and the one I'd been propagating to everyone about how I was related to my father and what our history was, Chester, how it was a lie. Because the story I was told was that at 8 years old, he found out about me through happenstance, and that he had showed up and been the perfect dad and paid all the bills and was there for me and all this. And the truth is that I asked for my dad at 6.5 years old. I didn't know I had a dad. And he did not show up right away. He came a year later, because he was touring Hybrid Theory. And he came when it was over. And that's the truth. And she's sitting there drunk telling Bella, oh, well, Chester was like always there. And what? Did you just say Chester was always there? What do you mean? Because last time I checked, I didn't know him until I was 8. And that was something she didn't address. She didn't even know she said. And I had to deal with that personally. So by the time that this comes around, I can say his name. Xander, my cousin, my 14-year-old cousin, had died by suicide in the house that I grew up in when my mom had to give me up because of her methamphetamine dependency. And then we're doing this Thanksgiving trip, and here she is, just only, a month later, boxing me in the kitchen, calling out my partner, using every bit of information I shared with them about my partner um, against them for no reason other than she just happens to be. Well, I don't want to say it for her because I don't really know, but whatever it was that she was being, whatever she was going through, and it was really serious. Sorry, I forgot about that part. That part's hella important.
Yeah, I had totally forgot about us meeting in October.
Yeah.
And that.
Here.
Yeah, that we had met. Sorry, I was trying to count the months. That we had met at that time, and even then, like when Jamie was talking about how they met Chester and how much Chester was in their life, and she stopped them to be like, "What are you talking about? That's not how it went, Bella. This is how it went." Like addressed me to tell me how it went, and Jamie immediately was like, "Wait, what do you mean? That's not what you told me." She was like, "Yeah, I know, like acknowledging it, like." Yeah, but this is what happened. And we were just like, oh my gosh. And it kind of put a stop on the night. And Jamie was having a lot of feelings. And we're like, we need to go lay down. And she went to one room and we went to the other. And Jamie proceeded to just like cry.
I just cried all night.
Devastated. We stayed up so long, them just me like holding them and listening to how that was impacting them. And these walls are so thin. Like, it's hard to imagine she wasn't sitting there listening to them weep about this thing that they just found out, about this information that was withheld or changed and modified for whatever reason, we don't know. And that was really hard, like just laying there being like, they're in the house with us.
Yeah.
They just caused this person such pain, and they're not even making an effort to come say anything, to come acknowledge the feelings that are being had.
And my mom also had a really big victim blaming complex. Like she'd be like, every time so when I was a kid, I used to say a lot. I said this in my Instagram lives as well. Like I'm a truth teller. So when I would be like, no, this isn't okay, or no, this is happening and it needs to change, or hey, why, what is this? I would be told like, I'm the victim. They would be telling me like, you play the victim so much, it's not even funny. Like they would literally gaslight me into forgetting everything. So the reason this was so painful for me, the same way that the November incident on the Thanksgiving trip was so impactful for me, is because I was shut down, reduced, belittled consistently throughout my entire life for being crazy or emotional or manic or delusional, when literally everything I had been saying, it was true. And I didn't even recognize that truth until like, a year or two ago, where I was like, oh shit, no, everything that I went through that I said was actually happening, they told me wasn't, it really was happening. Yeah. It really was like that. Whoa, what else don't I remember? And that's part of the thing where I ask questions and nobody helped me out, because Elka would say things like, that's my life, not yours. Okay, well, so.
I believe you asked about it at that time. You asked her why she lied.
Yes,
and I think that was the reply, that like, well, it's my story and I don't want to tell it. Yeah. Or
no. I know what it was. It was a complex she has where she goes, I just want you to have your own relationship with this person without you being affected by their past actions. Mm-hmm. So instead of allowing me to remember that I asked for my father, that I didn't have one, and that it took a long time for him to come into my life, and that it was actually a very aggressive integration for the entirety of our relationship, all my parents chose to create a narrative that made it easier for me to be emotionally and mentally stable, I guess you could call it. Like, but it didn't. It made things really, really bad, which is why by the time that I met them, when I said earlier, like we got to Talinda's house, I was like, I couldn't remember certain things about the experience, and they had to tell me later because I was dissociative and unconscious on such a deep and complex level, nuanced level, like, or in a nuanced way, like I couldn't even perceive it. So right when I met this one, everybody fell apart. Everybody started saying and doing things that are absolutely absurd.
Well, I mean, you could acknowledge that they were absurd because you had someone to validate that they were absurd.
Right.
Otherwise, you would have been told by the others, no, that's fine.
Like, otherwise, I'd have no idea of actually knowing.
And then just being like, oh, okay, then it's okay. Yeah. You know? like falling into that mentality, because that's all the people are telling and talking around you.
Yeah.
Like, you would feel crazy to be like, wait, no, really, that's not okay, because everyone's like, it's fine. No, it's fine.
Or if I said it was not okay loud enough, like Glimpse was saying earlier,
Yeah.
I was upset about a lot of things. I was calling them out. We'd be like, "Whoa, that happened to me." You know, like that kind of exchange, because you know they're a really good mirror for me in that way, because of the fact that I would say these things and then be like viciously attacked to the point where I no longer had a self at all, and for whatever reason, there was like a need to silence me on certain things, and that was part of my self discovery. But that this all started to like unwind right immediately. I mean, September, October, November.
Like,
and we aren't even at December yet. December things really fucking unfolded because.
Or like, even if, you know, like you have a certain thought, like, oh, wait, let me not share these things with this person because they're already going through a lot and maybe it would just harm them more. But then if you see it not working and this person is getting worse, you say you see them getting worse, a mental decline, then why wouldn't we come out and be like, hey, you know what? That was something different. And anyways, that gets into a whole different thing.
Yeah.
We're in fucking Thanksgiving, no?
Yeah, we had just
had
talked about leaving the house and coming back.
Yeah. As we're leaving, like, I'm sobbing, and the person had told us that we could go to their house and stay there for the night, which is very nice. So I was packing up all my stuff, and by the time that their aunt had come into the room to help me, she was like, you guys should just go. Like, I was like, I already found us a place to go, and my stuff is packed up. Like, she was like, okay, like, I'm gonna just walk you out. Like, she helped me put together the last couple things and walked us out, and Elka's on the corner still yelling at us.
Yeah.
And we get in the car, and
you can hear her at any point in the house, and like from anywhere in the house, and also with the doors closed, and she's like chasing us out of the house, like banshee style, like just. And it's like, whoa.
Jamie's really upset for even putting me in the position, and really upset. And I'm trying to console Jamie. Like, I'm upset because of the things that were being said, of how Jamie was being treated, and like, there was this whole thing of like, oh wow, like Elga's whole thing of like, oh wow, see, they're not even coming out and helping you. See, like, they're leaving you out here. Like, look what I just did to you, and they're not even here to defend you. Like, da da da. And we're like, why would I add into the fire? Like, it's not gonna
their
be,
place.
Yeah, it's not gonna be beneficial.
Why would that
be
their
responsibility? Do anything. We're just gonna go. And that's what we did. And we were trying to drive to the place, but oh no. Yeah, we were trying to drive to the place, but Jamie, like, the further we got, the more it was hitting them what was going on, and like certain traumas from their past were being brought back up, and they could see things differently. And we had to pull over into, I think it was like a Barnes and Noble parking lot,
something like that. Yeah, it was a parking lot for sure.
Yeah, we were in a parking lot, and Jamie was just like crying, and
I called to Linda.
Oh yeah,
that's the first thing I did. I said, totally I'm gonna call T. Hold on a second. I called T, and she said, I can't believe. I told her everything, and she said, I can't believe that happened to you. I'm so sorry. And then she said, I want you to know I would never do that to you, ever. I will always have space for you. I will never talk to you like that. I'll never treat you like that, Bella. I'm so sorry you went through that. Do you need anything?
Oh yeah, when I had met them in the Thanksgiving trip, on the Thanksgiving trip, before we left, they were like, I see so much of myself in you. Like, you're coming into this from this place, and I also like came in with these. I shared some of my things I went through as a child with them, and we were relating, and they were like, this is gonna be probably really hard and probably a real shell shock, and there are people out there who will try and hurt you emotionally and physically, and that's why they were like, we want to help you guys because it's gonna be a lot, you know. And she was just relating, like, hey, I came from that place too, I see you, and I want to be there to help. So when we went to Elka's and that happened, that reinforced that. She was even more in that, like, oh my god, that's ridiculous. Like, I had to deal with these kind of interactions as well, and nobody should treat you guys that way. That's horrible. And we sat there a little bit more and just let Jamie feel their feelings.
I mean, I couldn't drive.
Yeah.
Like when I was in the house, I was like this. I was just picking things up, really quiet. In the car, I was just fucking waterfalls. I couldn't stop crying. I couldn't stop like shaking. Total fight or flight PTSD response, which I didn't know what that was at the time. I didn't even know I didn't even know I suffered from things like that. I just genuinely thought that's the way people felt. I thought that's the way they experienced things.
You know what I remembered? Is that I said the 26th because that's the time that you told me first I love you, and then I told you on the 28th that I love you, and Jamie just started bawling, like, and they're like, I was like, after so long, like, I was like, oh yeah, I love you, and then they just started crying, and they weren't able to speak anything. I was sitting there, and
this is all real.
Oh, we met Dane in between.
Yeah.
And your sisters.
Yeah, because they were there, I think. Or no, they were separate?
No. On the when I told you I love you, we had went to go meet Dane
we went to go see Josh and Prescott.
We said this was gonna be so scattered because like it's been 4 years and so much has happened. Like, so
let's roll it back to the I love you thing because they're saying the truth. It's really important that we understand here how that came out because I literally almost said it. Like, I was like, I love... And they were like, what? And I was like, oh, nothing, don't worry about it. Literally like that. That's not an exaggeration. And then for like an hour, they were like, I think you were going to say something. You're all right? Like, what the hell is that?
No,
like, you say things.
No, not even that. Like, Jamie was sitting... We were watching a movie or something.
Was I just blacked out?
And we were like doing something, and Jamie was like, and then they're like, and they like curled up into a ball and like hid underneath the blankets and was like kind of fidgety and like really anxious. Like I could feel their anxiety. And so I was like, what are you saying? You can say what you're trying to say. You can express your feeling. It's okay. And finally they were like, fine, I love you. That's what I was saying. That's just how I feel. I don't care. You know, like, I know I only known you for this long, but I just feel that way. And I was like, okay, that's fine.
I said, I'll say this to you, but you don't have to say it back. You can totally take it and leave it, like, whatever. But like, I was so isolated and so lonely at that time. A lot of people don't know that. I looked like I was doing things, but I was alone like 99% of the time. So like, my entire Instagram is literally a record of loneliness and isolation and psychosis and neurosis. And nobody knows that. My family thought I was just thriving, which tells you a lot. And so when I had said it to them, I was like, I don't tell people this. And it's not that I won't, it's that people don't reciprocate it. So like, I'm going to tell you, if I tell you, I'm just telling you to tell you, you don't have to take it. You don't have to love me back. You don't have to say those things. And they didn't. They did not say it back. And I was just sitting there like, whoo, maybe fucking
I'm glad you shared that. Thank you. But then we went to go meet Dane, and that was a whole thing. I met Abby for the first time. I met Devin for the first time, and Valerie.
Yeah.
And then we went off and we were gonna go camp somewhere that was packed.
Well, I had actually driven up with a blow-up doll in my passenger seat buckled in. I called it Bella, or I called it Peyton, which was awkward because I forgot that my first girlfriend ever's name was Peyton, and I realized that later. And they were like, "You named it. You named the doll that's supposed to represent me after your first girlfriend. That's very interesting." And I was like, I had no idea, dude. I'm so sorry. Like, not sorry. It's not bad, but it's like, it's just a name. But like, I did not know it had that association for me. So when I pulled up, Dane literally came up to the car and he rolled down the window and I was like, "Hey man, how's it going?" And they were like, "Hey," and I was just like, "This is Bella."
Yeah, because everyone kept like having this inside joke that I wasn't real, and
That's true.
So we had met Dane first, and then I met Elka, and then the
That was before?
Yeah.
That was all the way before?
Yeah, it was.
Whoa.
It was Dane, Elka, the funeral, then Thanksgiving, and so that was the first person we were meeting, and Jamie had a certain comedy with them, and I didn't want to impede that. They were like, "I think it'd be so funny to put this blow up doll because everyone's telling me you're not real, and I'm just making you up," and I was like, "You do what you want. I'll play in your game." And so we set it up right before Dane came out, and then I popped out the back of the car.
I didn't drive there the whole time with the blow up doll in the front seat.
Yeah, I was like, no, the fuck you didn't. But I was like, I am real. I'm here. And then we went out to camp on our own, and we had such a hard time finding a spot. We drove for so long, and we were just going over again, talking, filling out their emotions because a lot of emotions were being had. And
yeah, it was the time.
We finally got there, and we laid down, and I had told them, I love you too. And they just started bawling, and they didn't say anything.
PTSD type waterfall.
Yeah.
Almost the same level of energy as like when my mom kicked us out of our house.
Yeah. And they're like, way later, like an hour maybe, like it felt like 2 hours just sitting there like,
it was a long
I'm
time.
letting you have your emotions, and you know, consoling them, holding them, saying it's okay, that they can't just sit there and cry. And they were just sitting there crying, and they're at the end of it, they're like, I'm so sorry, I didn't say anything, I haven't cried since my dad died, even before then, like I didn't cry for that. And it feels so weird to hear someone say that back to me and know they mean it in a way that I need it to be meant. Because of course everyone's like, oh, love you, Jamie, love you.
Everybody loves
me.
But
like when it comes time to putting in the work, to holding space for Jamie and acknowledging them, that wasn't able to be done. And so the love did feel a type of way for Jamie, regardless of that, if that was the intent. It didn't come across that way because the actions weren't there. It was simply words, and that hurts. And they were just acknowledging that, and they're like, wow, this is so crazy, like to be loved by someone in the way I know they're loving me and the way that I want to be loved. Like that's crazy. It's just released this whole thing for me.
It's not real.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it was already really late at that time, and we were gonna go, I don't remember, something was happening, and we're like, let's just go back home right now.
We couldn't find a real spot. We literally parked because it was like corridor that was just filled up, and we just like, parked for a second. We were like, we're tired, man. We just drove all the way to Prescott, and then we're here late. Like we drove out to Sunset Point. Like let's take a camping trip, and then it just didn't happen, and so we drove back. But
yeah, on our way back, Jamie had to hold my hand so fucking tight because they were scared that like once we got back to Sedona that it would be real, that I was fake.
No, worse. It's worse than that.
Well, the whole time going back.
When I was probably like 4 or 5 years old, I realized that this life sucks so bad that I can't dream of things anymore, really. It has to just be here because, you know, dreams can be like unlimited potential, you know, and they can also be reflections of the potential that you're experiencing. So it was hard for me to go into these dream spaces and experience these extremely vivid, you know, conscious, expansive kind of things and experience real life there and then come back here and still be here in pain. So I call it the only dream psychosis. There's only one dream that can be had. It can only be this one. And so as life went on, I forgot about it. Like I forgot about a couple of other things about myself, and they persisted regardless. And so when we were driving out of the forest, to have someone tell me they love me like that and to see me like that and truly hold me like that, I held their hand and I said, I don't know how to tell you this because I don't really understand it myself yet because I don't really know where it's coming from at this time. But like when we cross the boundary line of this forest, you're going to disappear. Like you're not going to be here anymore because you're not real. But you are. I know you're real, but you're not real. For me, in my mind, in my experience. So I was white knuckling.
Or like something was telling you that, you know, you're
like, it was the trauma,
impulsive
right?
kind of thought.
It's like waking up in a dream. It's like the more lucid you become, there's a point where you pierce the veil where you become so conscious that the thing around you becomes like aggressive and it tries to knock you out of that, and all of a sudden you're like, Poof! All right, I'm here. Lucid dreaming, activate. And it felt like that. It felt like I was reaching the mirror wall and it was becoming more intense. Like I was pressing through this membrane, and the second I pressed through it, this one wasn't coming with me. And I had to explain it. And it was hard. And I'm like sitting there trying not to like freak out the entire time. And guess what? They're still here. They're still here. How cool is that?
So cool.
It's very cool. I love you very much.
What do you call it? So yeah, we're back at Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we come home. And
then we're back
basically,
home.
I'm working on 320 Festival. You go back to school. It's about your winter break, and then the wedding thing comes along. And so I'm back and forth between California and your place. Literally, I don't want to be there, but Talinda's getting married, and I wanted to be around the kids, and I stepped in as their father figure. So I had to, man. Well, I guess I can't say any of that. I don't know. I can fucking say it. Fuck you. It's my life. I literally did. I'm sorry, that was really aggressive, but it's
No.
true. That's part of the story. Like
that
I
I
did.
am telling
Well,
for myself.
oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Yes.
Well.
That's what we're here for.
Okay. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, I get amped up about it because it's irritating. So
yeah.
My apologies.
It is also a thing of there is a legally
I
binding.
know. That's what I said. I took
anything.
it. I know,
I'm talking about my personal experience.
I know. I'm sorry.
Anyways, like we said, like it's hard, the decision to even be here and talk about it.
Yeah.
And for me, only me was supposed to be talking about my interaction with it. It's hard to sit here and do that knowing anything can happen because of our fear. Like, let's say in between the time of the cease and desist, something happens to us, then our story's never told. Then no one actually understands what's going on. We don't get to be heard ever, validated, and seen. We just another one to add to the 27 club, at least for Jamie. And it's so sad and frightening that that is a circumstance. But it is, like, there was no choice to, oh, we could come here and say things, or we could wait till the trial, like, because the law isn't always fucking good, okay, and willing to be there. So, like, there was no choice. It was, I need to say my piece for myself, me.
Thank you for catching me.
And again, whatever comes of it, and however people perceive it. There's no way that we can do even more to help people see that we're not doing the things in this fucking domestic whatever thing, and we're not those people. Like, there's no more we can verbalize that in different ways to these people because they will not see it in that way, and they have the funds and means to silence us forever. And I can't live like that. So we are here, we are taking the consequences of me even making peace for myself. Ultimately, both of us, because it will help me in my mental capacity, which then will help Jamie, which then will help us be okay. But it is that. So we get back from Thanksgiving, and it's my break finally in between classes, and Jamie's supposed to be going back and forth from California and here to see me, and also they have to be over there because that's where they live, and they had things to finish up over there, and we would talk in between. Everything's good, chill. Talinda's checking up in between. Jamie tells Talinda that they, I don't know if that's after December, so I'm just gonna go to December first. December rolls around, and December was T's wedding, and T said I could go, but that I would have to pay for myself. And I didn't have money for that. And Jamie didn't have money to take me as much as they wanted to and needed the emotional support. We didn't have the funds to do that. And so I was just constantly on FaceTime to be there for them. And a lot of things are being said and done while they're there that are throwing flags at me, like, that's not cool. I don't like that they're saying that. It's really hard to not comment on these things and hold space because I don't know the level of grief they're at. I don't know what's going on over there, truly, or what has happened. I wasn't part of the family. I know that. I know I don't know. And I'm trying to hold space for it. And Jamie goes to the wedding and they're having feelings on it. And well, Jamie tells me that before the wedding, they told to Linda, I'm having feelings about this and I don't think that this should happen. They texted to Linda, or they had told them before, and they were like, oh, well, you know, I have to move on kind of thing. And, or they were trying to get to know, what's his name, Mike? They were trying to get to know Mike on their own.
Michael.
And stuff like that, trying to be okay. And they said that they just couldn't. They were laying there one night and it was building up. And they were like, I have to text them. And they were like, can I talk to you about this, please? I don't remember when this was.
It was in December.
It was in December while they were at the house before the wedding. They were like, can I please talk to you about this? And from what Jamie has told me, that T woke them up when she was sitting at the edge of the seat that Jamie was sleeping on. And she woke mattress. And she woke them up to be like, what do you want to talk about? You know? And they were like, I don't think that this should happen. Like, it's really emotionally triggering. Like, I'm having a lot of feelings on it. It's really emotionally triggering because you're getting married at this time and in the space that we last had our family vacation with Chester. And, you know, this is a big thing for us. And it just all feels like a lot. She was like, what Jamie has told me they said was, or the sentiment that they had said was like, you know, it's my life. I get to do what I want. It's been 2 years. Y'all got to get with it. I don't care if people have feelings about it. I'm going to do what I want. This is my wedding. And that's it. And Jamie's, okay. And then the wedding happens. Everyone's supposed to be ready in the morning. By the time Jamie arrived, all the bags were going to be packed. Jamie was just supposed to be going to a wedding, not being accountable for all these other things. When they show up, the kids aren't packed. The kids aren't ready to go. Talinda had taken certain medication that she could not help get the kids ready, and that she couldn't remember what was going on. She didn't know where they were going and what was happening at some points. You know, pain medications for some things that were going on. I don't know other medications, but I do know that there was pain medication, so I don't know what those do to you or if that causes that kind of I don't know what the side effects are of those medications and if that it would align, but that was happening. Jamie was having a lot of emotions and messaging me like, this is really weird. This is so weird. I was just supposed to come and be a part of this wedding, and now I'm having to get my sisters ready. I'm having to we're having them and the nanny.
No, it was Amanda and Heather.
Okay.
Well,
they were all getting the kids ready, giving them breakfast, everything, supporting Talinda, helping her, like, hey, we're going to your wedding, you know, like, we're going to the airport, it's all right. And they all got on the plane, they all arrived, and everyone's doing their thing. They're trying to be okay. Jamie's like, okay, it's happening then it's all right. I guess at some point Talinda had fallen asleep. in the room, and everyone was hanging out in the lobby or wherever they were, and Michael came down to hang out with them. And Jamie was talking to Michael, and Talinda came down.
It was the night before the wedding.
Oh, the night before the wedding, yeah. The night before the wedding, Michael had come down to talk to the family because the family was gathered and Talinda was sleeping. And then Talinda comes over and gets very upset with Michael. And is like, why would you leave me? Why would you do that to me? I'm calling off this wedding. This is not happening. And he's like, I gotta go handle this. So they leave. And Jamie comes and tells me what's happening. They're like, I don't know what's going on. Why is this even an option? You know, like, you're going to put us through all this trauma to bring us back on this day to this place. And then the night before, call off the wedding because Michael came down to talk to us. Like, they're like, this is so odd for me. And I'm having a lot of feelings about it. I'm being very triggered. And Talinda put them in a room.
I hadn't actually known that that's what she said to him. She pulled him by the ear and was like ripping him out of the situation and ripped him up to the room, and he didn't come back.
I'm giving my perspective based on the information I knew after.
Okay. All right. I just don't want those to be used against you. I'm sorry.
I know, but I've already acknowledged I can only talk on what I know.
Yeah.
I can only talk on where I'm at, and I'm only speaking on my perception of this.
Yeah.
I'm not saying these are facts. I'm not saying this is exactly what happened and these are people's intentions and whatever. No, I'm clarifying.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
I'm only speaking from my perception because we don't get to have that told. That's not a luxury we have enough money to afford. Yeah. Anyways.
Sorry, I'm being defensive for you. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I know.
Or
but let's not put yourself in a deeper hole here, yeah?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. That was happening. And Talinda had put Jamie in a 1-bedroom room with Isaiah. And Jamie and Isaiah, from what Jamie had told me, already have their differences. And Isaiah had already threatened Jamie. And they know that they butt heads. They know that everyone struggles with certain levels of trauma in the family. And they put Jamie and Isaiah together in a 1-bedroom thing when Jamie just said they were feeling very bad about it and having a lot of feelings about things. Which is crazy to me. And the wedding happens. Jamie's feeling really optimistic, and I love that. They're texting me like, wow, this is so different than I thought it was going to be. You know, like, that maybe just happened last night, you know, like, it's scary to get married, you're having a lot of feelings, or, you know, you just been displaced, you were on, you're having medications for your pains, and it might be scary to be left alone in your room, and we're trying to understand the place, like, whatever, that's behind us. They're married and it's going good. Like, the ceremony's so fun, and they were sending me pictures and all this and that. Everything's fine. And at the end of the night, Jamie was like, hey, Isaiah just messaged me that he's gonna take a girl back to their room, and honestly, I really wish they weren't. We're sharing a bed, and it's really hard for me because he's been texting his girlfriend the whole time, saying how much he loves her and how much this and that. And now he's bringing a girl to the room. And I feel like a sense of responsibility, you know, like, what, like, I'm enabling this kind of thing. And they're like, I don't know, I'm having a lot of feelings on it, but, you know, like, the night's going good, and I don't want to make anything bad, so I'm just letting him do that. I told him I'm gonna go get my charger and my AirPods, and then I want to FaceTime you, just so we can talk for some time. I was like, yeah, for sure. And I didn't hear back from Jamie for a while. And the next time I do, Jamie is telling me that while they were trying to get their AirPods and charger, Isaiah had already made it to the room. And Isaiah was already starting to engage with the person they had brought back, which was the daughter of the founder of 320, who know Given Hour, the founder of Given Hour, who knew that Isaiah had a partner and knew that they were going to hook up. She gave the go-ahead. Well, it was told to us that she knew. I don't know what was actually known, but it was told to us that they were given the clear to do so. And so when Jamie got to the door, Isaiah was very upset with Jamie and did not want to open the door. And Jamie was like, no, I told you I was coming here. Just give me my things. Like, it'll be so fast. Escalated. Definitely, traumas were invoked. You know, certain responses were invoked. And Isaiah's coming, closing the door, opening the door a little more naked. Closing the door, opening the door a little bit more naked. Yelling at Jamie about how much they're this, that, and the third. Telling Jamie they're just jealous and whatever. And Tyler is in the room across from Jamie's room. And he comes out. And he's like, what's going on? And Jamie was like, look it, you're doing this in front of them. These are our younger siblings. Like, you're acting this way, you're talking to me this way, and you're talking about the person in that room. Like, they were like, I just want to fuck this bitch. Like, just let me fuck this bitch. Like, it doesn't even fucking matter. And like, Jamie was like, you can't talk about women like that in front of our younger brother. That is not okay. Like, you're literally standing here holding a pillow over your fucking privates. Like, yelling at me instead of just letting me get my charger and AirPods. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, don't, our brother's here. And he's like, fuck him, I was here first, it doesn't matter. And I don't remember the exact details of what was said, but Tyler leaves, and later we find out he went to Talinda's room, and Talinda told him, just stay here. Tyler told Talinda what was going on, that Isaiah was threatening Jamie. It was threatening Jamie and talking the way that they were talking. And Talinda was like, they'll be fine. Just stay in the room. It's okay. And Jamie was left to handle themselves and Isaiah. Jamie at some point had gotten in the room. There's more to it, of course, but Jamie at some point had gotten in the room and went to get the AirPods. And I'm pretty sure you can add info here. You're just helping me.
Which info?
Remember this. What, like, he's yelling at you outside and you just moved yourself in?
I was in, my uncle had helped me get him out. He had strangled me.
No, I'm saying, like, leading up to that, like, you just put yourself in the room.
No, I had called my cousin to ask for help, and then I called my uncle because my cousin wasn't showing up, and then I said, I'm going to go in alone. I know he's going to hurt me. I need someone to help me, and he did help me.
Yeah.
And that's when Isaiah attacked me, and then he got kicked out, and then he was gone for a while.
Yeah.
And he said he was going to come back in, and he forcibly brought a locksmith up.
The uncle had helped Jamie into the room.
Yeah.
As Jamie was getting their AirPods and charger, Isaiah went up to them and started choking them. And the uncle got Isaiah off and had Isaiah go on a walk. And the girl in between the time was like, oh my God, Jamie, why are you acting like this? Oh my God, like, just leave us alone. Like, get out of here. Like, it's so backwards to me. Jamie's being made to seem so crazy while this is going on, and Isaiah's physically now abusing Jamie, and Jamie's being told that they should just leave and they should know how to handle themselves. Again, like, I don't know that I would have persisted for my charger or headphones, but there's no need for the fucking choking out, or just, you know, like, then get the fucking headphones. Like,
It's a long history
and
with us.
yeah. And they go on their walk, and I'm on the phone with Jamie now, and they're telling me what Isaiah did. And people are coming in and out and being like, well, Jamie, you know, why'd you have to do that to Isaiah? Like, why can't you just let him be? And they're like, literally, you guys, there's nothing else you guys are gonna say? Like, this is really what we're gonna stick to? He just choked me out. He just physically assaulted me for what? Like, I was just about to leave. And Jamie, in response, I have to say this because later Isaiah would be like, no, you assaulted me, see? Because when Isaiah was choking Jamie has small arms and small hands. And Isaiah does not. So Isaiah's arms span to choke them very long. Jamie's not so much. So when Jamie's trying to get Isaiah off, they like get to scratch him on the neck. And Isaiah would later be like, see, you did this to me, and that's why I did that. And it's like, Jamie afterwards, because there's more. Okay, anyways, back to where we were. Isaiah's taking a walk, Jamie's in the room. People are coming in and out of the room to like be like, oh, you good, Jamie? Like making jokes and whatever, but also being like, oh, why you do this? Why are you guys like this? Like, you guys are so this or that. And it's like, what do you mean? Like, just again, people not acknowledging what's actually going on and providing help to the person who needs it. And I'm on the call and I'm listening to all this, and it's very hard to hear. It's very hard not to be there. And or to see everyone speaking to them away and seeing emotionally how it's impacting them. And in between the time Isaiah decides, everyone leaves, and in between the time Isaiah decides that it's time to come back to the room, and he's knocking on the door while I'm talking to Jamie. He's like, just let me in, like, I just want to go to sleep, that's it. And Jamie's like, you literally choked me out, like, you're not sleeping in this room, like, just go ask someone else if you can sleep in their room, because I don't feel safe with you in here with me at all, you're not coming in. And he's getting more upset, and they go and get a security guard to come unlock the door, and the security guard unlocks the door. And at that point, Isaiah's like, yeah, you need to get the fuck out now. Like, you're gonna go. And I'm still on video call. And Isaiah is now like, they're pushing Jamie and being physical, throwing Jamie into the walls and stuff. And I was like, what is going on? Hello? Like, just, I was trying to tell Jamie, just go. Just leave the room and just go. And Jamie was like, hold on, I gotta deal with this. And they turned the FaceTime off. And that was a scary time. I don't know what's going on in that room. And I get a call after where they tell me that what proceeded to happen was them being thrown around and choked out again. And they ended up being in a situation, they were thrown on the bed and Isaiah was over them. And like, it just really hit Jamie. They're like, no, like, what is going on? Like look at yourself, please. Like, what is going on, you know? And Isaiah got off. And is that when you left the room, babe?
Yeah.
And
That's
Jamie
nice that I
left.
just leave.
Yeah. Like that. No. What could have happened? No. So Jamie left and went to the lobby. And I stayed with them on call in the lobby. And Alyssa had come in between the time that Isaiah was gone. And she was telling Jamie, like, oh my God, why are you doing this, Jamie? Isaiah called me. Why do you have to be this way? Like, you're so annoying. Like, you always start something. And Jamie's like, he literally attacked me. We agreed that I could come get my things, and then he didn't want to let me come do it. And then he was yelling at me in the middle of the hallway, coming out naked, and then told our brother this thing. That is not all that happened. And she was like, oh, well, you know, like, we're leaving at this time in the morning for our airplane. So if you want my room after I leave, you can go in there. And so Jamie, Isaiah ended up having the room, sleeping through the night, waking up and going four-wheeling with everyone in the morning. No one had anything to say about it. Alyssa texted Jamie, hey, I left for the airport so you can go into my room. And so Jamie left the lobby and went into the room. And they proceeded to stay there for the next couple of days, right? There was like 2 days.
2 days.
Yeah, for the next 2 days, they did not leave the room because Isaiah said, if I ever see you anywhere, when we get back home, I will kill you. If you don't try to talk to me, don't even look at me, be in my vicinity, I will kill you. And so why would Jamie leave the room? That's crazy. So Jamie and I stayed on the FaceTime for 2 days of them just sitting in the room by themselves while Isaiah and everyone else went on and did the whole wedding itinerary on their own. Being like, Jamie, you could come, you know, like, you're being so, like, you're taking it so seriously, you could just go.
No, nobody asked me.
No, about the four-wheeler thing. That they were like, well, you could have went.
Yeah, I didn't have the money either.
Yeah.
She had us pay for it.
Yeah, everyone had to pay for the things. Everyone had to pay for anything that they were going to be involved in. So Jamie didn't have the funds. They can't do that. And Isaiah's there, who just said they would kill them if they ever saw them again. So, you know, maybe Jamie wouldn't leave the room. In between the time that Jamie was in there for 2 days, only 2 people went to go see them. Which was
Amanda and Heather.
Amanda and Heather.
I think it was Heather.
Maybe.
I think it was both of them. I might be wrong, but I think
anyways, 2 people went to go see them in between the time. One of them brought them some food, and the other like, hey, just checking in. You good? Okay. And left. Not those words exactly, but you know, the sentiment of just like, you good? Okay, you're gonna tell me a little bit what happened? That sucks. Okay, bye. Kind of thing. And Jamie, in between that time, in those 2 days, we talked it out, and I talked to my roommate, and my sister had just left. I'm going through my own things, my own personal life, my own traumas, and also these things. And my sister had just left the house. So we had another, I needed someone to help pay the rent. And we had the space. And I was like, all right, you know, let me go ask if this is going to be okay. You can come live over here. Like, they wanted to make the cabin an Airbnb, so that wasn't going to be an option to be living in because they wanted to, you know, get some money so they can start helping themselves mentally, take it more serious. And they were going to be living in California, and we were going to do long distance. When I had said that they asked me to date them, and I said no, I had specified why. And part of that was my mental process, and that like, if my condition was we would be long term or long distance. We would be long distance relationship. But then December came around, and Jamie was like, I literally, like, I can't stay here. Like, I need to leave. And like, what would you think if I wanted to just live in Arizona? Like, if I just went and lived over there? And I was like, that would be totally fine. And they're like, I can't pay for my stuff at my cabin, and that's like, I would have to stay with you. I said, that's totally fine. I talked to my roommate, we figured it out, and the next day Jamie landed in California again. They went to that house, they packed up some clothes, and they went to Flagstaff. And they stayed with me from then on. I took them in and paid for the housing, paid for our food, paid for travels, and because that just wasn't gonna happen. Nobody's saying anything. Nobody's acknowledging the physical abuse that's going on in so many aspects to fucking Jamie. And no. I saw they needed the space, and I had space to provide. And they came to stay with me for a while. And they messaged Linda and they said, I don't remember, but like, I'm... No. They were just Jamie had made it clear, like, I'm not talking to anyone. They need to reach out to me because that was not okay. Like, no one's saying anything to me. And I think that it went until around January, yeah. Like, that towards the end of January. That Jamie reached out and they were like, you know, I haven't been talking to people and I haven't been in everyone's lives. And
specifically to Linda.
Yes, to Linda. Messaged them to say, you know, I'm sorry I just disappeared like that. I haven't been talking to everyone, but something happened at your wedding that I don't know if you know. And it was very serious. And I was waiting for you to reach out, but you know, I don't know if you know this happened, so I wanted to let you know. And they had a phone call where Jamie told Talinda what happened with Isaiah. And Talinda was like, oh, I know. Yeah, that night when Tyler left their room, they went to me and they told me what was going on. But you know, you guys always, you know, are this way, and it's my wedding night, so you know, it would just work itself out, kind of thing. And we're like, what? You knew this whole time what was going on? You didn't check on Jamie at all in between? You didn't come check on them in the room, see if they're okay? Jamie showed up to my house with so many bruises on their neck and they couldn't breathe or talk for so long. And so to hear, I know, I didn't reach out. Yeah. Like, what the fuck? And Jamie was like, that's not okay. That is not okay. And they had a long conversation. Talinda, in that conversation, acknowledged that through Jamie's childhood, they would get Jamie to shut up. And they would treat Jamie away because Jamie was easier to deal with than other people. Jamie could be told, oh, that's not real, that didn't happen. And they, like, Jamie would be the one to bring up something like, this is going on, I'm seeing this pattern, this is not okay, like, what's even happening? Like, I'm hearing this here and then I'm hearing this here. And then to get everyone to stop thinking about it and for Jamie to stop talking about it, they would just go to Jamie and say, stop, you know, it's this thing, or stop, you're creating this much leeway, you're creating this much damage, you're talking too much, that doesn't matter, that wasn't real, kind of thing. And Jamie would take it. The groomed into falling for it. And I speak on those terms loosely, like, just how everything shapes us away. They were shaped that way by their environment, not specifically by one person. And they said, yeah, I did do that. I did get you to stop talking about things because that was easier than getting Chester or Isaiah to stop talking about things. And if you stop talking about it, then everyone stops talking about it. So it's just easier that way. And Jamie was like, what the fuck? But you know, you're acknowledging it. Maybe, you know, that was a pattern of some sort and now you're getting through it. So you're acknowledging it, we can move forward. But if you ever do this to me again, I will not be talking to you. I cannot do that to myself. And they said, I will never do that again. And then we started sharing some things that were going on in between. We shared with them that in between that time, Jamie had asked me to be their life partner. Like, just meaning that we would be in each other's lives and hold space for each other. And all that fun stuff. And Talinda was so excited. Oh, yeah, they had told them that. And they were like, oh, wow, okay, well, let me send you some money so you can get a ring. And Jamie, are you kidding? Like, that's how you did that? You need to propose the right way. Like, Bella's gonna hate you later if you don't propose. And they're like, no, no, no. Like, we don't want a ring. And it wasn't like a proposal. Like, this is how we view relationships. We're just here for each other, you know? And that's not what we want. She was like, no, no, you're doing it wrong. Like, I'm sending you money right now and you're gonna get them a ring because Bella's gonna hate you later if you don't propose in this way, you know? Bella, that might be what you want now, but it's gonna change. Just watch. I was like, it's not. That's not what I think. That's not how I view my life. And whatever. She sent us the money. Like, we ended the call on a note to agree to disagree. And she sent us the money anyways. And we were like, this is, to us, it was so disrespectful. Like, we just ended this thing, acknowledging that that's not what we want. And you're going to still send us the money and say, get the ring. And we sent it back. And, right?
Yeah, we sent the money back. And it
we sent it back. And, yeah. And then, yeah, I think the next major thing that happened was the pandemic. Jamie had been working on 320, and in between that time, they spent countless hours researching mental health things. They spent countless hours helping themselves through their mental health things, working on their own video, a chant. They were working on editing that to make sure it'd be done in time. And every time you fucking leave, Jamie, my mind just totally wanders and there's too many things to think about. Processing.
Somebody was asking for attention.
That's okay.
A fur baby.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jamie and I had been researching different movies and stuff, but we didn't want movies. We wanted people's, what do you call them? Like,
testimonies, I guess.
yeah, like people's who experience the things, who are creating art to share their experience. We wanted those to be showcased. So we were trying to find people out there like that. And we spent hours talking to people, trying to find community.
Watching
Yeah,
things that hadn't been released yet.
We were watching a lot of things, watching things that hadn't come out, and it was just a lot of time being spent and effort being put into this thing that Jamie was told that they were leading, which was the 320 cinema part of the 320 festival that was coming up, that Jamie had even asked to have. They pitched
work 9 months.
They pitched the cinematic aspect of that festival, and then they were told that they had to go ahead and to just work on it, and that's what we were doing. But then time came around where our pandemic came up, and I had just got out of class. I was in a class and they were like, something serious is going on. We're leaving class right now. I don't know that you guys are going to be coming back. You guys should just go. And Jamie came to pick me up. And they were at Barnes & Noble. And I was like, well, I have homework to do, and you were at Barnes & Noble. I'll just hang out with you there. And on our way back, they were like, wait, what's going on? And I was telling them a little bit about what they were telling us, that oh, you know, there's some kind of sickness going around that, you know, we don't think we're going to be holding class anymore. And they were like, oh my gosh, I don't know if Talinda knows about this. We have to let them know. And they called Talinda, and she was like, yeah, we know. We found out. And we're not even doing the cinema portion of 320 Festival anymore. Like, why are you working on that? And we were like, what? I was like, yeah, we're not even doing that anymore. And they're like, you didn't tell me. I was like, why would I tell you? Like, because we're working on it. Because I'm putting my time and effort into this thing. And that was very hard and irritating. And ultimately, they found a way for the cinema portion to persist. And Jamie was told that they were going to have more help. They said, oh, that wasn't even a thing. We weren't even going to do that in the first place. And Jamie's like, why you had me work on it?
No, I worked on it, and then 3 days before the festival.
No. I'm saying this was when we had the conversation, when we found out about the pandemic. And then that's what we were told in that conversation. And then we were given the chance again, and the funds were found. And they said that they were going to put a team with Jamie so that we can find more beneficial films that would help mental health awareness. And then we proceeded. I can't remember. Was it before or after? Later that would all go downhill. I'm just gonna, it's choppy, nothing's in a timeline anyway, so whatever. Later that would all go downhill because we would then continue to be like, hey, where's our group? You said you were giving us team members for this thing who are gonna help us find these films, but we're not in contact with anyone. And you guys still haven't given us that that capability, that contact. And they were like, what do you mean? Like, you should have it, you should already know. And then it became oh, what do you mean? Like, these are just volunteer children or volunteer people from college. How do you expect them to do college and your thing? Like, nothing revolves around you, Jamie, kind of thing. And I was like, I didn't say it revolves around me. You told me you're gonna have people here to help me, and I'm just asking where they are. And then it started to become, hey, waking up to these email links that were now being put in with people who are part of the foundation, part of the festival, waking up to these links of like, oh wow, we've been talking to this person who's working on their own documentary about whatever, or their own biopic, and we want them to perform, so we have to showcase their film. I was like, that's not what this is about. No. And they're like, well, we have to, so make room for it. We're like, I guess. They told us we had a set number of things, and okay, that's just one taken off. All right. And then another one was added. Hey, we want this person's film to be showcased. It's not even done yet. Final edit hasn't been done. Clearance that it's gonna be done by the time the festival starts. We're not sure about that, but this film is gonna be in there. So now 2 slots are taken. And we're like, okay, well, here are some ones we found. What do you guys think about them? Like, I guess, you know, like that kind of thing. And then another thing comes up of, well, you know, we only have one theater and we only have this amount of time. So I don't know if the ones that you want to showcase are going to be there. We only really have time enough for these 2 because Jamie wanted there to be a panel so that people could talk about the thing. So you can watch the thing and you can hear some things about it if you have questions, because the whole point is about mental health. And so they wanted people to be able to engage with it and have those conversations in person, not just watch a film and it be metaphorical or unsure of X, Y, or Z, you know, like just have a place to talk. And they're like, yeah, I don't know about that because the timing, and we need this film to be this long. We have to show these parts. And I was like, okay, so we were doing all that work to find all these films for what? Now there's only one theater. Now there's only this amount of time, and now you're taking the whole slot times. And it just felt like such a waste of time, such a waste of space and energy, and we aren't getting paid for it. We're doing it out of our own free will, goodwill. And it felt like such a slap in the face, basically, because this is something Jamie wanted and needed for themselves. And Jamie was gonna showcase a chant there. They're really excited about it because that was their own mental showcasing of their process. And it didn't even end up happening. 3 days before the festival, I guess. 3 days before the festival, we were told, yeah, that's not happening.
No,
we're
I
doing.
called to ask about
Jamie called to ask.
showing rights, streaming rights. Hey, what can we finalize this? And T said, we're not even doing it. We cut it.
Yes.
Sorry.
That is when we found out the whole cinema portion had been cut out, and that they were now just going to hold an online thing where these celebrities came in and talked a bit, and that was pretty much that. We're like, wow, okay. It would have been nice to know. We were still working on it on our side. Well, I'm also in college doing these things, trying to support and help Jamie find these resources, and such an abuse of money and power, and just to be told, like, why do you even have feelings on this? Like, why would I even tell you? Like, you're not a part of this. Like, hard things. But we're still persisting, still letting everyone, fine, that's happening, it's happening. Next big thing rolls around is Jamie's birthday.
No, it's Toby. In the middle there is Toby, which you mentioned earlier. That's when T called us about Toby.
Yeah, in between then.
That's like the one big thing.
Yeah. John had went on Twitter and said some things about Jamie and T. And I believe one of them is that, like, they were sleeping together or something, which is fucking ridiculous. And, like, Jamie had been sleeping in the room with T because that was the only room that was available. But were they sleeping together? No, what the fuck? Anyways, John had went on Twitter to put their thoughts out, and Linda very much did not like that and was texting Jamie that they were having feelings about it, and Jamie was trying to help and affirm these feelings are valid and I will take action. And Jamie was sitting there texting John and texting Toby. And we get a call from Talinda. And she's like, Jamie, I know you're trying to see it this way, but no, I've just had enough. You know, I'm done with this. I'm booking my flight and I'm going to go over there. I don't care what happens. Like, I can't do this. You are going to watch the kids. I will be probably put in jail and you'll just watch them. And that's when I was immediately, no, I'm not doing that. First of all, again, do not condone that. And then second of all, I'm not going to give away my life because you want to enact physical harm on someone out of a compulsory thing, you know? No, I'm not doing that. But that was scary to hear too. Like, okay, this is how she's talking. This is, you know, someone said something that she didn't like and that was false. She knows it's false, but it still hit that chord enough to be saying these things and to seriously be talking about us moving and watching the kids. That was scary. It was like, oh, this person is capable of speaking this way and enacting these things. Like, at least to me, I didn't have such interactions with them where I would know them at a different degree. And that was hard. That was very scary. And so it just adds in later to our fear, how I said, of like, it's hard to get this papers served to us about them being so fearful when we know the things that they're saying, when we know the way that they're talking and engaging with these things. And like while we're living in the car, even just being here, like they know the address here. Whenever I'm sleeping here, I'm like, wow, Talinda could come in here at any time and do anything they want. Elka could come here anytime and do anything they want. They're very upset with us. They don't know our perspective, so they keep perceiving it a certain way, and they think we're saying things about them. And just like the other people had said things about them, they could do anything. And that's fucking scary. And then it comes down to Jamie's birthday. And Jamie, I'm in school. I take my schooling very seriously. And
this is May 2020.
Yeah, this is May 2020. And Jamie wanted to celebrate and being like, I'm done with that. That's crazy. Like, I'm at such a different space and I'm so grateful where I'm at. And like, I'm going through all these trauma things and I want to, participate with this substance to help myself face those traumas and these patterns and whatever. Help myself. And I was like, you do that. I'm not doing that. And my roommate partook with them. And it's a small dose. It's microdosing to the max. And it was early in the day that these were taken. And we left our phones at home and we just went on a walk. And we were just talking and hanging out by the creek all day. And when we got back, Jamie had missed calls from T. I don't remember if it was one or multiple. They just had a missed call. I had a missed call from T. And I saw it. I was like, hey, Jamie, like, I don't know how you're feeling, but I listened to the voicemail and it sounds serious. It sounds like some T wants to talk to you about something. And I don't know if you want to call. You can. And they were like, oh, no, that does sound serious. I should call. And they were like, no, I'm not feeling any kind of thing. Like, I'm totally out of it. I actually feel really good. I feel really good about myself and my state. And I'm very clear right now. And what do you call it? They proceeded to call T. And I did not hear the call, but I was listening to Jamie's responses. And I could hear kind of when T got a little louder, like just through the mic, because it was quiet in the house. And we thought it was a serious matter, so we were trying not to be loud. And they ended up being like, oh, just hey, how are you doing? How are you celebrating? And they're like, oh, I'm here at the cabin with Bella and their best friend, and we're just hanging out. And it got to, I don't know how the conversation started, but it got to a thing of like, oh, so you're sleeping with both of them? And Jamie was like, no, we're just hanging out. We're just here. And they're like, well, who are you sleeping with? Like, you need to tell me who you're sleeping with. Jamie was like, well, I don't think I have to tell you who I'm sleeping with, but I am, like I said, not sleeping with their friend. And that became a big thing. And she was like, well, now that you're of age, I wanted to invite you to this party. I wanted to invite you and Bella to this party, and I couldn't invite you before because you weren't of age, but now you're of age, so you guys can come, which doesn't make sense at all because Jamie's 3 years older than me. So if there's an age limit for this party, I would not be able to go. And I had just turned 21 in February. And now we're in May, when Jamie's birthday is happening. And she was like, yeah, I want to invite you to this party. And they were like, what are you talking about? it was very triggering for Jamie. They said, you know, like, you're asking me who I'm sleeping with, you're telling me you want to invite me to something, it's triggering me, and I gotta go. It's like, you sound like you might have taken your medication. I don't know if that's influencing this. Let's talk tomorrow. They're like, yeah, you're right. Let's talk tomorrow. And Jamie hung up, and they proceeded to have a lot of feelings. That conversation brought up a lot of memories, and they were having just trauma responses. They were crying and they couldn't understand, like, I don't know why I'm feeling this way. I feel like, like, did something happen to me before? Like, why was that so triggering, her asking me who I'm sleeping with? Like, they're like, I don't think they did anything. I don't think, like, did something happen to me that I just don't remember? Like, why is this so impactful to me right now? And we spent the night talking about it. And in the morning, they called Alyssa. And they were like, I haven't talked to anyone, but T called me last night. And they said this thing, and it made me feel away. Did they ever say anything to you like this? Were you invited to any party? And Alyssa said, no, I wasn't invited to any party. They were like, okay, like, Alyssa was like, and that is weird, you know, like, maybe you just didn't hear it right. Maybe she didn't say it right. Like, I'm just gonna go talk to her. Like, this is gonna be nothing, you know, it's fine. And are you sleeping there?
Sorry. I'm trying not to fucking engage at all. I'm just zoning. Sorry, did you ask something of me?
Not necessarily, but I was saying that you had called Alyssa. And
yeah, I did.
And that she said she would go talk to T because it did sound a little bit weird, and it's probably a misunderstanding. Everything would be fine.
Yeah.
In between, there's back and forth with T and Alyssa. And it comes down to Alyssa comes back on and tells Jamie, oh, so simple. She was inviting you to a reality TV show.
Adult camp. Summer camp.
To in a camp. I remember someone saying something about reality TV show kind
she
of
was
thing.
watching.
Like, oh, they were watching a reality TV show, and this camp came up that they thought we would enjoy, which is different than a party. And so we were just kind of confused on that, but we were like, all right, okay. Then, you know, like, set up a call. We just want to talk to Linda. So we talked so Jamie gets on the call with Linda, and they figure out, like, okay, then if it was just the camp that you wanted us to go to, that's fine. But you saying that did invoke a lot of feelings in me. And honestly, like, I'm very triggered right now, and I don't want to say that you did anything to me. I don't want to say that you were involved in anything, but, like, right now I don't know why I'm having these feelings associated to you. And they were like, I'm just laying out what I've been thinking, you know. Maybe you saw something that was going on with me and didn't know how to engage with that and just didn't say anything, but, you know, maybe I saw you see it, so maybe that's why that feeling was invoked. Or maybe you did participate in something, and, you know, like, I don't know, I'm having a really hard time processing. And she was like, no, I would never do that to you, and da da da. And they're like, no, I'm not saying you did, I was just saying that's how it feels. Like, that it feels that way, and I keep getting these thoughts in my head that this is what's going on and that this had happened. And I'm coming to you and telling you that, like, I don't think that happened. That's why I'm telling you. But I keep getting the thought. And she was like, well, you know, I think we should do counseling. I think you should go to counseling. I'm gonna put you in counseling, and we can go through those memories together. because also something that Jamie had shared in between was some more sexual traumas that were being brought up in their memory while they had the time and space. When they came back from December, they were taking that time to process and really look at their life from a different perspective. And that brought a lot of memories that were shoved down before. And one of those was being in certain households where children were being abused and physically, mentally, just that was the environment. And they were talking to Talinda about it, and they held space for that at that time. And Talinda was like, okay, yeah, we need to get you in this therapy so you can see, like, wow, maybe that person did do that to you, maybe they didn't, and we'll find out in the therapy. And then when it came time to Jamie thinking or having those intrusive thoughts that he might have been involved or not involved in any kind of way, just being like, letting Jamie be in that environment, knowing that abuse was going on. Or, we don't know if they knew. Jamie was having feelings, and Talinda said, okay, we're going to get therapy. We're going to go through this, and we'll figure out who actually was involved in that and what actually happened. And Jamie agreed. I will do it. And then a little later, T calls back and says, you know what? Actually, I'm not going to do therapy, and I'm not going to give you the resource unless you can tell me right now that I did not do that to you, and I was not involved in any way harming you. And Jamie said, I can't do that. I don't know that happened. And you just told me that you were willing to sit with me in therapy to figure that out. So it's hard for me, you coming here and telling me I have to tell you exactly this thing right now, because I don't know. And it's really like, why would you be coming and telling me that I have to say this before we even go to the therapy? Or like, in order for me to get the help, I have to concede? I have to tell you this? That's not what I think, though, because I don't know. And she said, you don't want the sentiment that was made clear to Jamie was, you don't want to do this. You should just tell me this, because if you go down this route, I will not be there for you after. If you go down this route and you don't tell me right now I didn't participate, and you tell me right now that you don't believe I participated in any way in your traumas, then I can't be there, and I won't be there when you come out of this. She's like, maybe you have to go through that emotional thing for yourself. Maybe you have to do your mental healing and whatever, but I will not be there to support you at the end of it if you don't tell me this right now. And of course, Jamie's being triggered. They're like, no, I can't. I cannot do that. I cannot concede. And from then on, contact was cut. Talinda did not reply to Jamie. Alyssa did not reply to Jamie. Jamie sent Alyssa and Talinda a message. If you guys do not reply to me within this day, I will not be talking to you guys ever again. I told you that the thing that happened in December was so serious, and then you told me that you were telling me my experiences were wrong when they weren't, when I was young. You said you would never do that again, and you're doing that. You're making me concede again, and I cannot continue this. So if you guys don't call me, I cannot communicate with you guys. And they didn't call. And a little later, Jamie got a call from Amanda, checking in on how they're doing, whatever, talking to them. And then at the end of the call,
was defending them against John.
And yeah, because Jamie in between the time, I forgot about that. Jamie in between the time, even after, John kept saying stuff. And Jamie was still defending T. And Amanda called. And was like, I have some information you might want to know. So, you're not allowed to talk to the kids. T's written up some kind of, I forgot what she said, some kind of form, and you're not allowed to talk to the kids. You're only allowed to see the kids now if Dane is there with you, which was a big thing because Dane is Jamie's sister's dad. From our view, Dane didn't have anything to do with Talinda, and so it was like, why are they the one who is now, I have to go with them to see my sisters? That just seems so weird. That's so random. Like, what? And she was like, yeah, so that's happening. You're not allowed to contact them. You're not allowed to contact T. Just to let you know.
I had to speak through an attorney.
Yeah, and that any further communications would be through an attorney. And Jamie immediately messaged Dane, like, hey, did you know this is going on? Because Talinda is saying that I can't talk to my siblings now unless it's through you. Did you say okay to this? And he was like, well, you know, I'm at my dad's funeral right now.
The crematorium.
Crematorium, yeah. I'm at my dad's crematorium right now. She just messaged me. She texted me that I was gonna do this thing. And, you know, I'm not in the space for that, and it's whatever. Like, whatever. And Jamie was like, are you kidding me? You're at the crematorium and she's just texting you that now to however long she thinks that she wants you to be there anytime I won't get to see the girls, and you're fine with that? Like she knew you were there and she still texted you this? She knew you were there and she's still obligated you to this thing for however long she wants it to sustain? And you're okay with that? I said, yeah. That was hard after that. Jamie already was having a lot of feelings. Like just not being able to see, like having that feeling like, oh wow, I'm never going to be able to see my siblings again. Like, or they think this of me, you know? Like it's so painful. It's so hard to deal with the concept, like their dad just died and I was being there for them, and I see how I have this relationship with them and I really love and care for them, and now I'm not going to be able to see them anymore because I said that I was feeling triggered about my own traumas and that I couldn't tell you that I was sure that you weren't involved. They had a lot of feelings on that. It was a very hard time. Which also feeds into the like hardship of this, what's it called?
Domestic.
No. Disturbing the peace comment.
Mm.
Because our peace has been disturbed for how many times just in this story that I've only told from September when I met them to May. Maybe a little further, June, because that's when I think when Amanda called.
They called in May.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
So, disturbing the peace. That's why I said, like, it felt like I needed to say something right now because there's not even a peace to disturb on our side. We don't get peace. We were just going through wall after wall, meeting them. Everyone from Jamie's family setting off trigger after trigger. And so to be told that we're disturbing peace because we're speaking our truth in our perspective, just another, again, for me, it feels like such an abuse of power. I don't have the funds to go and hire a lawyer to get us seen, to say, hey, these people are disturbing our peace. My partner said multiple times that they don't have the capacity for this. Everyone's saying that, oh, look, Jamie's so unstable. Jamie's going through a lot, but they keep interfering and they keep adding to the fire. They keep not helping. Jamie reached out to Amanda after hearing that and said, this thing is going on. I know you're friends with them, and I really need you right now. Well, they reached out to all their family after the Talinda thing and after Samantha had said that, and they were like, I need you guys to come out and be like, I know this isn't who they are, or at least help Talinda see that, like, they're not trying to say anything about them or say that they did anything to them, just that they can't say that they know they didn't, because they don't know that. And that please just give the time that they do want to do the therapy. Please just acknowledge that. Please don't take me away from my siblings. Just asking everyone, can you just say something about me? You know who I am. Like, I'm not being this way. T was taking it very serious, and everyone was not trying to be involved. Nobody wanted to step up and tell T, like, hey, maybe it's being taken this way, but you gotta hold space for Jamie's feelings too, you know? I'm sorry it feels that way, but see, they're saying it feels this way for them. We gotta hold space for that. You have the funds to do that. No one was stepping in and saying that. We could see, because there was no changes and no one was coming to us and telling us that they were saying these things. And so Jamie reached out to, I said her name and now I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's Mike's wife?
Anna
Shinoda. That's the name. There's so many names, and I don't meet these people. I don't know these people. I can only go off of how they treat us and how they talk to us. And so all these names kind of mesh. I need like a face to put to a name. And so it's just hard to remember. But they talked to Anna Shinoda, and they were telling them, like, this thing is going on. It's really hard. Like, you know, I want to say this thing. And she was like, I don't know, you know, like, I'm so sorry to hear about that. You know, me and T haven't been friends like that for a while, and I don't know that I would help. I don't know that I could say anything that would help. But I'm sorry that is happening to you, and I see that these feelings are being had, you know. And Jamie was saying that they wanted to say something publicly, like, why is it going this way? Why does it have to be this way? I want to just say how I'm feeling and, you know, talk about my experience with Chester publicly. Or just my experience being a human who was Chester's son. I want to talk about it publicly. She then went on to the sentiment of, I don't think you should do that because, you know, it's other people's lives. And, you know, if you're going to do, it ended with, if you're going to do anything, well, at least don't put their names in. Which to me, I feel like that's more of a slap in the face. Like, if Jamie's like, oh, you know, my stepmom who, and the 3 kids, like, we obviously know who they're talking about. Oh, my brother, you know, he's doing this right now. Like, we know who they're talking about. It's not going to be the minors. It would be the only other brother. Like, or like, no, like, we need to speak. If I'm going to, Jamie is like, if I'm going to speak my truth, I'm going to speak it. And I want to be able to speak it how I can, where I'm at. And they're like, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't think you should do that. But, you know, you're going to do what you're going to do. Processing. A lot of feelings.
That was from 2022. 2022.
And then came June, July. So when I started working at Walmart. And that's when this papers that were served say that Jamie was in California in T's house uninvited. Couldn't possibly have been in California. They had to drive me from work at that time. All I was doing was working to make ends meet in between the time of my schooling. I'm trying to remember in between. So much stuff happened. Not everything is going to be in here. In between that time, we funded Jamie to go to therapy because
I had gotten a job too.
Yeah, Jamie tried to go to work.
I had been fired on retaliation, and we had been working to get therapy for ourselves, or to try.
We had been working to save up.
Better help, and that was
because we're like, okay, well, Elka keeps saying these things, T is saying these things. No one will talk to us. And one of the guidelines that Amanda had made Jamie aware of is they need good therapy so they can continue to see the girls. And so I was like, okay, I'll put Jamie in therapy. And we were saving up to get money to do that. And in between, I believe Elka had come back in the picture, and Jamie was trying to make it work, and she was like, well, let's go to a therapy together. And Jamie said okay, and they were going to go to Elka's therapist. They did go to Elka's therapist. That did not work. That did not work. Jamie got on, and it was on speaker. I was in the house. I could hear. The way that the therapist was talking was very aimed at Jamie doing all the wrong. And when Jamie was saying like, hey, you know, because Jamie and Elka they felt like they needed a third party in their conversation. And they thought the therapist would help. It was just to hold space, not to interject and start attacking the things that Jamie were saying. But that's what happened when they asked like, oh, okay, well, what about this? And then Jamie's like, well, you know, I don't see it that way, because this is what happened. Like, you're leaving out a lot of detail, and this was going on. And the therapist's like, hold on, now you're making it all about your mom doing this thing. Like, what about your forgiveness for this? Or what about this? And it's like, I'm here talking about my feelings on this thing. And the therapist is like, well, the way you're talking about that is just not okay. It's making me feel away. It's like, this isn't your therapy session. You're a therapist here to facilitate a conversation. And now you're getting overwhelmed about the way I'm speaking, and you need to leave the conversation. But it wasn't even anything so crazy and heated. It was just Jamie saying like, this is how it felt for me. This is what was going on my side. Because Elka got to tell her side, obviously. It was clear with the way the conversation was going. They had had a conversation about what was going on. And now Jamie was having to be on the defense in this thing against Elka and the therapist. And the therapist ended up being like, I need to get off this call. Or Jamie was pointing it out. They're like, you keep combating me in the way I'm saying things and telling me I'm doing things, but you haven't said anything about Elka. And you haven't had her be accountable for any of the actions that I've said have made me feel away in this whole therapy session. So we need to address that, because that's not going to be happening if we're continuing. And she started getting very upset. And I was like, I can't be a part of this. You're going to be telling me what da da da. And she ended the call because she was having feelings about the way that Jamie was pointing out she was being unfair. And it was just a thing. People were like, I'm not talking to Jamie unless they get therapy. So I said, okay, well, we tried BetterHelp.
What?
We tried BetterHelp. It did not work. That was the one we could afford. That's what we could afford. It was just what it was. I was like, well, if it gets them at least talking to you and listening to you, I will put you through that. I will put you through therapy. We can do that if we do BetterHelp. Did not help. The first therapist that Jamie was put on, they were like, oh my God, you look just like Chester. The first thing that was said to Jamie. And then it was kind of just like the rest of the time them asking about what's like being the son, or like not actually listening. They're in a vacation hotel. They were on vacation and they were kind of doing things in the back and then listening to Jamie, and like it was not a therapy call. That was not therapy. And we told BetterHelp about that, and we got a new therapist. And then the new therapist kept not making appointments and were sending very vague, like just like bunch of pamphlet kind of things, like just an overwhelming amount of information that wasn't actually helping. I was like, if we're paying for this, I'm not paying for a subscription to be getting pamphlets and shit. Like, I can go to YouTube and have all these people talk to me this way. I can go to any resource, book, library, actual mental health facility and get told, go outside and meditate, or, you know, these coping skills. And yeah, no, we were just, it had been so long that they kept missing appointments. We're not doing it. And we ended that. And I think the next thing that happened,
I'm proud of you. You're really going for it.
yeah. It's hard to feel like I'm doing really good, honestly.
You are. You're doing an amazing job. 100%.
I just mean like in a bunch of aspects. The next thing that happened, Ben.
Well, that was. Are we still in 2020? You think?
Yeah, we're still at the apartments.
At the apart. You're still at the
summit.
Okay.
We're at the summit, and you just did your therapies. I think the next thing that happened was at the divorce.
Yeah, that was the next big thing. There was the messing around with the power and stuff here, and then there was the financial stuff, because she said she would.
In between that time.
Or financially.
In between that time, in May, we were working to clean up the cabin. Jamie wanted to be an Airbnb. While the pandemic was happening, we moved here and we're using this as a place to stay and doing our schooling from here, because it was better than being at our apartment, and we got to be outside in nature. And Jamie had a lot of feelings and emotions, and it helped. And we were also processing a lot, me and my best friend, because we were now in the middle of this thing and helping a stranger with a lot of things. And so we're here. And in May, we finally finalized everything. And Jamie was like, oh, I need to clean up the space. They're going to come take photos tomorrow. Jamie was like,
I didn't know that.
You guys can just come hang out. And, you know, I'm going to clean up the whole house and go through it. And I thought they were just like, oh, I want to go through the house because it's been 2 years just sitting here on its own. And, you know, there's a lot of trauma they had tied to it, because this is the last place Chester was on a family vacation they weren't invited to. And that's hard. Everyone found out about Chester's death in this room. That's hard.
I forgot about that until just now. It's been so long.
Yeah, we had to make it look so different
to
feel comfortable here.
Yeah.
There was a lot of energy stored here that we had to help clear out. And it would affect Jamie being here, seeing all these things like, oh, this was the girls' room. This was Tyler's room. I don't have a room here. Oh, look, here's the master room. This is where they wanted to, Chester said they wanted to live out their days. I was only a couple hours away. I wasn't invited here very often. That's hard. And So they're like, for moral support, will you guys just come? I'm gonna clean my house. I said, yeah, of course. And they came and cleaned. We were all hanging out and like just processing the emotions that were occurring because Jamie and us had been in the house for a while. Or I think that was our first day when we cleaned. We had been in the house. A lot of emotions were being evoked. And Jamie finally needed to start doing deep cleaning. And they wanted to process everything. But they couldn't get past. I think they started in the kitchen. And it started with like one drawer. They're like, looking at all this stuff, I just can't. Like, I fucking can't. Like, this is way too much. Like, this is so dirty. Everything is not taken care of. Like, nothing. Nobody told me anything about this house, you know? Like, I wasn't a part of this house. Like, I'm seeing so many things that were. And me and my bestie said it's fine. That is totally valid. Don't clean the house and we'll just relax and chill out. And then Jamie is like, actually, I have to clean the house because tomorrow the Airbnb people are coming to take photos to put them up. I was like, what are you talking about? You said you were just cleaning. You said you were just deep cleaning.
I'm dying inside.
And then they're like, no, it's for photos. And we're like, oh my gosh, this place is not photo ready. What are you talking about? And it was already super late at night. We thought they were just cleaning for fun. And so we didn't. It was a crazy whirlwind of a time. Me and my bestie fucking put the gloves on and deep clean the whole fucking thing. And Jamie was like pulled up in the corner, not able to help, crying. Like we'd be pulling something out and they're like, oh my god, that too. Like that brings back this memory. Like it is a hard thing. And we were the ones who were helping facilitate that. We don't know anything about the situation. We don't know anything about the people. We can only hold space for Jamie's feeling. And that's what we were doing. And so we stayed up till the morning cleaning the house and making it picture ready. And those pictures were not even ready. I felt so bad. But, you know, they came, they took the pictures. It was totally fine. And those ended up being the pictures that were on there forever, even though we asked them to change them multiple times, but whatever. That was fucking hard. The Airbnb was put up. We had told T had contacted. Was that the first email? Had the first emails already happened?
Yeah, because they had emailed me that they wanted to get all of their words on record so that there would be no mistaking it in case I decided to do what she thought I was going to do.
I need a fucking pee, so...
Yeah, go for it.
You do you, girl.
Take a break. I can't. I
can't speak about certain things, but you can just say hi.
Oh, I can say hi. Yeah, I can say hi. True, I'm allowed to do that. Oh, sorry, Sonny. Oh my god, I just threw my cat. Hi. It's me, Lazarus. Wow. How many people are still here? Damn. 242 minutes and you still got 30 people here. And they said I don't think they're doing very good right now. That's a lot of people to keep involved for 242 minutes. Thank you for holding space for my partner. This is really cool. I had to take a nap. Well, you know, enter into the flow state for a bit, some hibernation, because it is really hard for me to not say things. It's my life, you know? There are things that I would like to add or things I would like to talk about, but I don't get to do that right now. And I probably already said way too much with what I did say, to be honest. That's why I kind of curled up into a ball and then passed out on the couch. I was like, that's the best way to do this, is to shut the fuck up. Also, you might have noticed that my voice is a little squeaky. Like, my laugh is a little squeaky and whatnot. That's because a big part of my emotional dysfunction, my executive functioning meltdown, is screaming. Just volume control, just fucking out the window. I've gotten better about it, a lot better about it, with my own, my self-intuited solutions. But I'm squeaky right now because sometimes the solution is just to let it out. Otherwise, it goes here and it goes in the hips. And you get doctors telling you shit like, you have short hamstrings, which is not true. I'm just traumatized. I have no real output for my energy, or didn't. But yeah, I appreciate you guys for holding space. This is pretty cool. Did you hear what I said when you went to the bathroom?
No, I have no fan on.
I said you're at 240. You were at 243 minutes, and you still got 30 people watching.
Yeah, no,
the entire time. It's
I
really
was
cool.
just thinking about that we don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but I know that other people do, and that it's really nice that there are people watching. I didn't come on here to think like, oh, people are gonna be sitting here listening to me the whole time.
No.
It was just even if 0 people were watching, I'd still be talking just to get it out, because who knows what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
And
I was just telling them, I was like, it's hard not to. I had to take like a little hibernation, because it's hard to not add things to the picture and to clarify and to like help you through it, because I can't. I have to literally let you go.
It's hard. It's hard not to have the help through it, and it's hard to even look at you and try and have you remind me, because I don't know if that's just fucking adding to you.
It is, but it's okay.
Being...
It's what it is. That's why we're here. That's why I'm on camera at all, is to be here for you, to be going through this. And sometimes I got to say some shit that might get me shot in the back. That's fine. It's okay.
But that's also what we've been talking about. Like, everyone's like, oh, but you know, this could happen, this could happen. It's been happening.
Mm-hmm.
We've been having to live silenced and been dealing with.
And shadow banned, if you will, from like literally everything. I mean, right now the job thing is crazy, because like, why is it that I was on this schedule for 40 hours and I worked 2 days? I had a day off, and then nothing. And then they can't even get in. It's like, do they now know that something happened? We don't know
where we're at, what's going on, or anything. And it's like, it needs to be out there. Something, the story, the way that we're able to say it right now. But yeah, when I had went to the bathroom, I was also thinking, like, just being thankful that people were giving the time even on this luxurious holiday. And like,
this wonderful holiday.
Thanks for being here holding space.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm the turkey today.
Okay.
I am. I'm being eaten alive, and y'all are feasting.
Again,
it's good though.
We always knew saying something could harm us. We always knew being adamant about speaking our truths could bring on penalty of either being locked away, killed, silenced permanently in other forms. And that's always just been a reality. So right now I'm saying, like, it's hard to even ask them for help, because it is. Because that's even more of a reality. But it can't be silent. No. I was getting around to that we put together the house. We got the Airbnb up. It was running. In the emails that Jamie had read previously, where they were talking about Talinda being responsible for the bills for a certain time, she told us she would be responsible for them, and then she would go back and forth on if she felt she was responsible or not. And in between those times, she would shut off our power here. One of the times was when a resident was here, and that put a strike on us having the Airbnb. And that could have taken away our income, our Jamie's only source of income for themselves. And also Jamie's car bill that, she said was a gift to them, and then when she didn't want to be responsible for it anymore, it was suddenly going to be Jamie's problem, and they weren't going to do that. They said, you gifted it to me, that is your responsibility. And for a time, they didn't want to do that. And there was just multiple things that she would participate in that would, or like...
Are you hungry?
No.
Okay.
That would influence either, or risk our income, risk our mental states, risk our capability of living the way that we were. And we didn't say anything in between. We still had to be quiet. We still were silent, because from what we knew, we had to lawfully do it. We thought that she had already done this serving, and we thought that if they said anything, that major repercussions were coming. But also, Jamie had to tell her, hey, this is really angering me. You're putting our whole livelihood at risk right here by doing these things impulsively, because that time that they had called when the person was here to shut off the power, it was winter, and it was very cold, and was it winter? I just know it was cold.
I don't remember, but
I know it was cold, and the people
deal.
were saying that no. It was just like they had called to turn it off, and then they called to turn it on.
I have the receipt somewhere.
It was just like the people were like, we were just confused what was going on, because why would someone call to turn it off and then on? So we just turned it off, and we're like, okay.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that's all going on in between. Between getting therapy and talking to Amanda. And then Jamie gets the therapy, and I don't remember.
Well, there was the severance letter too. I had sent them a whole thing saying, well, we have so much debt now, we have so many things to pay for, I need my inheritance. I want my family heirloom back. Some other things.
Wasn't that later?
That was right after May 2020. That was right after the birthday thing. Because I was like, look, I can't pay for this. I can't do this. We literally are poor. I didn't have anything before that. So I just need the money so that I can actually do the thing you're asking me to do. And it turned into a whole, well, you're an entitled, spoiled person who's asking for things and needing things and being grabby.
That is where the emails come in.
Yeah.
And those emails, so hard. It again, a never-ending thing of like playing what is it called? Respectability politics. Like, oh, you're saying it this way, but
I'm glad that you had that term, because I didn't.
Yeah.
I had not applied it like that.
Come
here.
Jamie very much at that point was really trying to focus on how they were presenting, and really trying to like present in a way that people would be willing to hear. But in doing that, compromise their own state of mind and their own stability and their own expression and their own feeling of free will. And it was hard. And it was hard to see as well that even though they would take days to put these emails together, and they would spend so long thinking about how can I say this right so it's not taken wrong, because I really am just trying to get this point across. I'm not trying to do anything. We're not trying to harm anyone. I was just trying to say that I was being impacted, that things hurt me. And it's hard to see that even with those, how clear you can be, how respectable you can be, the other person can take it however they want and is going to stick to their guns on certain feelings and not listen to what you're saying you feel, and telling you how you feel instead, and telling you you're not going to be able to do something unless you concede this way, but they get to call you names and talk to you in specific ways, and it was horrible. Like calling Jamie a spoiled brat, telling them they didn't deserve anything and they're lucky for what they have. You don't know Jamie's story. You don't know anything about their process, how they view it, how they see it, who they are. But you get to say all these things to them through email. And then you're going on all these news platforms and getting this trophy for the work with mental health awareness. Getting to talk about, oh, Chester was just a coward for killing themselves. Like, who even says that? Who even says that? And how do you not go out once you see, like, oh my God, I said that. Like, I need to acknowledge that. I need to apologize somewhere. No. Just having all these feelings, literally bullying someone you think is mentally unwell and unstable, calling them names, telling them they don't deserve anything and that they don't mean anything and that their platform is so small that nobody would care. I'm sure that's later. I think that's later, but goddamn.
It's later, but it's not.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna just say, like, the next big thing that happened was the divorce. With the divorce, Talinda had emailed Jamie, like, hey, just to let you know I'm getting a divorce and this what's going on. And Jamie was like, why are you emailing me? You told me I couldn't contact you unless through an attorney. And why now that you're getting a divorce are you trying to reach out to me? You didn't want anything to do with me in between. I was such this horrible person. But now, what? Because Mike's gone, you need someone else to help? And you're gonna come talk to me? Like Jamie was telling them, like, that's how it feels. Like, it feels like you're only reaching out because they're gone. And they're like, oh my God, I can't believe you're taking it that way. Like, I literally was just trying to be nice and tell you, like, you're the first person I'm telling. That's what they had. That was the sentiment given to us. And Jamie was like, no, this isn't going to happen. You just did so many things to me. I'm sorry to hear about the divorce, but that doesn't mean that I'm just jumping back into your life. And that was that for a bit. And I can't remember what prompted this, but at some point we were in contact with T again. I think Jamie had messaged them.
About 3 times I asked for an olive branch and tried to make things work.
Yeah, Jamie would come around to, like, I just really want to see my siblings. And this was a misunderstanding. And, you need me to say this thing, and I'll just say it. And then we can move past it and I can figure out what's actually going on. That would be awesome. I could have my family back. Because in between this time, like I said, everyone had cut ties with them. Jamie would go to their mom to try to get heard, and they'd be like, well, you know what? Yeah, that sucks, but I don't know what you want me to do about it, And then Jamie's like, you're not defending me. And they're like, well, I did. I said this thing. He's like, you didn't tell me that. And then getting upset because Jamie had feelings about them not defending them. And then the sisters, Jamie being like, you guys, like, this is going on, this is really hard, and then being like, what do you want me to do about it? Like, that's so much drama. Like, I'm not with the drama. And it's like, it's not drama. Like, this person is treating me this way, and you guys are saying you're not being involved, but you're only not being involved with me. They all cut Jamie off because it was too much drama, but then they would all go to Talinda's parties. There was all the 4th of July parties, the Christmas parties, Thanksgivings, birthdays. They would go see them and hang out with them, but then say that they couldn't hang out with Jamie because too much, Jamie's just having too much feelings, and, I'm not even gonna. Um, I'm in so many different places right now. I'm trying to regroup.
Do you need help?
No.
Okay.
They had, Jamie had in between given olive branches. They're like, fine, this is how it's going. Jamie also started to understand their own processes different and their own guilt and shames related to survivor's guilt and how others could be talked to and that they weren't in the kids' lives, and they started really feeling bad about it, and they were like, you know what, it doesn't matter, like I just want to be around and I need my family around, and fine, like I'll give the olive branch. I said it wasn't okay before, but I'm seeing it different, and maybe she really is going through it, and like I can see myself in the way that she's speaking, and it sounds like she's really having a hard time, and I feel like I'm in a good enough space that I want to be able to help. And they said they started giving olive branches and trying to get back in contact, and finally one of them took, and they had a call with T, and they talked about it, and they said we are both being triggered, and we have a lot of things to work through. We're all grieving really differently. And Jamie was like, I've been doing a lot of work over here. And Linda said, we've been doing a lot of work over here. We put the kids in therapy. I did therapy. She was like, when that happened, I put the kids immediately in CPS therapy because we thought you were going to call CPS. We're like, wow, what? The kids have been.
That was in the initial email. The one she wrote for.
Yeah, but like when we were
record.
talking to them, we were just like hearing a lot of the things that were happening instead of to Linda talking to Jamie. All the extents that they went to instead of just hearing out Jamie's side. Like instead of just giving Jamie the time and space that they needed and the therapy, they told the kids that Jamie was going to call CPS on them and that their mom could be taken away because of Jamie's false claims that Jamie was crazy and that they were making false claims against Talinda and that they were going to go public and that CPS was going to be called and the kids were going to be taken away. And she put them into therapy. And that was so hard to read because we never even said anything about contacting anybody. We only went to people within the family with these things to talk about it with because they're the people who understand these people the most. And like, wasn't even on our mind. So why was that? For us, it's hard to think like, why was that an initial reaction? Why was that such an instant thing? Rather than hearing out Jamie or providing therapy for Jamie, we're putting all three kids in CPS therapy and having that just like feeling of like, oh, my mom could be taken away at any point and I don't know for how long, or like we could all be separated. Like that's so much to put on a child's mentality when that's not going on at all. I understand wanting to take precautions and safety measures, but honestly, just like it's hard because Jamie at that time was being talked about like, that's my son, from Talinda and Elka and everyone who was doing these things to them. Like, that's my son. That's my brother. That's my, like, why, if that's your son, why can't they be heard? If that's your son, why not give the therapy regardless of how you may feel about how is a misconception in your head? If you know you didn't do these things to this person, it would be fine. We got in contact and we agreed that we should go over for 4th of July.
July 11th.
July 11th.
We ended up being there doing...
We got to a point where we agreed that we would go for July 11th to see the kids after a bit of talking. They're very excited to see us. Talinda acknowledged, like, oh my God, I did tell you that, you know, you couldn't talk to the kids. And that's not what I told them. And there are other things that I told you. I reread those emails and that is confusing. And I'm sorry I did that to you guys. That would be a hard thing to, like, I'm thinking about it right now. And I'm sorry I put you guys through that. And we're like, wow, this sounds like a whole different person. I'm so excited to be able to talk about all these new spaces we're in and be able to communicate with each other and foster this space with each other. Like, it's not all going to be sunflowers and rainbows, but we're willing to go through the hard parts because we're their family, you know? That was the sentiment. And then the time rolls around. And when I'm hearing that we're going on July 11th, we're living in our car now. We have an apartment. We go sometimes, but we're mostly living in our car. And I was like, wow, this will be so fun. You know, let's go take our thing. We'll just have a
No,
trip.
we'd already been in the car for a while.
That's what I said.
Oh, okay. Like, we didn't have the apartment either. We were fully in the car.
I think we had just moved out of the apartment.
Maybe it was within a month or two. Maybe 3.
Oh no, because remember we had to stay a month later, so we were still in the apartment then.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, because I did the death ritual and then yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, so back. No, I was just scooting back because I was on the edge for a while.
For a while.
The whole time. Yeah. I know. It was comfortable, okay.
No, I hear you.
What do you call it? We've been living in the car for a bit. We hadn't really camped in California like that. And I was like, that'll be so fun. Let's go do that. Let's just go out a little bit before and let's go camp. And then someone reached out to Jamie wanting to do a podcast. And they were in Palm Springs, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were in Palm Springs. And we're like, perfect. That's close. And you guys want to do it the day before we're going to Linda's.
We didn't know we were going yet. Because it was on the 4th of July. We did it on the 5th in person, and then Linda told us that Lily was sick.
No, I know. I didn't say we were going to. Yeah. I said we were going on the 11th.
Yeah. And
that we got the podcast offer, and we were like, wow, we can just camp in the days in between. We're gonna do the podcast on the 4th. Yeah, right. We're gonna do the podcast on the 5th. Yeah, we're gonna do the podcast on the 5th. And then we'll just stay camping in between the days in different places. It'll be so fun. And then we'll end up at Tees on the 11th. And you know, that'll give us a lot of time to process our emotions before we go in and be able to be level-headed about everything. Like, we did have a lot of feelings. We were put through a lot at that time. But, you know, we're going in with different people from what we heard. And we're talking to different people, and we need to hold space to acknowledge them as who they are now. And so we were going to take that time to facilitate that. Like, we were already acknowledging that, but just a little deeper. Just being in California, you know, it would bring up some feelings, and we wanted to hold space for that. And then we get there, we do the podcast. Awesome. We were speaking, and while Jamie was doing the podcast, I was outside talking to the person's partner, and we were having a lovely conversation, and I was so happy about the way that I was able to express and emote. And they were also like, oh my goodness, like this is awesome. I love this conversation. This is amazing. You guys are really cool. Like, I really appreciate you holding space to hear my feelings and my stuff, because people usually tell me it's too much, or, you know, like they can't hear certain things, that this or that would just bring emotion in them, and then I'd have to stop full set. And I was like, we're just holding space for each other. And it was really lovely. And me and Jamie left there, and we're like, oh my God, yes, this is so awesome. Like, I'm so glad we had such a good experience here, and that when we go to Tees, that we can foster that. Like, we did really good at communicating, and we're excited, and it feels like the energy is just going to go into those times. But when we were leaving, right?
Mm-hmm. We went to go camp for the night.
As we were leaving and looking for a place to camp, we get a call from T or a text. They were letting us. We got notified by T.
It was a text and not a call because I called her to confirm.
Got notified by T that one of the girls were in the hospital for appendicitis, and that it was very serious, and that she was not doing okay. And Jamie was like, "Oh my goodness, you know, like I wasn't gonna say anything, but we're in town, like we're around the vicinity, and if my sister's in the hospital and she's hurting, I want to be there for her. Like, would that be okay? Would that be okay if we came a little earlier and like just spent some time there, you know, like that, like we could just do the time right now instead of doing it on the 11th." They were like, yeah,
we were gonna stay for a week.
They're like, that's totally fine. Oh yeah, we were gonna stay there for a week. They had invited us to go on the 11th to stay there for a week and hang out with them and get to know each other face to face. And we were like, would that be okay if we just did that during this time? Because we want to be there for her. And if not, it's totally fine. Just let us know. And she was like, you know what? That's awesome. That'd be amazing. Da da da. And she was later, they got back to us and they were like, actually, Dane, Abby, and Valerie and Devin are here because we were celebrating 4th of July. And I know you had some things to say about Dane before and with your sisters. So I want you to ask them if you can stay at the house. Which also, like, for us, it was like, can't you ask them? Like, they're your visitors. They're there with you. But okay, we will ask them. And Jamie asked Dane. They said, you know, this is what's going on. I really want to be able to be there for my sister. Would that be fine? I know it's your guys' vacation, but it seems to be working out this way. And if it works out, you guys are comfortable with it, we'd love to be there with you guys. Like, we're getting to see Talinda again and present in a different kind of way. And we'd love for you guys to see us and us to see you guys. And they said, yeah, of course. That's no problem with me. Go ahead and come on over. We didn't even have a thing. And so we found a place to camp the night and we headed over. Or no. I think we just headed over. I think the camping...
we went the next day.
Okay.
Because we drove over and then we spent the rest of the day there.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And we ended up at T's house. Right when we pulled up, they came out and the kids ran up to us. They ran up to Jamie. I didn't really know them, and I'm just there to foster that space for Jamie and support them through this. Yes, I love to get to know them, but also, like, it was more important that Jamie get to have this time with them because I didn't know how long it would last. And we pull up and the kids come and say hi and give their hugs, and then T comes out and she's like, oh my gosh, you look so much like Chester. We go inside and they have a new dog that they didn't let us know. Or I think they kind of did, but they said that they would help, like, keep the dog away from Ella. I have a little pug, and the dog is a big dog, and it was a young dog, very active, doesn't know its height and weight and capacity, and they were like, oh, just leave her with them. And the dog kept, like, pouncing on Ella and kept, like, trying to go at Ella. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. And so I was trying to figure out how I could keep Ella safe because it didn't seem like she was safe. And I was trying to figure out a space for her. And Jamie went inside, and I stayed in the front, trying to figure out some things. And I I don't even remember. I think we were just like, we have to see what it is. I have to go inside at some point. All this is from memory, not saying this is totally exactly how things went. Just to put it out there again. But I go inside, and immediately as I'm entering, people are coming towards us. And it's Dane, Valerie, Devin, and Abby. And they, not all of them, but there is visible alcohol bottles in their hand and like on the counters. And they knew we were showing up at that time. And for me, that was like, oh, I didn't know this was happening this way. Like, a very serious thing just occurred for a while where we were very emotionally impacted. And now we're showing up and people are already under the influence. So I don't know the levels at which that had been occurring. Yeah. And so we're there, we're just vibing, hanging out. Again, for me, everything feels different because I'm trying to help. I'm trying to just give Jamie the space to speak and do their thing and be heard in the way they want. I don't want to come off a way or say anything that is going to start something. So I'm quiet and I'm just trying to just observe and be around. I'm observing a lot. A lot of things are going on. A lot of things are being said and done or not being said and done. And it turned out that it wasn't appendicitis. It was something else.
Swollen lymph nodes.
Swollen lymph nodes. And that they were good. We showed up and she was perky. She was fine. She was like, yeah, that was crazy, but I'm good, you know? It's like, oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you're feeling good. And we're here and we're going to hang out now. And to Linda, a sentiment that was hard for me to process. We got there and they were talking about like, oh, you know, Tyler really wants to start a fire, but there's a fire ban right now. But, you know, like he really wants to start a fire. But, you know, Mike is part of the fire department now for my county. And I know if we start a fire and our neighbors call, which they will because they tattle on us all the time, like we get told all the time that we have to put our fires out. Like, she was like, yeah, if they call, then he's going to show up and that's just going to be a lot for me and I don't want that to happen. And I was like, oh, then, you know, like, let's not do a fire. We don't have to do a fire. It's okay. We can all hang out inside or even outside without the fire around the fireplace if like that was the, you know, like fireplace vibes kind of thing. Like, I don't know why the fireplace was such a big thing. I was just trying to be like, we could do this, you know. I was like, well, we don't have to do that. It's totally fine. And they're like, well, you try telling Tyler that he can't make a fire. You try and convince him that he can't make a fire. And I was like, I'm not his mom. I don't have any say over him. I'm not going to go tell him he can't make a fire. Like, you guys know there's a fire ban. Apparently, y'all still make fires. So I can't change this kid's mind. And, I didn't know that they hadn't went and talked to him. And when I went outside, a fire was started. A fire was being started. And it was again, oh my gosh, I hope Mike's not called. Like, oh my gosh, that'd be crazy. And I was like, then why have the fire? Like, there is a fire ban. Like, I don't know. Even here, we're not allowed to have fires at all. And I would not put a fire. I'm even like, even now when we don't have gas to heat our house because we can't pay the $500 gas fee, and it's fucking cold here. Like, before, our neighbors had said things about people starting fires in their fireplaces when there's fire bans, and I'm so like, I would not put a fire. I even talked to Jamie. I was like, you know what, maybe we might need that fire tonight because it's really warm, and if I don't think there's a fire ban right now.
I don't think so.
Not so it's finally done, but like, just like, I take those things very seriously, and so it's just odd to see a different perspective in a place of affluence where the fire didn't need to be had, but it was being had just because they could. Yeah.
Remember when you were alone with Talinda when you got
that's later.
Oh.
I'm getting there.
Is that the thing
that
the
when I had come in the house a different time, because I was going and checking on Ella a lot, because a lot of dogs like to bully her and just be really mean to her. And like I said, to Linda's dog, just like, they kept opening the door to where Ella was at. I finally convinced to Linda that like they should be separated, and so Ella did get the front yard to themselves. And then people kept opening the door, and then the dog would get in, and I would have to go help Ella so that Ella wasn't attacked or anything. One of the times that I was helping Ella, I came back inside and he was like, oh my goodness, like, you just graduated, right? I was like, yeah, I did just graduate. It's a whole different fucking thing. I did just graduate. And she was like, wow, congratulations. That's really awesome. Like, it's a really big thing. And she was like, where do you think you're going to go with this? And I was like, well, there's only been one place I was going to go with this. I'm taking this shit down. Like, right now, I am in a state. Before, I thought that I had to be an educator in order to speak my mind on these matters. But right now, I am so annoyed about all of these restrictions and all of these prejudgmental kind of conceptions in your head of like, well, you need to do this in order to have even a say on if this thing is right. Well, you need to see this if da da da. It's like, no. If I'm seeing something that's wrong, I have a right to say, hey, I think that's wrong. Hey, I have an educated background on this, and this is why I believe this is wrong, and I'm going to fight for it. And I shouldn't have to be putting myself through years of teaching during a pandemic where I wouldn't be able to teach the way that I want to teach in the way that I think is okay. Like, it was horrible. My whole experience in my program, nothing was prepared. It was a new program that they had created, and I told them, I was like, I will do the program instead of just adding it as a minor if the program is ready. Like, I'm not trying to complicate my college career past what it already is. They're like, no, everything's good, you'll be fine. None of the classes were ready. I had to take them all out of order, and then we were all like, my group was all like the guinea pigs for the class, and all the teachers let us know this. They were like, well, you guys are going to be the like examples later on. We're like surveilling you basically and studying how you guys interact with certain things and hear what works and what doesn't. And so that was basically my whole experience there, and everything was just so chaotic. And even in the end, they didn't give us the proper classes that we need for things. They were substituting certain classes because the classes weren't ready for us to be able to graduate at the time that we were supposed to, because we were in the program, but that they couldn't make it our fault. So they had told us, oh, well, you can just take this one instead. And even that was a battle. Like, I was just so over it. So I was telling Talinda, like, no, hell no, I'm not getting my teacher's license in Arizona. I'm not pursuing this career. Like, I would much rather just do shit on my own. Like, that's not happening. I'm just going to be very adamant on how I feel and what's going on. And I told her, I was like, actually, me and Jamie talked about this a lot on our way here. We talked about where we're at, and that we really see ourselves going in a new direction now that we're back in contact with you. Like, it will help Jamie's mental state so much now, being able to speak their truth and me being able to speak my truth and just talk freely about things. And that's what we want to do. We want to talk about our experience and be able to show that, you know, we can go through really hard things and be okay, that we like can have the capacity to listen to other people's things because that's their thing. Like, people who do have the capacity can extend the capacity, and that we should be doing that for each other, and that, you know, at least we're here doing it. And if someone needs help, we're here to listen. Or if someone wants to share their story, we wanted to have a platform to do so. we wanted I told her, I was like, you know what, we want to share our story and talk freely about things and how we feel about the world and everything going on, and we want people to have a space to do that as well. Like, maybe bring other people on and then talk about their experience with their families and their lives or how society is affecting them. That would be awesome. Like, just to see more people hearing each other and holding space for each other. Because, yeah, we see it all the time in other things, but you know, that's something that we're really appreciating with ourselves, and we want to extend that outward. And we also said, like, the Airbnb is an Airbnb right now, but we have a lot of conflicting feelings on that, and we don't like making people pay for this kind of experience to be out and whatever, and how much it is. That it's just, I don't like that. It's like the landlord complex. Like, money, ew, no, I don't want to be in charge. I don't want to be charging people. No.
Yeah.
And I was like, I want to have that platform where we just talk about things, and have like maybe a thing where people, you know, help fund someone being able to take time out of their work, come to the house, do some help for themselves, get time by themselves, and just have the space. Just be able to enjoy the space, because too many people have to work check to check, day to day, don't have the capacity to ever get out, and then get told shit about not being able to internalize and do the hard work and blah, blah, blah. But it's always put on them to make time to do it. It's always put on them for them to be able to be respectable, or to be so respectable enough to be heard. Like, that's so horrible to me, and I hate that, and I just want people to have a space.
I agree.
Oh. I was like, what are you pointing to?
No, I was
like, no, I wanna be able to either work so that I can fund it myself, or get some kind of organization that will help fund that, and just use the house as that so that people can use it. Or even like where I was leaning to, of like, before I could, because at that point, being out of college, I was like, my little voice talking in the fucking into the void. Like, even now, just talking into a void, like, who knows who's gonna see this, what's actually gonna be heard and thought. But like, I felt so useless. Like, nothing's gonna change. Like, I remember being at my apartment during the pandemic and seeing so much crazy shit being done to people during the BLM protests and during Trump's fucking shit, and just like how people were treating each other, and all this stuff that was coming out about the government and how they're surveilling us, and all these things, people coming to certain realizations about themselves and how they see the world. And I remember coming out of my room one day after doing a good YouTube deep dive on a bunch of shit, and going to Jamie and my best friend at the time, and being like, oh my god, like, do you see everything that's going on? This is crazy. Like, people are going to have to be awake now. Like, there's no way, after all this information is out, that people can stay asleep and continue to perpetuate this culture of this colonialized culture, this capitalistic culture. Like, wow, everyone's gonna stand up to the fucking man, and we're all gonna, like, world peace is gonna fucking happen. You know, we're gonna start the fucking ball on it. We're gonna all be able to talk about it and see that, wow, we've actually been keeping ourselves in these patterns and holding ourselves to these images of being human. What makes you human? Oh, you get a good job and make sure you're doing this. Like, those things don't make you human. Those things don't, like, I had a really big time with that. I was like, wow, so much is coming out. We're gonna have to fucking see shit. Like, you know, like, it's so hard being in quarantine, but shit's gonna come out of it. It's gonna be so fun and good. Like, we're gonna dismantle all this. And I remember being so devastated when my best friend looked at me and they're like, "What are you talking about?" And I was like, "What?" I was like, "This is what I'm talking about. Like, do you not see all the stuff that's coming out? So many people are realizing things, and like, it's gonna change. Like, it has to. There's no way it can't. How would people, how?" And they were like, "Bella, no, like, it, I understand what you're saying, but that's not, like, you know what's been going on before." And I was like, oh my God, like, yeah, yeah, we did know all this actually before. We did know the people, like, the people who are living in it know that these systems are created. We know it's unfair. We know it's not okay. We know people are impoverished, hungry, being oppressed, being colonialized. Wars are happening for no reason besides egos, money. Like, it's been sustaining itself. The people have been saying, we don't want this. The people have been saying, this isn't helpful. The people have been saying, like, I just want to live my life over here this way, please. We've been having these rallies and these parties. And devastated. Um, I no longer felt like the whole thing I was working up towards was like null void. It's like, just like having that dawn of realization, like, I've always known that, and I always knew the things that were going on and how people weren't seeing it. It just hit me different. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that to myself. I'm not giving my life to politics and fighting the good fight just to fight people who've already made up their mind. They're not gonna concede or fucking be able to understand. They've been living this way for 70, 80 years. They've been making laws to make sure that no one can do anything about anything. They've been making sure that we're controlled in such a specific way that we think these things are good for us. We say, thank you for these scraps. Say, thank you for at least allowing this freedom. Hey, that wasn't nice. I don't like that you stripped away my rights to my own body. Okay, think that way. Like, not me saying that, like the fucking government being like, okay, and what are you gonna do about it? Can't do anything about it. Go ahead and fucking file, what, you can protest? That was also a thing in one of my classes. We were talking about protests, and I was so irritated because everyone was like, yeah, these teachers need to be telling people, get up their picket signs and do this and that. And I was like, we've been putting up the picket signs. The fucking people who have been oppressed have been saying we're oppressed. We have been saying this is not cool, okay, quirky, cute, whatever. We've been saying we get you want to live this lavish lifestyle, but it shouldn't be at my fucking expense. You want to be seen as this, oh, celebrity doing all these great things, so you're making up this game of award systems to give to each other. Okay. Like, hard conversations. Not hard. People did not want to hear that. I was multiple times in that class about diversity and hearing people out, which was mostly white students in the class, and me and one other person were the POCs that were willing to speak out on anything and have a different opinion. And most of the time the teacher would be like, Bella, I get where you're coming from, but you have to listen to other people's perspective and, you know, like understand that they didn't have your understanding. Like most of my classes were like being teachers being taught, like you have to understand that people come from different backgrounds. You have to be able to see that, you know, like some people, one of my fucking teachers, some people think Walmart is like a grocery store and like a clothing store, and that's the store that they go to. Like that's so sad. And I was like, what? Like, what are you talking about right now? And they were like, no, I don't mean it that way, you know. I mean, like, that's all they have. Like, they don't have the good stores, like, you know, natural grocers or fucking what's the one in California? Trader Joe's and stuff like that. Or like, you know, they don't get to go to the malls and get the clothes there, that they think Walmart is actually like a store. And I was like,
It is.
it is. That's what they can afford. That like why are we sitting here talking about being able to understand this kind of way of living? Like why is my college money going into teaching these diversity teachers about diversity? Like, why am I sitting here being told to be understanding of things that I've had to go through for so long just because other people needed to hear it in order for them to have empathy for children that they're going to be teaching? And even in these classes, these people being like, I don't even know why I'm fucking here. Like, I don't even care about any of this. I'm just trying to teach and do my job and get out of there. Like, the other stuff, that's all like their thing. Like, oh, that was so fucking hard. But I was telling to Linda about that, and that I had skewed my way of how I wanted to go about things and where I was going to end up. I said, I'm going to talk publicly about what I'm upset about and in depth about certain things. But I also, my only goal now is to create a facility where, like a little daycare, kind of like play center for children of any kind of need. Like any kind of capacity, have space, something for them to do, and somewhere for them to be that they can feel seen and have people around them who understand them and don't judge them. Because there is way too little spaces for that. And I was talking about that with her, and they were like, wow, that is amazing. I totally agree. The education system, the way that it is not okay. You know, that's why I took my kids out and I put them in a Catholic private school. And I was like, no, that's not what I was talking about. That's not what I was talking about. I, no. I was saying very different things. We were agreeing that school was not all right the way that it was, and it wasn't benefiting children. But I don't think we're at the same place. And then they were like, well, I was I was nannying in between, like doing babysitting jobs in between to get money when I would go back to Yuma. And I had told them that before, and they were like, well, are you still thinking about babysitting? Because I have a lot of friends who are looking for educators like you to do more one-on-one work. And I was like, honestly, not really. Like, not here. Like, I would really need to know the family and know that they could be capable to have hard conversations and see when they might be perpetuating certain stigmas that are harming their child. And, you know, like, not a lot of people are able to see that for themselves. And it's really hard to take that from educators who are in classrooms. So, like, me being someone just stepping into the house and, like, trying to mitigate these things, like I feel like that would put a lot of pressure on me. Like I would really need to know that these people were willing to acknowledge and be accountable for themselves for the betterment of their children. And they were like, oh wow, yeah, I totally agree, you know, that's totally valid. Well, would you ever like consider watching or like, you know, like helping out the girls? Like, that'd be awesome, like, to get some help sometimes with them and da da da. And I was like, no, honestly, like, there's a lot going on. Like I said, like, I need to make sure that the families are capable of acknowledging certain things and that certain conversations can be had, and that it is really about the betterment of the children and holding space for their emotions and feelings. And I need to be able to see that before I would be comfortable doing anything. They're like, no, no, yeah, that totally makes sense, Like, okay, yeah, okay. And we moved on from there. And I just remembered that we totally skipped over in February when
Hmm.
we went to go see her after
Oh,
you
yes.
talked to
We
her,
did go see her
after
once.
that incident with Isaiah where he choked you out, and then you had reconnected with Talinda.
Yep, we did go
Um,
visit.
and she at that time disclosed that she had had a couple surgeries and was in a lot of pain, and was relearning how to walk. And me having my disability, I felt so bad. I could understand the pain and the thought of teaching yourself how to walk, because I was doing that time.
Mm-hmm.
um, like Jamie said, when they met me, I was walking everywhere, and my practicums were like an hour and 30 minutes away. Walking there, and then an hour 30 minutes walking back, and I would be walking all the time and having to be on my feet to do the practicums all the time, and that was taking a very big toll on my body. um and like I said, I wasn't able to do a lot at that time, and I was teaching myself how to walk. I was trying to fix my disability, um, so that it wouldn't worsen. I was trying to help myself out. And I was like, wow, I get that. And I want to be there for them. Like, we should go see them. And she asked us to go see her, that she just wanted Jamie around. Um, it would be nice to see them again, that it would help her heart. And I was like, of course. Of course, we're making the time to go. And we went. And that ended up being harder for me than I thought, because I thought the surgeries were because of something like a pre-existing condition that just worsened and was nothing, like, I don't know. I didn't think it was of their own um, decision that they engaged in things that would make it worse, and then mm, had them end up where they were, in the position that they were. They disclosed to me that, like, yeah, I had this problem with my back before I went to Hawaii, and all these doctors told me not to go, and all these doctors told me I shouldn't be up and active the way I was, but, I had to do it. I had to get married, and I needed to do this, so I did it, and I didn't care the consequences. They said I was going to have these surgeries, so I'm going to do that. And I was like, "Oh, this is different." Like, this is I I was having a very difficult time in myself, having um empathy for the decisions, not the pain. I could acknowledge the pain and the feeling that they had to do those things. But for me, not having a choice in my disability and having to relearn how to walk and having chronic pains my whole life and not having access to medications or any kind of help, like with doctors or anything, we couldn't afford that. So that wasn't a luxury I could have. I didn't participate in things that would worsen my condition. For so much of my childhood, I was afraid to get up. Like, just um, keeping myself in my bed, because I was like, I had this thought like, oh, I'm saving my energy. I'm saving my energy for later, If I don't use my legs now too much, because the doctors had said that I would be in a wheelchair by 30. And I was like, oh, well, if I don't do so much now, and I'm not obliterating my knees and ankles by participating in, all these sports or hikes and shit, like, I'll be able to do that when I'm 18 and can do it where I want to, how I want to. And so it was hard for me to be coming from that and then going into a place where someone did have the money to have the best doctors around and all these medications, and took risk of their own physical well-being and ability to walk in order to fly to Hawaii to have the wedding. And that's why when we were saying in the beginning that they were taking medications, that was the medication because it was so painful. They were supposed to have the surgery, but they wanted to do the wedding first. And they went and did the wedding. And Jamie, I remember them telling me about, like, yeah, we had to hold Talinda up, taking her down the aisle because it was so painful for her to walk. And I didn't know at the time why, or that they had known that that thing was going to happen. I was like, oh my God, that's crazy. Like, I'm so sorry she's feeling this way. Like, that's horrible. I'm really glad you were there to help her, and everything worked out and it seemed okay. And then finding out that, she had gotten doctors to tell her, don't do it, like, you're gonna really hurt yourself and this could go really bad. She was like, I'm doing it anyways. And then that's why we're there helping. We're there
Just
for
visiting.
emotional support. Yeah, exactly. Just like checking in, like, we acknowledge this is very painful for you and we want to show that we're supporting you. And so we had made the drive over. And at that time too, they had asked to show me makeup and stuff because I had just gotten some makeup. And I was like, she was like, oh my gosh, I did all these like panels and stuff, and I know so much about it. I can teach you about it. And I was like, wow, that's awesome. Like, please share any tips and tricks with me. Like, I watch YouTube videos all the time and people doing all these things, but I don't know your perspective or if you have any cool little things to show me, so please do that. And so we had got there, and she was telling me about how she got in this place, and she was like, yeah, but see, I'm doing better, I'm learning how to walk, it's totally fine. And everyone was telling her, Talinda, please sit down. Talinda, you cannot be doing this, you need to sit down, you need to listen. And she was like, no, I'm not doing that, like, I can do this, I'm fine. And then Amanda would have to come out, and Amanda was like, yeah, I'm the only one she'll listen to when she gets this way. Like, no one can tell her anything. I'm her best friend. She listens to me only, kind of thing. And I was like, this is like her physical well-being. Like, this is such a serious thing in my head. Like, why would she be unwilling to do the thing that would be helpful and keep her physical health together because she has children? Like, in my head, that's what I'm processing. Like, if I have kids, I'm not going to, I don't know, I don't have kids. I can't say I was going to do anything, but in that time, that was my thought process. Like, oh my goodness, like, I can't imagine putting my physical capability of mobility at risk because whatever, like, that was just a thing for me. But it was fine. She took her medication and she was like, we were there for a while talking, and we were only there, I think, for one night. We were supposed to be there for one night or 2 nights. I don't remember, but it wasn't very long. And I know she wanted me to show me the makeup thing. And so I was like, oh, one of the nights, I think it was 2 nights that we were there. We went and did our makeup session together, and she got me in her room and she had her makeup stuff out and she was showing me the brushes and this and that. And I was listening, and she was sharing all these tips and tricks with me. And I, she was having difficulty expressing what she was saying because of the medications. And sometimes it was coming out very blurry, like the words were all forming together. And that was kind of triggering me because it reminded me of how she was speaking to Jamie on the night that she had called for their birthday. And I could hear the same kind of things. And we had asked her, like, hey, did you take your medication that night before? And she had said no.
A CBD gummy.
Hmm?
She said she took a CBD gummy.
Yeah, so it wasn't triggering me at the time. It was triggering me for other reasons, that I knew other people talking in that way. Later, when I would hear how she was speaking to Jamie on their birthday, I was like, this sounds exactly like how that was. And then she would say she didn't take her medications. And then she said she did. And then now it's again that she didn't take medications that night. And it's a lot of contradicting statements all the time. It's a lot of, we're not sure really what's going on, who we're talking to, who these people are and what they're willing to do. And what do you call it? They're showing me some makeup stuff, and I start talking like, yeah, this person showed me that tip on their video, or oh yeah, I knew that one, like da da da. And she's like, okay, so what? Like you show me what you think you know about these brushes then. Like, what is this one for then? And then I was like, oh well, I would use it for this. Like, I don't know what it's for, but I would use it for this. And they're like, oh, okay, so like all these things you just already knew, and you just let me speak this long. You're just letting me go on for what? Like, what do you get out of this? And I was like, no, I was just here to be here with you. You said you wanted to show me some makeup stuff. We were going to play with makeup. Like, I thought that would be really fun, us getting to do makeup together. Like, that's it. I'm not trying to, baby you or anything, or say that what you're doing isn't helping or isn't giving me tips or whatever. And she was like, oh, okay, it was fine. It was just like a little bump in the road. And we talked through it. And she ended up giving me some makeup brushes that she had, and some products. And I was grateful for that. And we ended the night, and me and Jamie were sleeping in the garage, and we went and slept in the garage. And when I woke up, when I woke up or before we went to sleep, sometime during the night, they had emailed me. They asked for my email and number, and they had emailed me a Sephora gift card of how much?
I think it was a couple hundred. I don't remember though.
Yeah, it was
It was a lot. I mean,
yeah, it was a good amount.
Yeah, it was a good amount.
And she was like, oh, I just like I said, she sent me the gift card, and then I went out in the morning, and I was like, thank you so much for that. Like, you really don't have to give me this money. Like, honestly, I feel really weird taking it. And she was like, oh my God, do not feel weird. Like, you're saying you want to start this thing, and you don't have these kind of products.
Takes my mind off of that. I didn't do that.
You don't have these products to be able to do that, and I want you to be able to at least get like a set of stuff. So here you go, and please do that. And I was like, yes, thank you so much. And then I was like, yeah, like, I do love makeup, and I'm really excited to do that. It's just like, I also see people saying so much about like, I don't like wearing foundation for things. I was like, and people say all the time, like, ooh, you should. I remember my tia making a comment when I started using makeup, and they were like, that's done? You're done? You didn't forget anything? And I was like, no. And then I was like, I like it. And she was like, but what about like, and I was like, what? And they were like, you have like dark spots and stuff. Like, you don't want to make everything kind of like blurred together, like finish it off. It would just look so much better. And I was like, no, I don't want to do that. I like how it looks. Like, this is my skin, and it's okay. And then I was telling to Linda about that, like, you know, I'm really excited to get into this makeup, but I have had comments about the way that I do it, and people say things about my skin, and they were like, oh my god, that's so messed up. Like, no, like, Amanda knows so much about skincare. We're gonna go get you some skincare before you leave. Like, me and Jamie were about to leave, and she was like, before you go, like, let me just get you some stuff. And I was like, oh my goodness, like, thank you so much. I really appreciate this, because I hadn't had a skincare routine. I didn't have money to participate in knowing what was good for the skin, and I didn't have the mental capacity, yet alone the money, to be able to be researching this stuff for myself and stay consistent in purchases and putting it on and all this stuff. And I felt like at the time that I could. I was like, wow, thank you so much. You know, I'm at this point where I can and want to take care of myself, and it'll be great to have the products to do so. And she got Amanda to take me right away to the stores, and they went and got me some products, and they were like, this will help with this will help with this. And then they gave me like, and they were saying it was like for anti-aging, but it was like a skin whitening cream. And I remember looking at it like, and they were like, no, it's just for the dark spots. Just use it for the dark spots. And it's like, okay, okay. And then like anti-aging stuff, and I was like, I'm not really about that. Like, I'm okay aging. I know I age. I'm not fighting that. And they were like, no, it just keeps the skin nice. You know, it just helps in this way. It's not even like that. And I was like, okay, yeah, I can see that. I'll get it. I'm thankful you guys giving me these things. And they gave me the things, and we left, and
They told me to look out because you'll be pretty now.
No, yeah, right before we left, they did make that comment. Like, I was like, I peeped my head into T's room real quick, and I was like, hey, you know, I got this stuff. I just want to say thank you before we leave. Like, just again, like, thank you so much for the things you're giving me. And she was like, oh no, I think they were they were in the room, and then they came out, and they were like, yeah, you know, look out, Jamie. With all this stuff, you know, all these people are gonna. The sentiment was like, oh, all these people are gonna be coming after Bella because they'll be pretty now. And I was like, I am pretty, but thank you. They're like, no, I didn't mean it that way. Oh my gosh, you know, I didn't mean it that way. I was like, okay. And that was that. But also, I'm just remembering that in that visit, we had met one of their friends who was in a reality show.
Beth.
And, yeah. And, it was very much like, yeah, I was in a couple episodes of this reality show. I was like, oh, cool. And they're like, yeah, oh my God, maybe we'll show you like later tonight. And I was like, okay, maybe. And I really just want to hang out with the kids and get to know the family and stuff like that, like have the conversations. And so, yeah, I'm just not into reality TV. I'm not very into TV. Televised programming. What do you call it? And so it was hard. Later it was a thing for me. Not it was hard. It was a thing for me of like when later, and then we put up the episode, and it was kind of like a thing of like everyone sitting around and watching the episode, even though they've seen it many times. It was kind of like they were trying to show me the episode. I hadn't said, or like, I don't know. I didn't want to watch the episode. I told them, I was like, yeah, maybe, you know, I'm not really into reality TV like that. So, you know, and it was on, and we're watching it, and I was just like, this is so weird for me. Like, being a, what do you call it? Like civilian, being a civilian. I don't know. I don't participate in reality shows and then watch them again. And show people these things. And even while they're doing certain things and saying certain things on things, they're like, yeah, they made me say that, or like, this is all I amped up for drama, I'm not really like that, and stuff like that. I was like, okay, I don't know how you're really like, but I'll take you for your word. But the way that people were speaking on the show, and the way that people were, it's hard to be in vicinity and then us us being perceived a certain way, and us being told certain things about how we're coming off, but then seeing everyone else being able to express however they want, and being and saying and doing a bunch of things, and still being able to be friends, still being able to support each other, still letting kids hang out together. Like, it's just a thing for me, in my own experience of life. And so that was interesting. That was just an interesting thing that I experienced at that time. And especially because I was already going through my own perceptions on the disability part, and the fact that they were relearning how to walk and stuff out of actions that they knew could end them up there. And later it was weird too, because we found out when we were being forwarded these email chains that were being had without us, that were going on without us.
320.
Yeah, for 320. And Talinda was talking to this board or whatever, these people who were important, and she was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, like I haven't been replying or something. She hadn't been doing something. But this is Jamie, and Jamie's so awesome. They've been here helping me recover and teaching me how to walk again, and da da da. But like, we were only there for the one day. So for us, it was like, why are they talking about it like that? Like, we didn't do that. Like, it was just odd, and would later then be something else that would be even more odd because of the things that were being said and done, and said about Jamie and done to Jamie. But we're in 4th of July in the current timeline that I diverged from.
You had been telling T about your education ideas in your facility.
Yeah, they had asked me to.
I'm not sure what comes next exactly.
Think about doing something with the girls, and I was like, I don't know about that, and maybe think about it. And we ended it there. And then I think I went out for something, and at some point I left the house to go to the car. I think I made a PB&J or something. I don't know. I got something from the car. And I came back inside, and Talinda, Valerie, and Devin were around Talinda's like home security laptop kind of thing, display that she has in the house. And they were around it, and when I opened the door and they looked over, and they like kind of dispersed from around the monitor, and then they all like kind of looked at each other and like walked back to the monitor. And I was like, oh, like, what's going on? And they're like, oh, well, it's so weird. Like, for some reason, our cameras just stopped. Like, I can't get back in it because I don't know my password. It doesn't. And I was like, you don't know your password to your home security? And they're like, no, I don't know. Like, it's crazy. It just locked me out, and I don't know the password or how to get it back. Like, it's just not working right now. And I was like, that was a very big red flag in my head. And I felt very triggered by that. That happened. And then another part of that visit, the 4th of July visit, I had come inside. Again, it's so weird because I've been outside, and now each one of these moments is like a moment that I'm just walking back in the house and then being thrown into these kinds of situations and having to think about, like, what can I say? How should I facilitate myself? Am I just playing into all these bad stigmas if I just enable this until I can't take it anymore and I have to speak on my mind? Like, why am I thinking this way? I'm not this way. I would show up authentically anywhere else I was, so why am I thinking I can't do that here? They're asking me to show up authentically, and I'm trying, but I just don't know where that line is. And I don't want Jamie to be shunned from the family again for me crossing that line. And so I was really trying at this time, just like having a hard time figuring out how I should go about myself. And one of the times I walked back into the house, uh, Jamie, one of their siblings, and Talinda were in a circle in the hallway talking to each other, and I just walked up and oh no, before that, no, I had walked up to them and um, I was just kind of standing there, and they were like giving me like celebrating something, and I was like, "Oh, what's going on?" And um, they were like, "Oh my God, like it's so awesome." I was telling them that you identify as they. They asked me actually if you identify as they them or would prefer that, and I said yes. And then they were like, "Oh, I also." Consider myself that way as well, and we were like celebrating like yes, high fives, da da da. But Talinda had, and I was like, oh my God, yes. And then we all high fived and we're like, this is so cool. Like, we get to be here to support each other. I'm really happy that you understand that about yourself. Um, and then Talinda was like, yeah, you guys are so funny. Like, I don't know about all that. Like, I don't know that I'll ever be able to do that. And then started walking away. And I was like, that threw me off so hard. And I turned and I was like, oh, wait, like, what do you mean? And they were like, yeah, I don't know. Like, the terminology is just not valid or like right. Like, it's not proper English. Like, I don't think that I know that I'll never be able to do that because I'm really into grammar and that's just not grammatically correct. And I was like, well, okay, well, can we talk about that? Like, I don't know. Like, you were just asking me to be a part of the girls' things, and, like, that could really impact them. You talking this way, like, I'll never be able to do something. Uh, that could really, like, I know I would be impacted if my parents said, I'll never be able to acknowledge you in the way that you experience life, in the way that is comfortable for you. That would be hard. And it was hard for me to hear. So I couldn't imagine the child. And I was like, well, what do you mean by that? Like, I don't think I said all that at that point. I was like, what do you mean by it's not grammatically correct? Like, we were talking about getting past certain things and stigmas, but like that's one of them that we got past was like language. Like our language has been cultivated and created. It always is changing. The meanings of things are always changing. The way we see things is always changing. So, like, can we acknowledge that that's going on? Like, people did talk about each other in they them kind of references before. Like, these things are valid. There are journals from how long ago talking about it like this. And they're like, oh, well, what journals? What's the title? Who wrote them? And I was like, I don't know information like that. I don't have the capacity to remember. I remember like more broad kind of things and how things affect different things. Jamie's the one who remembers like dates, times, and names of things kind of thing. So, if you want to have that conversation with them, you can. We did look at the source together and I'm sure they would remember. So when Jamie comes around, we can handle that. But, like, I do want to talk to you about that. And that's when I told her, I was like, it's hard because hearing that sentiment of I'll never be able to do something, like putting that very hard never on something really impacts um, me. And I feel like it could be better for us to use language like, I can't understand that right now, but I'm willing to try at least, for the betterment of the child. And I wasn't saying like about myself. And they were like, well, they were just, I don't know about that, like it's who I am kind of thing. And they were like, well, I was like, oh, okay, true. Well, I also don't know who you are, and stuff like that. So it would be nice to get to know each other. And we had taken so long in between these times, and I would love to get to know you more. So let's talk about that. And they were telling me the same thing, and they had asked me about me. And so I started talking about me, and as I'm explaining what was going on in between the time that they weren't speaking, and how that dramatically influenced Jamie's mental health and capability, because they were shunned from the whole family and no one would talk to them. And then whenever they would talk to them, they would give them information that they would later then dispute and tell Jamie they were crazy for. Like, it was very hard mentally for everyone in the situation. And I was just kind of describing, like, you know, like, we, from the sentiment that we were just saying, like, we really do have to be able to hold space for people if we're inviting them into our lives and stuff like that, and just sharing how I'm thinking on life at that point. And Jamie, people start coming over and listening to our conversation, and um to when the people came over, that was the sentiment I was sharing, like, just things about what we were going through and our realizations about ourselves and how we wanted to function with the world and hold space for people, the capacity that we had to do so. And
The context also of the olive branch was that they knew we weren't the same people and they would have to be reintroduced. So all of this was something that they had agreed to.
Yeah, that's what I
I'm
thought
not
I
sure if
did
that came out.
say the sentiment of
Sorry.
that, like, we did say, like, we're only going to go to your house on July 11th, with the understanding that we're all people who don't know each other. We're not making assumptions about each other. Whatever is said, we're just trying to figure things out. We're just trying to communicate. No one has any ill will, intent of harm, or anything. Like, we are simply just trying to acknowledge where each other are at, and we want to get to know each other. And that's why we went. And so when they were asking me about myself, I didn't think it was a thing until other people came into the conversation, and Jamie came into the conversation. Because then Linda was like, hold on. You're saying all these things and you're talking, but you're not letting me speak. You get to say all these things, but what about me? Like, you're not asking me anything, and da da da. But while I'm speaking, she's interjecting or asking questions, and I keep being like, at that time, I was very avid in using we, you, and I very intertwined, and be like, oh my god. And then you figure yourself out, and you go through these processes, and you find, like, space for yourself, and you hold, like, just that kind of sentiment. And she was like, you, like me, like, I've already done that work, like, da da da. And I was like, I know, remember I said that's just my language, like, I say you, we, and I together, like, I'm not saying anything about you. I'm not trying to, and I don't intend to. I'm not trying to be malicious here. And that kept going on. They would keep interrupting me to tell me something I was saying was, not something they agreed with. Oh, I wouldn't use that terminology. And I was like, okay, well, I'm using this kind of terminology because this is how I view this word, and it relates to this thing because this is how I see that. And each time she would tell me something, I would just clarify for them. And then the you, me, and I thing kept happening, and, like, it was right after each other. Like, I would get done clarifying, I'm not saying you. I'm just using the term you because I'm talking like that. Like, it's literally hard for me not to use that because that's my language. And she was like, well, I don't understand how you expect people to like, I don't understand how you expect people to communicate with you at all. Like, I need a fucking dictionary to fucking sit here and listen to you. And I was like, I thought it was going just fine. Whenever you needed clarification, I clarified. You've stopped me multiple times to ask for clarification. Each time I've given it and just reminded you that this was where I was coming from and I didn't mean anything by it. And that was totally fine for me. Like, that's just how communication goes. And they're like, oh my god, like, you expect so much people to be willing to put so much effort into you, but, like, no one's gonna do that. No one cares like that. Like, that is not something that you should be expecting people to do. And that kind of stuff. and they're like, you're not even letting me talk. You haven't told, or I've been trying to sit here and I've been holding myself together, but you're not stopping and you just keep going. And I was like, you're asking me questions about myself and I'm answering them. You asked me to tell you about what happened in between the time that you weren't talking to Jamie, and I was telling you about it. You have interjected me and we have been communicating back and forth. It hasn't just been a one-sided thing. But now Jamie's come in and now there's more people, and Jamie's like, hold on, I think there's a big misunderstanding here. But we hadn't been talking for a long time. It was just a couple minutes that we had sat there, and then she was like, oh, okay, well then no, then let's debate. Let's debate then. I was in debate club in high school, so I'm really college, so I'm really good at debating. Let's debate on these things. And I was like, no, I'm not trying to debate. I wasn't trying to sway you or make you think a certain way. I was just telling you that that's how we think and that's where we're at in our own understanding of things that are going on. Because you asked, like, I'm not trying to debate here. I'm not swaying you. I'm not here to do that. I'm not here to do that for anyone. All the time, whenever I'm speaking, I'm just sharing how I feel. I'm just sharing my perspective. No one's trying, like right now, like I feel the need to say, like, I'm not trying to sway anyone to see like this person as bad or that person as bad, or oh, we're so great because all these things. Like, it just is my perspective. It just is my perspective on how these things are occurring at right now, that, like, you know, it's been so long that these things happened. I'm sure I had a better fledged form thought on it at that time.
I'm gonna feed the cats real quick. I hear Fi yelling at me. I think she's hungry.
Okay.
I'm gonna go feed her real quick.
Okay.
You need anything more with it?
More water?
Okay. Are you hungry yet?
No.
Sonia, are you hungry?
But yeah, that was really odd, because then they kept coming at what I was saying and like trying to debate me on these things. And then Jamie was seeing us like going back and forth, and they were like, hold on, you know, like I think something's being misconstrued, you know, like I know Bella can talk away. And I was like, no, like we're not gonna start that kind of sentiment. Like I wasn't even saying anything away. Like it was just different than what they were used to hearing, and that's fine. But now the space isn't being held to hear different things, and be okay with that they're different and that we are learning each other's communication styles. Because she started saying things like, oh, you think I don't know this? You guys think you're so special? You think you're so special because you went out and lived in your car for however long, and oh, like that's just so like, oh, you don't have any material thought, or you don't like possessing things. Okay, then how about someone go break in your car right now and steal this thing? Yeah, okay, then that person might have really needed it more than me. I'll live without it. And if I can't live without it, I'll figure it out in between. Like, it just is what it is. Someone can come take our whole ass car right now and steal our house. Like, and we would have to deal with that. Like, things happen in the world and we have to deal with them. I can't always be devastated by the things that are happening to me, because so many devastating things happen. Now I'm okay with it and I processed my traumas in a way that everyone had said I needed to. And then now that I'm expressing that these things are processed, suddenly it's a, wow, you think you know everything? You think you're so smart? You're only in your 20s. You guys are so young. You guys are dumb. Like, once you get here, once you actually realize things, like I've known these things for this many years. So, and I was like, okay, well then, like, what do you apply them to? Like, how do you apply that in your life? I'm honestly just really curious. It's like, she got very upset that I would say something like that. Like, you don't know me. You can't judge me for my things. Like, da da da. I was like, I'm serious. Like, I don't know you. And I would love to hear how you're applying your realizations and what's going on. Because, you know, like, we just had this big thing for almost a year now where Jamie was shunned out of the family because you couldn't. We call it grief. You're grieving, and the capacity to hold space for Jamie's feelings were not there. And like that's a really big thing, and that something I wouldn't do to someone right now if I was in a position of such. If I said you can get this thing, I wouldn't just take it away because they said something a little bit that I didn't agree with, or like they weren't willing to concede to my terms. That's something they didn't know I needed them to say. Like, it was so hard for me to comprehend, and I was having a hard time because Jamie's trying to interject and, you know, keep the peace. And you can see that Talinda's getting riled up, and I'm just kind of like in shock. I couldn't really process. And Jamie started talking more, and I was just letting them communicate at the point, and like they would kind of bring me back into it, and I couldn't process. I was kind of done with the conversation. I was seeing how they were feeding into like me trying, like once the people showed up, like Valerie, Devin, and everyone else, the kind of way she was talking to me changed, in my own perception, and that was hard for me to see, because it was so like letting me talk and listening, and I thought I was being heard at a certain level. But then once the people showed up, it was the, well, you think I don't know this? Oh my gosh, you guys, like, and then the debating started happening, and I was just like, it's being made to seem like she kept talking like as if I had antagonized her into this debate and wanted to speak this kind of way about her. But I kept saying, I'm not trying to say these things about you. I'm just saying how I feel about this thing. And then I'd say a little bit more, and she'd be like, see, you're doing it again. You're telling me how I feel, and I don't feel that way. See, like you think you know everything and you don't. And I was like, no, it's not what I'm saying right now. And nobody was interjecting to say anything besides Jamie, and that felt so bad. I just have like selective mutism. It's not like that I can, like, I choose when to go mute. It just happens, and I couldn't process. And I looked at Jamie and was like, you know what? I gotta go. I'm going to bed. Good night. And I was like, I'm going to bed. Good night. And I went and I got my jacket, and it was over next to Talinda. I got my jacket and I was like, good night. And I was leaving, I said, good night, everyone. And no one heard me. No one acknowledged I said good night. No one acknowledged that I had been emotionally impacted by this conversation. And no one acknowledged how the way my words were being misused and mistreated. And that was so hard for me. And I realize now I skipped a big part of that. Oh, crazy. Crazy, I skipped a part. There's a lot in the story. But meanwhile, before we had the conversation about the they them thing, we were all hanging out in the kitchen, and Valerie had come up to Jamie and apologized and said, I'm sorry. I realized I hadn't been there, and I don't know what's going on, and I'm hearing a little bit more about it, and I want to be there for you. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. And she was the only one to apologize out of any of the siblings for their actions. And so that felt like a lot. That felt really good to hear for Jamie. And I was so proud of Valerie for doing that and having like the bravery to do such. Because it was brave. That was brave to do that in Talinda's house. And after that, then Jamie, you know, was talking to her a little bit more, and they could see like Valerie was the one interacting with me. Like I was mostly interacting with the little kids because that's where I was comfortable, and that's who was interacting with me and actually sustaining a conversation with me. And because I brought out my art supplies and stuff like that, and I let them procreate on my iPad, and it was really nice. We just got to talk a little bit, and later that night, everyone was kind of standing around, and everyone was on the other side of this like huge island that they have kind of thing, and I was on this side by myself, and Valerie came over and was like standing next to me, and T came up to them and, you know, wrapped their arm around Valerie and like did this whole like, oh, like, we're so close kind of thing. And then they kind of like scooted over a bit and whispered something into Valerie's ear, and I was just standing there and they were like giggling and laughing, and I was like, okay. And then they ran. A little bit later, they were just standing there for a bit, and then they ran in a direction and they were gone for a while. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was just sitting there processing, being with the people who were present. And it turns out that they had went into the garage to go take jello shots. In my view and in our view at the time, it was very hard to see that alcohol again was being given in a place that they knew emotions could be high, because they literally asked us to ask Dane if it was okay for us to come. They knew their own emotional capacity was a certain way with Jamie, and they still decided to drink. They still decided to give drinks and funnel drinks to the siblings that were going to be present for the rest of the night, you know? And one of the girls, one of the children had found them in the garage taking jello shots. And that's when we found out Shalinda had a new car, and that everyone was like, oh my God. Or I think Jamie had found out, and they were like, what, you have a new car? I'm gonna go see it. And they all went back there. And I was like, I can't enter certain energies. Like my body repulses, and that was part of it. Like that hall leading to the garage, I couldn't. So when everyone went to go look at the car, I tried to follow, and I got into the hallway, but that hallway is where like each wall is full of records of Chester's and the plaques and guitars. And like it just felt so dense, and it was like impacting my body, and it made me feel a lot of emotion. And I was like, I don't know what that is, but I know I'm not going back there right now. And everyone went, looked at the car, did their thing, and I was just petting the dog, like trying to soothe myself. But also I saw that Sally looked really different than before. All the dogs looked really different than before. They had all gotten chubbier.
They became cylindrical. Yeah,
they had all put on a lot of weight, and Sally looked like she was not doing okay. And they came back out, and I was like, hey, like, I was talking about the dogs. They're like, oh yeah, well, the dogs, you know, they ended up that way because, you know, we have the new puppy dog, and the puppy doesn't do so great with the walkers, so the other dogs just get less walks now, and that's just how it is. And I was like, that was hard for me to see. Just invoked feelings for me. But yeah, alcohol being had, not by us, by other people, everyone around, and it was being given to the one person who had, or it seemed like to me at the time, because of how we had been treated for the year, it felt very purposeful. Like, oh, you're seeing that this person is giving us time and space to be heard, and now you're gonna seclude them and go do jello shots and get them all wasted, basically, you know? And even later, after the conversation, I'll get to that later, after the conversation was had, where I excused myself and I said goodnight, I went and I laid in the tent that we had on top of our car. And I needed to recoup. I really needed to recoup. And I was just watching videos and talking to my friends.
Are you talking to you?
I am.
Please go up there. We'll come to you after, okay? Sorry. I'm sorry, Ella.
I really needed to recoup, but I also was like, you know, Jamie should have these conversations instead of me. That is their mom. it would be easier for Talinda to talk to them first and get to know how we talk through Jamie first instead of me, a complete stranger.
Well, I also
where
felt
they
something
could
else is happening.
where they could perceive me to just be like making assumptions about them, even though I wasn't. I was very adamant on, I'm just talking about how I perceive things and how I'm feeling. Like, I'm not trying to say anything about you, say you're doing anything. Like, it's just how I felt at the time. It's not saying that you did this to make me feel this way. I said, I feel this way and I feel like it happened this way because of things that were going on. And yeah, Jamie didn't know where the conversation had started. So Jamie just started talking about the whole experience and like, oh, we're here now and this is how we think, kind of thing. And here's an example.
The reintroduction.
Yeah, a little reintro. And Jamie came to the car and they were like, wow, like, you know, I don't know where that went a little skewed on your side, but I think that that our conversation went really well, and I think that they'll be willing to, you know, maybe hear your thing again, having a little bit different perspective on where we're coming from, and I'm excited for tomorrow. And I was like, I think my sentiment was honestly, I don't know, I feel like I'm not. I don't feel like I hold that.
It took me a while to realize, like, because it was so emotional. It's like it took me a while to figure out, like, oh, we aren't talking about the same things. Like, a while after the fact.
I needed to be heard, and so I was telling them, I was like, you came in, but we had just started talking, and I only was saying this thing in this kind of way, and I only was saying like, hey, like, I will and continue to clarify when you need help. Like, it is okay. And they continued to debate me when I said I didn't want to debate. When I said I was just sharing our perspective because she asked for our perspective and was asking me questions about myself. And I was talking to Jamie about how that was making me feel and different things that were being triggered for myself. And Jamie was like, oh my God, yeah, like I did not see it that way. That is not how I came in. And that is not the conversation we had afterwards. So, you know, like that is really messed up. And they were like relating them to different kinds of places and like, oh, like it's hard for us to think about them perceiving it this way. I'm sure we weren't so I'm sure I wasn't so cohesive on being able to verbalize from an understanding place. I was very like, no, I'm in.
No, they were. Because that was the whole point, as I was sitting there being like, no, I'm trying to tell.
No, not with T. Like when I was telling you in the tent. Because I get annoyed and I'm like, oh my God, like what the fuck? Like I was really trying there, and that like it's really irritating to see that these things continue to happen, and like why can't they do this? Like just kind of venting. And then Jamie was acknowledging my sentiment and, you know, like trying to validate how I was feeling by giving like, yeah, you know, like that is messed up and I can't believe they would do that kind of thing, and talking about it. And then we get a call from Talinda, like right before we go to sleep. We talked about it.
3 a.m.
We talked about it for a bit. We were resting, and at 3, right, we were like, okay, we're gonna go to sleep. We had just both agreed, like, okay, good night. And we rolled over and we were going to sleep. And then the phone rings. And it's 3 a.m. in the morning. And Talinda is calling, and I can hear it because I'm right next to Jamie. Our house is a small ass little tent. Our heads are right next to each other. And she's like, yeah, so, you know, I was thinking about tomorrow and what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna have a beach day. And I think we're gonna do this. And Jamie was like, oh my God, yeah, that'll be fun. Well, we'd love to go, like that'll be so much fun. Period. Like, great, we'll have fun together. And she was like, oh, well, you know, I was saying like more like we're gonna do it. Like, and hold on. Jamie's gone. My train of thought needs a second to recoup. A lot of feelings and emotions. And I haven't cried as much as I thought I would. Wow, I love that for me. Being able to speak and be heard. That's one of my things. Because sometimes I default to crying, and then people will be like, oh, there's too much emotion, you know, or like, well, I can't hear you if you're going to be crying. And I was like, oh, I can't stop crying, so I guess I just won't be heard. And so I'm glad I'm able to speak here and be here. How long have I? Lovely. Lovely. I've been talking for 3 hours and minutes. Just breathing.
Some more water. Thank you all for holding space. I'm looking at 350. 4 minutes.
I thought
and
that
there's still
was
20 people here.
I thought that was 3 hours.
No, that's 354 minutes.
I was just like, oh wow, I've been talking for 3 hours.
No, it's 8 o'clock.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, you're doing a stellar job. I'm glad that you are.
I could have totally thought that that was just 3 hours.
Yeah. No, don't worry about the time. That's what I was saying. If we started at 2, you have until 2 a.m. to finish. You're good.
Yeah.
I'm happy that you're getting all this out.
Yeah.
And look, you don't even need me for the timeline anymore. Amazing. Sick. And you're picking up deets. I love it. Let's do the math.
And speaking on the need you for the timeline, it's not like they're feeding me this timeline. It's that like how I've been going back and forth. Like it's just so much that occurred in such a rapid amount that like it's just hard to remember everything. And so like all the time when we're telling and talking to people, trying to be heard by our friends or family, whoever's willing to listen and give space, like it's hard to keep cohesive thoughts or like, oh, I'm feeling this way because I know all these things and all these little things were going on in between, which adds to these big things. And you know, when I'm talking about this big thing, they don't have all the small information, and so it's like, oh well, you could just this, and it's like, yeah, well, I could do that, but I did do that over here, and you didn't know about this part. And so it's a lot of back and forth. So yeah. Timeline is just like train of thought, like being able to keep a consistent train of thought is really hard when you have so many things always being done and having a lot of feelings in between and what's important, but it's not about what's important to you guys or what you may think is important. It's about what's important to me and what we need, I being we, need to share for, in my view, my own safety. And you know,
you're like in peace of mind.
I was just gonna say, and peace of mind, because like I've been saying, like these things are so fucking serious, and the people we're dealing with are so serious that like anything can happen at any time, and I wasn't okay with myself for so long because I was staying silent. There's a big thing on that for me related to other traumas of like staying silent and seeing certain harm be continued because of it. So now I have like a thing like it's so hard for me to stay silent when I see injustices or feel like someone could be being impeded. And it's just like not even a thing like I have to tell you like you're hurting someone. It's like going to the person like, hey, were you okay? Like, were you hurt by that? Because I just want to validate those feelings for you because I see that. Or if it does get to the point of needing to address the person who's doing the harm, like, hey, you know, like that thing was really hurting someone. Like you saying you're loving this person, but you're continuing this behavior that is really impacting everyone around you, and specifically this person, but it's being continued while they're saying it's hurting them. This is hard for me to not speak on. It's compulsory at this point. Like there's just no other option for me to feel okay living in the space that I do. Like, for me, even though we live check to check and we don't have a lot and we don't go on major vacays or get lavish gifts and shit, like, I feel so privileged being here, even having a house. Like, I was telling Jamie, like, it's so crazy that this happened on Thanksgiving, Chester's favorite holiday, and that, you know, like, I do have to acknowledge, like, we are grateful for the stuff we have. We are grateful for this house and having a home. Like, at this point, that's all we have. At this, like, at least we got something, you know? Hi, Sunny. So yeah, grateful for them. Grateful for this space. Even though it came with its challenges, and it's still challenging to be here sometimes and feel like it's okay to be here. I'm grateful for the space. Deb?
Yeah.
Do you know what I was saying?
Here, hold on.
My emotions totally devastated my train of
You were saying
thought.
something was brave? And that's the part I heard from out here, and then I came in and you were talking about what we ended up talking about just now.
Okay. Yeah, the call was happening in the tent.
Oh, the call. There you go. We were in the tent.
The call was happening in the tent. And Talinda had said, we're going to the beach tomorrow. And Jamie was like, yeah, that'll be awesome. We'll get to play in the sand and the waves and hang out with the kids. That sounds so fun. She was like, well, don't you think it'd be better if you didn't go? And they were like, what? She was like, yeah, don't you think that you shouldn't go? And you're like, why? Like, I was like, no, I do want to go. And she was like, well, you know, like, this wasn't even your time to be here. You just came in and, like, they're trying to be on vacay and you guys are trying to talk about serious things and whatever, but you're like, you're taking up their vacation time. Like, and Jamie was like, I mean, did someone say something? Did, like, or is everyone okay? Like, if someone said something, please let me know so we can talk to them. That's really not what we were trying to do. And, you know, we did get invited here by you, and we got confirmation by Dane, and we asked him to ask everyone else if it was okay, and everyone said it was fine for us to be here. Like, we told you we were gonna be here for a couple days. And she was like, no, we didn't. We never agreed to that. We talked about today. We never said anything about tomorrow. And we're like, what? And we're like, yes, like, we set up our tent and everything because we were gonna be here for a while, and you just saw us before the kids went to sleep. We had all, like, one of them came up to me and they're like, oh my god, you know, I'm so happy you're here and I'm so excited to be able to hang out with you guys. Like, this is so fun. I really love this. And I was like, yes, oh my gosh, you know, I really love meeting you too. This has been very nice. I love doing art with you guys. This feels very cool. Like how I said, like, I don't have that family dynamic available to me. And so it felt nice. And so that was the sentiment I heard. And right there we were like, yeah, we're gonna, and she was like, you're gonna still be here in the morning when I get up, right? I was like, yes, of course. That we said we're gonna be here for a couple days, and or like when we had agreed that we were coming on July 11th, we had all agreed that we would be there for a couple days. And then when we moved the date, me and Jamie understood the conversation to be a couple days. Whether that was the way that they thought, I don't know. Whether it changed later, I don't know. I'm not them, I can't say. But they saw us. Everyone was in the kitchen. We were right next to the kitchen when she came up to me to talk to me. Talinda was staring at me the whole time in this conversation, and Jamie came up because they were excited. They're like, wow, I love this. This is so cute seeing this. And then they were like, yeah, so you guys are gonna be here? And I'm like, yeah, we're gonna be here. And they're like, oh my god, yes. And we all high-fived. We're like, yes, we get to hang out for a couple days together. And Linda didn't interrupt to say, actually, guys, it's just today. Remember, you're coming back later. She let us tell them we were going to be there tomorrow and be able to hang out for time. She said we were going to have the time. She let us make that agreement with them and acknowledge it in that way. And that's why we thought, when she told us, well, we never talked about the other days. We just talked about today. We were like, that's so ridiculous because you just watched me high five one of your children after they're expressing their excitement for us hanging out with them tomorrow and being able to be with us and how much fun it's been. Like, I get if it's changed, then just tell us it's changed. Don't say that that was never the agreement, you know? If it was never the agreement on your side, okay. For us, it was the agreement. And so that was just very, like, jarring. And Jamie, she was like, yeah, you know, like, well, Jamie was like, well, if someone said anything, please let me know who. I would love to talk to them because I'm not trying to do that and I would want to apologize. Like, we're not trying to impede and we were given permission and I just want to clarify for them, to them. And she was like, well, you know, like, no one's saying anything. It's just like, don't you think that, like, this is so rude? Like, this is their vacation and you're coming in with all this talk and, like, it's so serious. Like, they're on vacay, Jamie. Don't you know? Like, it's vacay time. And I was like, I'm sorry. Like, my whatever you want to call it, depression, my fucking acknowledgements don't stop when I'm on vacay. Like, I don't get vacays. It's just kind of like a constant living, you know. We live in a society, we live in a reality constantly. Even when I would go on vacays, for me, it's really hard because I see certain things that enable other things, and like, I'm just constantly aware of them, and if I don't speak about them, that does me more harm than just pretending I'm okay, period. And I had said that. I said it's just me and my thing that I need to speak on sometimes. And now I just tell Jamie it. I'll pull them aside and tell them my thing so that other people aren't so distraught by it and I ruin either their friendship or access to their family or all these things. And in the tent, Linda is saying these things. And she had started with, just so you know, I'm here next to Tyler. I have Tyler here with me. And then she started saying these things like, well, don't you think you shouldn't be here? Don't you think you're impeding on someone else's vacay? We never agreed to you being here tomorrow. We only agreed today. And Jamie, like, she had started speaking very monotonely, and I guess that's how she was speaking on their birthday when she had asked us to attend this party. And it was very triggering for Jamie. Jamie said, like, hey, I'm not feeling okay with this. Like, you're calling me. Like, she had said when the call started, like, hey, are you guys awake? And Jamie was like, actually, no, we just went to sleep. Like, I'm really, like, I'm out of it right now. And she was like, oh, okay, so this is what's going on. I think that tomorrow we're going to the beach. And it was like, so you're just going to disregard? I said, no, I'm not capable of having a conversation right now. Okay. And then she kept going on and saying these things. And Jamie was like, I can't do this right now. I'm being so triggered to, like, this feels like my birthday. Like, this feels like you're doing it again to Linda. And they kept repeating this certain sentiment of I don't even fucking remember. They kept repeating a sentiment of like that Jamie was the one who was crazy for thinking that they could just show up and take over someone's vacay, and that like, oh, they're so selfish, this and that. And Jamie was getting impacted and started, you know, getting in an episode. And at that point I was like, no, I took the phone and I was like to Linda, okay, if you want us gone, then, or at that point I had told Jamie, I was like, okay, then just tell her we'll leave. Tell her we'll leave right now. Like, we can't do this. Like, I'm not gonna do that. I feel very unsafe right now if I am staying outside their house. Like, they could come when I'm sleeping and do anything. People could come and do anything to the car, you know. I was like reevaluating where I was and taking all the things, the subliminal things I was seeing more seriously. And I was like, I don't feel safe right now and I need to go. And she's saying we can't be here, so I don't want to be here. And to Jamie was saying that they were like, okay, to Linda, like, then you want us gone, then we'll leave right now. And she started being like, oh my god, that was the sentiment. She was like, oh my god, I never said that. Now you're putting words in my mouth. Like, you're like basically saying that they were being dramatic and like doing this and that. But they were like, no, like, we have reason why we feel this way and we feel like we need to leave. And totally forgot during this time, there was a time that Jamie did get to go into the tent and have a talk with their siblings, and I was so proud of them for that. Like, I was in the vicinity when the siblings were coming to the tent, and I was like, you know, like, they never get to have one. They haven't had to have they haven't had the ability to have a one-on-one conversation with their siblings in so long. Like, I'm gonna get out of here so they can just enjoy this. And they were talking to them about their mental health, like, hey, how have you been doing, you know, like, so you've been in therapy, like, how was that? And they're really opening up to each other. And I went back inside, and Linda and the siblings were right, other siblings were right there. And Talinda was like, oh, where's Jamie and the other sibling? And I was like, oh, they're in the tent, they're talking, actually it's really nice, like, they're talking about this thing. And the two siblings who were right there were like, oh my god, what? And they like ran over to the car and joined the conversation, which is so nice. Or maybe it was one sibling in particular, but there was someone there and they were like, conversations are being had like that? Like, yes, I want to join. And they ran over, and Linda was like, oh my god, you know, oh, that was a big thing. Yeah, because this was before, this was like closer to the time that we had showed up. Mm-hmm. And
this was before you guys had your conversation.
Yeah. And what do you call it? Yeah, when they were all outside talking in the tent and, you know, talking about their mental health states and what's going on. And Talinda was like, you know, that is so beautiful. I love that they get to talk to each other. And, you know, one of my biggest regrets of this whole thing, like, I think my only regret of this whole thing is that I didn't tell Jamie that they were allowed to talk to their siblings. They said that it really impacted the kids, and I feel so bad that I did that, and that, like, I told the kids this thing and Jamie was told this thing, like, that I can see how it impacted both of them. So I really appreciate you guys are here right now, and, you know, it's really nice to have the family back together. And I was like, yeah, I agree, like, that was a really hard thing for them, and so I'm really happy that you're apologizing for this and you're acknowledging that you did play the role in keeping the kids apart in the time that they needed them, and they were saying they needed them. Like, when Jamie wasn't allowed to talk to them, the kids would be reaching out. And Jamie was like, I don't know, I'm not allowed to talk to them. Is this Talinda just trying to get me to interact so later she can use this as something to then put into a court case? Is she like having the kids reach out to me so that I interact with them after she told me not to, so that she can use this later. Like, I really want to talk to them, but I feel so bad. And like, I feel so bad that I can't even tell them that I'm not allowed to talk to them. Like, I don't even know if this is them reaching out. And, so to see now that that is being used is a big thing too. Seeing now that this thing Jamie served, is, oh, well, I told them that they couldn't talk to their siblings, but they did. But she had already acknowledged, she said that to us, but then not to them, and that that was a mistake, and that she shouldn't have said that, and how much it impacted everyone. But so she acknowledged that, and that was really lovely, and that actually made me feel more comfortable in that space. Like, even though I wasn't being interacted with a specific way, you know, we're all meeting for the first time, and I was trying to be understanding of that and being like, she did just acknowledge these things. We are just here the first day, you know, like, we'll have multiple days to be able to talk about things, or if a misunderstanding occurs, we'll talk through it. Like, it will be fine. Kind of thing. And so Jamie got to talk to their siblings in the day, which was beautiful. I love that for them. Just the conversations that were being had and stuff. And there were conversations on safety being had that I feel like is important to bring up, because the thing that's being served, while we were there, the children shared a sentiment that they were being told of, like, having to, or like shared experiences of like seeing someone on the street and having to run into the house because, you know, they're trying to take us, or like, wow, this guy is looking at us, oh my gosh, they're trying to take us, we gotta go. Like, being very paranoid about the people around. And you know, I get that, being aware of your surroundings, and acknowledging if you're not in a safe space, if you don't feel safe, putting yourself in a different space. But to the degree at which they were talking about it, seemed like it was creating more sense of like paranoia and like harm to their thing. They were like, it's just hard for me to think about things this way because I know people are trying to get me all the time, you know? And the sentiment was again affirmed how severe the fear of safety is for them. Later, when Jamie went to put them, or when you went to put them to sleep, was the blanket comment?
What's that?
When you went to put them to sleep, was the blanket comment?
Yeah. No. They showed me the room that was right
Okay.
before the they them convo.
Jamie had went into the room, and they wanted, I guess, like, they had brought up the they them thing about me asking if I identified as such, and they were like, look at all my like flags and pins and stuff, and they're like, I'm so for it, I support you guys, because Jamie also, they're like they, but you know, and what do you call it, I guess that they had pointed out this blanket. And they were like, look, this is my blanket I wear. It's so thick. If anyone tries to stab me in my sleep, they won't get through it. Or, you know, like, it'll be less deep kind of thing. And we were like, whoa, that's a thought to have. You know, like, I know I deal with certain things like that and how hard it is for me. I feel so bad that this little girl has to feel that way. Like, and is always fearing for their safety. And yeah, that was a thing. And so that's why I didn't feel comfortable staying the night there as well. The comment had been told to me, Jamie told me before we went to sleep about the comment about the blanket, and about the comment about like, oh, there's people around the house that we have to be fearful of, you know, like they can come and take us at any second kind of thing. And I was like, damn, like they're letting us sleep outside. Like, if it's that serious, like we shouldn't be sleeping here. And if Talinda's speaking this way, I don't want to be here. If, you know, like she had already made the sentiment that she would go and book a plane and fly to the John to go kill him, to, and that we would have to take care of her kids. Like she really did say that. Like what I said, like with my DID thing, like when I'm in certain environments and being triggered into certain things, like you don't remember everything all the time. No one in their life remembers every single thing all the time and can fucking put that into consideration in the moment, you know? It's like, okay. I was just being taken aback because the Talinda thing was triggering a bunch of my memories of the things we had found out while we were separated from them, or the sentiments that were being said while we were separated. And I was like, oh yeah, like I really don't know this person and I really don't feel safe right now. And I would love to leave. But Jamie, or when they're on the call telling Jamie like, oh, I never said you had to leave. Now you're saying these things and da da da. And Jamie's like, I literally, like, what do you expect me to feel? You know, like I just told my sister I would be here. I don't want to wake up and have to tell them that I can't do that. Have to like be there and be smiling for breakfast. I feel really hurt by this. And we're not going to be able to talk about it because other people are on vacay, but you're going to say that you know, you're not going to say if someone commented on like us impeding their space. You're just going to say no, like you need to go, you know. And I took the phone. Jamie was having an episode at that time and getting loud and more stern in the way that they were speaking. And and they were having physical compulsive, like it was hurting them. And so I took the phone and I was like, Talinda, this is not okay. Jamie told you we were asleep. Jamie told you they were being triggered by this. And you don't know why this is so impactful to them because you didn't let us speak about it or hear us out on this yet. But this is so impactful and we do have to go. And they're like, well, you don't have to do that. And they kept trying to talk and I was like, we're gonna go. That's all I'm gonna end it at. I'm not gonna have this conversation. I think I might have tried to speak to her for a second, but I could hear the way that they were talking, and
yeah, I was on the phone for probably like 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, I think I was like, maybe it's a little different, you know. But I was like, you know what? We're not getting anywhere. We're gonna go. I'm gonna let Jamie calm down. I'm gonna let them relax. I'm gonna go inside and collect our things, and then we're leaving. And that's what I did. I sat there for a second. I held Jamie and I helped them breathe. And I climbed down our tent and I went inside and I was collecting all of our things. And Valerie was sitting at the counter next to my art supplies and I was collecting all of our stuff. And I didn't say anything to them because I didn't know if they were the one who felt a way about us being there. And I didn't want to start a new conversation and have emotions get high again. Because that's my experience with a lot of people. I bring up something and people don't want to hear it and they get really high emotions. And then big things have to happen because of that. And seemingly have to happen because of that. And I was just putting away my little watercolor pens and Valerie was right next to them and she was like, hey, you know, thanks for bringing those. Like, that was really fun. And I saw the girls really liked it. That was really fun. Thanks for bringing those. And that threw me back. I was like, someone's saying that they had a fun time with me. It's like, I just got told that I was being too much and that like I'm ruining your vacation. Like, I didn't say that, but in my head I'm just like processing, like, again, like my mutism is really ingrained. And I packed up I was like, thank you, it was fun. And I packed up my things. Somewhere in that sentiment, it's probably not exactly what I said, but I packed up my things and I got our shoes. I left some things because I totally forgot and I remembered later and I was like, oh well. but I packed up as much things as I could remember, and I walked out. And I went back and I set up the car so that we could prepare to leave. And Jamie was, still feeling it, but they had worked themselves to a place of understanding, and they had been like, thank you for going and doing that. Thank you for getting and collecting those items. I'm seeing what's going on right now in a way, and yeah, we do need to leave. Like, this is not okay for us to be here. We shouldn't have come. I'm sorry that this happened. Let's go. And we packed up our stuff and we sat in the car for a second, just like thinking about where we were gonna go. Like, we're in a really rich area of California. We cannot afford a hotel here. And like, the closest person I know lives 3 hours away. It's fucking 3 something in the morning, and we had just drove and hung out and socializing after not socializing for a long time, which we said, we were like, we're coming back into a space to socialize, but we hadn't done this in a long time. So there is going to be some leeway that is needed for us to learn, like, communicating with others again, because we were such in our system together and acknowledging each other in specific ways. We were talking and holding space for our trauma responses and holding space for our episodes, or like any feeling that was coming up, so like, we're so used to that, and it will take a lot for us to be in these social things. And even us being like, okay, we're gonna go socialize with T and the kids, that's gonna be a lot, but it's gonna be fine. And then suddenly it was T, the kids, Dane, Valerie, Devin, and Abby, and it was like, oh my gosh, that's a lot. For me, it was a lot. Like, I get really bad migraines when I'm socializing for a certain amount of time, and like, my social battery just plummets. So by the end of the night, when I was trying to have that conversation with T, and I was feeling like I was doing really good, but I kept getting like combated, it was really affecting me, because I had surpassed that social battery and I was doing good for myself, and then I was being told that I wasn't, and I was holding space for myself in a way that was good for me, and it wasn't being received, and that's fine, but I just needed to go. So we did. We ended up going to a rest stop area that was nearby and sleeping in the car for a little bit. And in between, I had made calls to my Thea, who lived in California, trying to see if we could go, but she was sleeping. And then when we showed up at the rest stop, she answered and she was like, hey, I'm getting all these calls. The rest stop, I think, was like 2 hours away or some shit like that. It was like a long, it was a long drive. So we were like so tired, so emotionally impacted, and we're like, oh my god, we have to drive this long. And then by the time we got to the rest stop, they had called and they were like, oh hey, yeah, it's totally fine if you guys come. And I was like, yeah, like, we're on our way, but we did have to stop because we're so emotionally devastated, we're so tired, like, we need a little rest, and then we're gonna finish the way to your house. And when we get there, I'm sorry, but we need to sleep. Like, this is like a lot for us. A lot of triggers are being brought up for both of us right now. She was like, no, that is totally fine. Just come over whenever you guys can. And we just went to sleep for a bit, and then drove, and then went to their house, and that's a whole other thing. After that, we go back to Flagstaff.
We didn't hear anything until the emails.
No, yes, we did. We were at my Thea's house.
No, the next day.
We were at my Thea's house, and the next day, I didn't know that conversations were being had. I was just hanging out with my Thea, and my Nana had got there with my cousins, and so I hadn't seen my cousins or my Thea in a long time, so I was really just enjoying that space. And my Thea was holding the space for me to talk at that time, and it felt really nice to be heard. So I was doing that, And Jamie kept like disappearing for a bit, and I didn't know where they were going. And they came back and they were like, "You won't believe what just happened." I was like, "Well, what just happened?" "Hey, Firefly, please don't eat that. Thank you."
I'm glad you're in here, fine.
And they were like, I was like, "Well, what just happened?" And they were like, "I just had a call with Talinda." And, you know, they were trying to get me to, there multiple conversations were being had in the sentiment of like, they didn't need to apologize. They didn't do anything wrong, kind of thing. Like, rather than being like, "Hey, you know," and it's not a thing of like apology to say and totally take accountability for a perception that you don't agree with. It's just like being like, "Hey, I'm sorry it came off that way." Like, what works for us, like, is not to say, "Oh, you're completely right, I'm so sorry it happened that way." Is just to be like, "Hey, you know, I apologize it came off that way. That is not what I was trying to do. I see why you would feel that way. You have been emotionally brought to fucking capacity time and time again. And we have said that you needed mental help. So I want to be able to do that. You know, like, I still want to be able to do the things I'm doing rather than, again, putting an ultimatum. Like, if you don't say this, then I'm taking everything away again. Oh, you're so ungrateful. Like, oh, I should have. Something they said was, "I should have done something about your partner. The way that they were your girlfriend, the way that they were talking to me was totally inappropriate and disrespectful. I should have done something right then and there." I was like, "Done something?" Exactly. Like, I never was like, "I should have put hands on them. I should have done something." I was like, "Okay, they're not able to understand me right now. I'm just going to take myself out of the situation. And yeah, I'm going to vent to my partner when they come back. And I might not be able to talk about it so understandingly and just be like, oh, that's so frustrating. They really hurt me." Like, that's me not being understanding. Like, oh, why'd they have to do that? You know, that's really irritating to me. And so to hear that she was saying that, like, I should have done something about them, and was like, Jamie was like, "What are you saying right now? No, you're not going to talk about them like that. You're not going to continue this narrative that something had to be done and that they were so this or that. Like, we're literally here getting to know each other. Like, if there was misunderstandings, there's misunderstandings. We don't have to talk about each other like this," kind of thing. Like, I'm sure it wasn't that fucking cohesive. Everyone's having very big emotions and from very deep, big places of grief and shame, guilt, whatever. I don't know their side. I'm talking about ours, you know, or like love as well. We're all coming from a place of love and saying we are, at least. I know we're coming from a place of love and trying to understand the thing, but also like loving ourselves. Like, I can't sit here and listen to you say that about someone, and I can't sit here and see you treat people a certain way and not say anything. Like, I have to acknowledge myself and who I am and speak my truth. Like, that's all I was doing, and I continued to do that while I was there. And continue to do. And yeah, so they had that conversation and it did not end well. And I don't know what was said specifically. I don't know the sentiments, but the sentiment that was given to me was Jamie saying, you know, like, no, that was not okay for them to say, especially after everything they done. I was very upset. And, you know, like, just like Talinda's thing of being like, "Oh, I'm so mad at John. I'm gonna get a book a ticket and go and kill them." Like, we weren't taking it that serious at first. Like, "Oh, you're being dramatic. Like, you're overemphasizing your pain." Like, we can acknowledge that. We're not saying you're a literal killer and murderer. And then we're like, "Oh, T, like, you know, like, we really have to hold, like, they're just saying this. Like, just let me talk to them." She's like, "Jamie, I'm so serious right now. Like, you don't understand how serious I am." And we were like, "Oh." That's when we took it serious. At first, we were like, "Yeah, you know, you're upset. You're expressing your anger. We know you're not going to do this. We know you're not the person to fucking give harm." Like, we thought we knew there were this person to not threaten harm, you know? And And then once it was said, like, no, I'm serious about this, then that was like, oh, they're serious, okay. So then once they were like, I should have done something about them, that's serious to me. It's so serious. And even after that, staying quiet, like, and then even if Jamie fucking gets in an episode and also expresses their pain or rage or anger in a certain sentiment, like, oh my god, I just want to like even sometimes like I'll be like, oh my god, you're being so irritating, like I just want to fucking like, I just want to bop you, you know. And it's like, okay, I know that they're not saying that they literally want to cause physical harm to me, like their emotions are bringing them to a state where they're feeling like they want to do this, and they feel comfortable enough to express that this is how they're feeling, just so that I can see, hey, like I take it as like they're expressing, I'm such at this level with this conversation right now, I'm feeling this way, and so I really needed to like get down or diminish or like be acknowledged that it's not like that, because I'm serious about it not being that you're frustrating me so much that am having like impulsive thoughts of doing this, you know? Impulsive thoughts not being something you really want to do. Impulsive thoughts just being like, we fucking know what impulsive thoughts are.
We're almost there. You got this.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Almost there.
Yeah, Jamie got blocked after that. They tried, Jamie had told me that they had called, and then they were trying to talk to Linda calmly, and that they were getting louder together. And they were like, you know what? We're both getting loud right now. Let's not do this. Let's hang up, take a breath. We can call back later. And then they hung up, and then they got called back. Linda called them back. Or Jamie called them back.
Yeah, I think it was both ways.
A call was had afterwards where they were both like, okay, let's try again. And then the sentiment continued where it was us doing the harm and impeding someone else's vacation time. And they were like, this is so crazy that it's being seen this way still. Like, I'm trying to clarify here for you where we were coming from, and you're just not taking it. You only want us to agree with your perspective of this thing and not feel any way about being affected. But I do feel a way. I literally can't sit here and pretend like I don't. Like, I don't have that capacity to do that. And the conversation ended, and Jamie was blocked, and we went about our day. We went about that time. And we went back home. And when we got back home, the forest, we were out camping. We woke up to a email. We woke up to an email in August. At like 7 a.m. or something like that, 7 or 8 a.m. that it was sent, where that was the one where she was like, oh, after a lot of thought, like, I understand that you don't want any possessions, so I'm willing to give you $500,000 for the house, and that could be a good nest egg for you guys, and you can go live your life that you want in the woods and do your whole thing by yourself. And
forever.
Yeah, she was like, you can just leave this alone and, you know, go off and do your own thing. You don't have to talk to me. You don't have to talk to anyone. Just go. Kind of sentiment. And but then later, the thing felt kind of off for us, or Jamie, because, and me, it felt off for me reading it the way that we are understanding what's going on. Like, it just doesn't feel, it doesn't feel truthful, you know, when someone's treating you persistently and continuously, treating you a specific way, talking to you a certain way, continuing certain sentiments in a particular manner, closing you off from your whole family, and then being like, well, I care about you, you know, so I'm looking out for you here. And then later in the email being like, yeah, and plus I talked to the therapist and, you know, it'd be great for the kids to have the thing. Then it's like, is it really for me or you want the house? And we had just been talking about how good the Airbnb was doing. And so it was like, is this just something you're gonna put and get money into? Like, you only want it for monetary gain? Or we just don't know what's going on because we're getting so many different sides of T. We don't know who T is. And, um, like, we can see that they interact with other people a specific way, but their interactions with us are more important to us and our own safety and clarity of mind and experience, you know. And so in that email, she was saying that they wanted the place, and we sat with it for a second, and Jamie was like thinking about it because $500,000, you know, like that is a nest egg. But at the same time, like the way that we would be getting the money, like it just wouldn't feel right to us. It wouldn't feel okay. And then it wasn't really a full thing of like, oh, I'm acknowledging you and I want you to have this, because it was also a low ball. The house was worth more than that. And they know that. So yeah. Um, or it was in the state that it was. And our response was just Jamie letting them know how that made them feel. Like, no, you can't have the house. That actually is really making me feel the way that you would even say this right now, because rather than listening to me and providing space for me to be around my siblings or paying for the therapy that you said you would pay for, you just want me to disappear. You want me to take your money and go. Like, you would rather give me $500,000 and put my siblings through extensive therapy. And, you know, how they said, like, they saw how impacted the kids were the whole time, and that was one of the big reasons that they invited us back in the first place. They said, I see how it's really affecting them, and I want you to be a part of their lives. And so for that all to be fleshed down just because Talinda was having a feeling on what was going on, like, that's no, it didn't feel right. It didn't feel right at all. And Jamie was like, this is really me making me feel a type of way. Like, you gave this to me as a gift and you're saying these things, but you're not actually helping, and it's really hard. And, you know, we got back how ungrateful Jamie was. And was that the reply? That was the email one?
They're tell me how it is.
Yeah, they said that Valerie recorded our conversation that we were having, and that, oh, that was the thing that they had told you the morning after we had left their house. They had told you, I went to the police station, right? Or did they say that in the email?
In the email.
Okay. They said after we had talked the day that you guys left, I took the recordings that Valerie took, apparently, of us while we were communicating with her. I guess Valerie, the one that she had taken to do all these jello shots and whatever, and was later admitted, like, I was so drunk, like, I only, we were like, did you record us for Talinda? Like, did Talinda ask you to record us? She said you recorded things, and she said she asked you to record things, and that she used them against us to get us restricted from being able to go within a certain parameter of her or her kids. And Valerie was like, no, like, I took those videos because I was so drunk. Like, I wanted to be a part of the conversations, and I liked what you guys were saying, and I wanted to hear it later. I wanted to hear what was going on. Like, that wasn't for tea. I told them I took the videos later, and they asked me to send the videos to them, but they didn't tell me to take them, and I didn't know that that was what they were going to be used for. She was like, they were just for me. And the videos, we didn't get to see what was said or what was taken because they were deleted from Valerie's end, or that's what was told to us. And So that email that fucking Talinda sent back was like, you're so ungrateful, you're a measly little platform, you're not Chester's son, none of the kids even like you, you're a disgrace to the family name, a fucking danger to society, you think you're all this and that, you think you know everything, you don't know anything. Like, also this is like a sum up of all the things we have been told. I'm not really sure exactly what was said. I'm sure I could look. I don't want to right now. And just like these are sentiments that have been told to us for 4 years now, and like just repeated by everyone who just doesn't actually give us time and space to listen to us. Like even Jamie coming out these last couple of days talking very adamantly like, please do not harm anybody. Please do not send harm to anybody. Do not threaten anybody. If you do so, you're not understanding what I'm doing and you're not part of this cause. I need you to see that. And like for us to be so adamant and then being told that we're causing distress and they're causing distress and they're speaking so belligerently and you know they're the ones saying all these defamatory things, is like where because that'll come later. We're just
circle back to the
it was horrible. It was so sad to be seeing again these things being told to my partner. Like we just got through their really traumatic responses of these things and now she triggered them and we were processing through that, and then she's emailing us a month later to tell us she wants a house, and then when we don't give it to her she's like, okay, well then you know you can't ever talk about anything about Chester online again or I'll take you to court, and we know that you don't have money so you're gonna have to put up your estate, and guess what, you're not gonna win because I have money, I have lawyers, you're not gonna win and I'll get your house anyways, so don't give it to me.
Or her. I can't talk about her either.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't talk about her or Chester if we ever say anything. In Jamie's filthy mouth fucking thing. Like
5 attorneys watching me at all times.
Yep.
Dangerous persons.
I'm talking here.
No, I'm just...
You're not talking. I know it's hard. I'm sorry, but you're not talking.
You're right.
That was true though. The sentiment of, I have 5 lawyers watching everything you do. I never have to hear anything that leaves your filthy mouth. You're trying to build a cult over there, like over where we have no one to talk to. We're a cult of fucking trees. That's all we do all day. We just sit outside and fucking talk to ourselves about our own traumas and how we would like to function in this world and how we want to hold ourselves accountable. What would be okay for us to help us be okay being alive, because it's fucking hard being alive right now. It's fucking hard being alive back then even more. And that's what keeps us going, is keeping to our own moral place, you know, being able to look myself in the mirror and being like, I love that I did that. I love how I was able to communicate that today. You know, I messed up over here, but that's okay. Like, understanding myself more, having more empathy for myself, like, beautiful fucking things that we're out here doing. No one fucking gets to know. No one has the time to listen. Oh, you guys just want to say so much and oh, da da da, but you know, like, why don't you just come to this party? Why don't you just show up to this thing? But you know, don't make it about you. And it's like, you just want us to show up to be a face there? Like, you're not actually willing to get to know who we are or anything. You want that image of Jamie. Like, so much of Jamie's family during this time was reaching out to them and being like, oh, Jamie, like, you don't see it, but you know, you're so traumatized by Chester and Xander's death. Like, after that, you're just going crazy. Like, you're, they were calling them a caregiver. They were saying that Jamie was my caregiver and asking Jamie, are you ready to be a caregiver like that? Like, you know, like if they do become wheelchair bound by 30, like, you're really gonna do that? You're just gonna give up your life like that, Jamie? Like, you're gonna let this person control you like that? And they're like, and telling me, like, telling Jamie that I just put a fucking spell on them. Like, literally telling me I'm a witch, putting a spell on Jamie to think these ways. They said that I was influencing Jamie so much, and I'm the reason that Jamie is looking at their experiences as a child the way that they are, and that Jamie went crazy after Xander's and Chester's death, so of course they're gonna be like all about me because I came in and help them through that, but that I wasn't helping, and that I'm the reason that all these things are going on. And or I'm the reason that they're incapable of holding space for Jamie and hearing how Jamie actually thinks. So yeah, for that to be continued again years later, all the family's still not saying anything besides just chiming in to give information that they're gonna redact later, and keep saying like, but see, you have to talk this way. Ooh, but people aren't gonna listen if you say it this way, Jamie. Like, don't worry about that. Let me express how I want to express. Let me talk how I want to talk. If anyone can have anything to say about anything I say in any way I say it. Jamie went the fucking 4 years that I knew them working so hard on figuring out their language, figuring out how they could talk about this in a way so that this exact thing that we got served today wouldn't happen, and hopefully that people would just be willing to listen and understand, because we were being so clear that no harm was meant, and that they were being so clear that really all they wanted to do was be a part of their family and to be able to help their family, because they are grieving and they are facing a lot of everything. Like, and then coming out and still being told the same thing. It's never enough. It's never going to be good enough for you guys. You only want to hear it the way you want to hear. If it's not the way that they perceived it, then it didn't happen. Your feelings don't matter. The way that you're, because I'm having a feeling about it, your feelings don't matter kind of sentiment. It's just ridiculous. All these quote unquote mental health professionals, people in part of organizations saying that they do have space and they do hold space. Oh, well, I go to therapy every day, so you're the one doing this. It's like, okay, if we go to therapy every day, I don't. I've been saying that. Jamie doesn't. They've been saying that. We don't have those resources. So help us out, or acknowledge that we don't come from that same space and we might talk differently. Say, hey, I'm having this feeling. I'm not going to lash out on you right now. I need to acknowledge it and do the thing for myself that would be best right now. Like, do that versus cornering people into certain things. Do that instead of having a reactive email where you're going off and calling people names, not spelling things right, using wrong dates. Like, creating more confusion for everyone. And then no one has the capacity to hear clarification or to hear another perspective. It's just the one who has money who is willing to give them the vacays. Like, literally, we had told, there was a time after, I remember, after Talinda had told Jamie the thing on their birthday, and that situation had occurred. On July 4th, there was a party that Talinda threw at her house, and Abby and Dane and other family members, I only said those two names because that's the only people I remember going, but they had went to Talinda's to celebrate 4th of July with them, while telling Jamie that they couldn't talk to Jamie and they didn't want to hear about it, like, oh, it's just drama, kind of thing. Or the, oh yeah, I'll be there for you, I'm here for you, and then not actually giving the time or making the time. And then when Jamie's like, hey, you said you were gonna make the time and it's been a while and you're not like listening or like replying to me, and they're like, oh my god, I have a life, like you expect me to put away my whole life for you, kind of thing. And it's like, that's not what I said at all. That's not the sentiment at all. But anyways, the 4th of July after the 4th of July 2020.
July 5th, 2021.
No.
Oh.
No. When Dane had went to Linda's
Oh
after,
yeah, that was July 4th,
then,
2020.
Yeah. And
year before.
Jamie had blocked Linda, and I think Linda had blocked Jamie. Or maybe just Linda
no,
had
I never
blocked
him.
Maybe Linda had just Linda had just blocked Jamie. And so Linda used Dane's phone to reach out to Jamie and was like, hey, you know, I hope you're having, or I don't know, it was some like nonchalant kind of thing. And it was like, what? No, you're not gonna just come on 4th of July and try to say, hey, I hope everything's all right with us, you know, I don't mean any ill will, like da da da, after you just said I couldn't talk to my siblings for who knows how long without Dane present, after you just told me these things, made me feel really traumatized, and then said you were going to provide me mental health resources, and then took those resources away because I said that I wouldn't tell you that I know you're not a part of my trauma, when I said I can't do that for myself. I need to acknowledge that I can't do that. And she felt like it was okay to use Dane's phone to message Jamie. And then Jamie was texting Dane like, why am I getting a text from T through your phone? This is not okay. This is very serious. I told you how serious my feelings were. I told you how serious the circumstances were, how I was being impacted by this. And you're just there on 4th of July celebrating, and then you let her use your phone to text me? And they were like, well, you know, like, it's a party, Jamie. Like, the kids want to hang out together and da da da. Like, what are we supposed to do? Not come to 4th of July? Yeah. Yes, someone I call dad. It would be nice that, you know, instead of just going to the parties because they're parties, that you can also acknowledge and stand up for me in this time, and not let someone who I said was really mentally impacting me just text me out of the blue like nothing happened. So that would be nice. And it's hard to see you guys over there at this party when you guys didn't give me the time of day to clarify or tell you what was going on. And instead said you didn't want to be a part of it. You said you didn't want to take sides, but it's pretty clear you're taking sides. Everyone's still going to Linda's parties, but no one can come check on how I'm doing. No one can actually provide the space to get me mental resources. And that's so funny because that reminded me of Elka's whole, like, I told them, or they were on my insurance and I told them that they could do the. Elka was offering dental insurance, and it was only for the next year. And at that point, Elka had not apologized to me. They had apologized to Jamie and said that they were willing to call me. But I was literally sitting outside of her front yard. Jamie went one time for Elka to show them some baby pictures and talk about some memories. And because Jamie didn't get that. That's all they wanted. Jamie was just like, I don't know a lot about my history, and it's really hard for me doing these inner thoughts and process these things, and you guys are saying that I'm totally wrong about this, but like, this is how I feel because of the memories that I have and the way that you guys are interacting with me now. Like, I don't know what went on before. I don't have those I don't have specific memories that I would want to know more about. And she finally agreed to show them some baby pictures and talk about their history of being born for them, you know? And during that time, we were living in the car, and I had to go where Jamie was going. I didn't have friends in Phoenix. And and I also didn't want to leave Jamie alone. I didn't want Jamie to just go in there and something happen and, you know, me not be there again. Like, I was taking it very different and very serious. And I was like, at least we'll stay in the car and be here for emotional support if it's needed. And so I stayed in the car. And Jamie went inside and they talked to Helga. They did their whole picture thing, and they came out and they said, you know, they did apologize, and they want to say something to you through a call. And I was like, honestly, I don't think that's gonna be okay for me. Like, I'm literally outside right now of their house. They could come up and say something to me. They could, like, it was a very serious thing. Like, you put hands on Jamie and then were threatening me and like just berating me for no reason. And I didn't remember, but after we had left Elga's house on that Thanksgiving, that they had hit Jamie. That Thanksgiving trip that they had hit Jamie after we left. And Elga called the next day to say that, you know, that they were having a really hard time with their actions, and that they were contemplating that they had a gun, and that it was, they just kept having very impulsive thoughts. Not that they had a gun in their hands or that they were doing something, just there was a gun in their vicinity and they had impulsive thoughts about it, and how they were feeling very guilty and very ashamed of the ways that they were doing things, and kind of it was just talked about a specific way, and it was very hard for us to receive at that time, because it did feel like a, you know, like a, if you leave me, I'll do something to myself, kind of like, you know, in relationships kind of thing. Not saying that that's what it was, that's what it felt like at the time. And we were like, this isn't okay. You just said all these things to us, and now you're gonna come back with this, and like, am I expected to just take it and be here? Like, I'm sorry you were feeling that way, and I'm really glad nothing happened. And you know, like, I know that this wasn't okay, and you do need to apologize for this thing. And the apology wasn't given at that time, and that was the end of the conversation. And then, so when they did have that moment where they got to go and look at their photos, no, I wasn't gonna take an apology over the phone. At that point, no. It had been a long time, a lot of things that happened in between. No. And I'm trying to find my thought process. This is after the email. What happened after the email?
In 2000, yeah, we were on the road in 21. Then we went to Florida and back in the end of 21.
Okay, that's what the next thing is. Florida. That was a big thing. Yeah, our next big kind of mental space. Yeah, we were helping my mom with things and processing our own emotions, or like helping my mom with like building an RV, processing our own emotions. And I was focusing more on like my relationship with my families, and how things were impacting us, and just acknowledging the space that we were in again, and giving ourselves that time. And in one of Jamie's childhood friends were college friends, childhood friends, college friends. One of their college friends was having a wedding in Florida in Disneyland, and that was crazy for us to even think about going to, because we did not socialize during all of COVID. Like I'm saying, like, oh, we went to T's house and da-da-da, but like, we were so like, I really was trying to stay my distance from everyone. I didn't know who they're socializing with, how many people they're socializing with. I know group gatherings, like I didn't know the laws around group gatherings, how many people can be in one space at one time. for California. But it was just like, I don't want to, I didn't want to be in such big social spaces. So we were really only going out to the desert and then back to my mom.
And we were
And then
traumatizing for
going
society
out
in
to,
general.
yeah, like, yeah,
We
doing
just
a little
resetting.
clearing for ourselves, a little reset, because a lot was going on. We were being very impacted. And, you know, taking 2 weeks in between seeing people, we'd like go out. If we saw my mom, then we'd go out for 2 weeks and then, you know, make sure we didn't get anything, and then maybe see my sister for a couple minutes. And that kind of stuff. But December came around and they really wanted us to go to their wedding in Florida, and Jamie asked me to go with them because it was a long drive and because they needed the emotional support. Like, that's a place we never been. I never been on those sides. The only places I've been in my life were fucking Yuma, where I grew up. And even like, I didn't know that Flagstaff snowed. I didn't know anything about Arizona. I grew up in Arizona all my life and I had no clue about any place outside of Yuma. Like, it was just incomprehensible to me at that point. Like, I know certain things, of course. I knew certain things, but like, I just couldn't see it in my head. I never experienced a place out of it. Besides like California, Yuma, California. And then I lived in Missouri for a couple months, which was a thing. So only having that kind of experience of the world, and then during that pandemic time where a lot of emotions are high on a lot of things, going to Florida and driving the whole way, that seems so scary, emotionally and like physical safety kind of thing. Just because the way that we present and the way that we talk, and because of the pandemic. And we ended up going, and it was fine. But during that trip, we learned so much about certain things. I'm very into looking things up. If I have a question, I will just Google it. And or I'll start asking people who are intertwined, whoever comes up in my life, like, you know this thing? Do you know anything about this thing? Or like talking to Jamie about it, and then they'll be like, oh, I see that, like, let me read this book on that, and then we'll just go back and forth on different perspectives of how we are observing this whatever. And so on this trip, a random video pops up about Astroworld, and at the end of the clip, they use Chester as an example of how to you know, acknowledge your crowd. And Jamie was sleeping, and I wasn't gonna wake them up, but right when the video ended, they woke up, and I was like, oh, that's so funny that you woke up right now. Like, they were half asleep, and like, I wasn't, and I just took it as like, oh, it's time to talk.
No, I had like a pain in my forehead, like right here in the third eye area. Like, I don't get headaches, and I was asleep because I was the only one driving. And when that happened, I woke up with a big pain in right between my eyebrows. And then I rolled over and I couldn't go back to sleep. And they're like, okay, now's the time to tell you something.
Yeah. I was like, it's so funny that you're waking up right now, because this little clip about Chester just came up, and it was on this video about Astroworld, and I think this video, like, the way that they're perceiving the entertainment industry and these concerts, I think you would find interesting. And so I had them watch the video with me, and then the little clip of Chester, and they're like, oh my god, that is so random. Like, that's so funny that I woke up at that time. How coincidental. And, you know, like, that does give me a different perspective on it. You know, I was thinking that way, and we do talk about these sentiments in this way, but, like, hearing about it from a different party, like, that's crazy. It's nice to see people are thinking about it, that just, like, people who aren't directly involved. And that led us down a whole rabbit hole on our way back home.
That set the ball rolling on so many things.
Because once I, like, I get a thought, I have to look it up. I have to look into it just to clear my mind, you know? Like, it's just gonna be an intrusive thought if I'm not like, if I haven't engaged that part and stimulated that thought. So I stayed up and did a couple research things on some government things, and all verified, all said that were true. Nothing's fucking conspiracy fucking theory. Like, anyways, yeah, did a lot of research, and that rabbit hole led us to Sandia National Laboratory.
Mm-hmm.
And Sandia National Laboratory was funny, was such a timely thing to find because we were literally in, I always say Anaheim.
Albuquerque.
We were
New
in
Mexico.
Albuquerque, New Mexico,
which is where
it is. And that was crazy to me. I was like, of course we're finding out about this right now. And what we were finding out about was that apparently Chester had a really severe stalker. This stalker so happened to work at this facility called Sandia National Laboratories. A little bit about Sandia National Laboratories in their little bio. They say, we're a part of everything. Anything and everything you can think of, any product out there, we're a part of it. We have some kind of inventory in it. And we don't have to put our names on anything because guess what? We don't do it for the intention, for the attention. We get our money and we know what we're doing.
And they're specifically aligned with the U.S. government.
Yeah. Aligned with fulfilling the government's kind of whatever view of how things should be and doing everything in their power to make sure that happens. And so to hear, we're aligned with everything. We don't need to put our names on anything because we don't have to. We're so big and powerful. And, you know, like anything you can think about, we're a part of. Like, that's fucking scary. What? Working with the government? We're looking into different facilities they own and, you know, different people they manufacture for and how severe and then how small their range is. Like, we know everything is controlled by certain things, but like seeing how direct this is, you're saying that the director's daughter was Chester's stalker?
The director of security.
This director of security's daughter was Chester's stalker? Devin Townsend. Just Chester's stalker. Director of security's daughter of Sandia National Laboratories, who is publicly telling us that they're a part of every single thing, everything you can think of in this capitalized fucking society we live in. They're a part of. They're willing to do anything and everything it takes to sustain the cause of the U.S. It's Sunny. She's just playing.
Oh, okay.
They're playing together.
Oh, good.
Like, that's scary. Why have we not talked about this? Why is Jamie finding out about this from me right now?
From a headache.
Like,
literally.
No, this would not be happening.
I'm actually allowed to talk about this part too, just so you know. It's not a part of the restriction. Because...
Yeah, you can say what you want. But goddamn, was that fucking scary. So of course, I stayed up and I looked into it more. And that's when we found out that there was this whole article publicized about this whole investigation that happened with Sandia National Laboratories. And I think Jamie said that they posted it.
The Wired article is a supposed it's an op-ed written by Wired magazine that supposedly takes place during a Minutes to Midnight music video interview with Chester.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry. There's only one article about this. It's a Wired article for Wired magazine. And the person who wrote it claims to have had a firsthand experience with Chester during a Minutes to Midnight interview, wherein Chester told them about this entire experience. and it's the most insane story ever, and nobody ever talks about it, and it all happened from like 2005, 6, and 7.
In this article, they validate that Chester was being controlled by this person, being told what to say publicly, being showed pictures of their children, and having
Just being
threats
threatened.
made on the children's
His
lives.
behavior is being determined.
Yeah, like, if you don't behave this way, I'm gonna do this.
Yeah.
If you don't say this exact thing, I'm gonna do this. If you don't start doing this and acting this way, I'm gonna do this. Showing up at the house, like showing up in random places, texting them like, "Oh, I know you're in Sedona."
Pretending to be Linda.
Yeah. And
weird.
And so in the article, it also says, like, it's so weird. Like, they literally are the head of security's daughter has their own room in this dark, at the end of a dark hallway.
And they actually existed in a common area, so they were doing this stalking thing 8 hours a day at work while surrounded by people who were also like viewing like they could see it happening.
I'm in the room that they were working in.
Yeah.
They were talking about, like, oh, it's this dark hallway leading to, where they're at. And yeah, isn't it crazy that you show up for however long they were showing up to work and not working at all during the day, using government access to Chester's Verizon, or to Chester's email accounts, to their phone accounts, and using that to then coerce them in their behavior.
Yeah, and
that's crazy. Like, you spend 8 hours a day not doing your job. What time do you find to do your job? How are you not being called out? How are people not seeing, oh wow, there's a breach in security?
Actually, I'm not allowed to
These
talk
things
about the
are
next
happening.
Part. I'm allowed to talk about that stuff, but the next part I'm not allowed to say anything about, because that's the investigation that occurred. That
and
prevented everything from happening in a more severe way. What we can say in real general terms is that Chester was involved in an investigation that included the Department of Energy, the Department of Defense, and the Department of Justice. Period. That's it. That's all you need to know. And it was covered up. Period. End of story. And nobody ever talked about it. There's only one article, and
we say covered up because, like, no one's talking about it. Yeah. Everyone talks about it.
It's technically there,
and it's like, why are we not acknowledging how severe this is? Government facilities being used to harass and threaten and control Chester at a time where they were having very big mental things going on for themselves. And big success. And, like, we're just not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about how someone came and tried to help Chester and try to figure out this thing for them, and like multiple times this person had a fight to not be shut down, and like was like they're an investigator having difficulty even getting to the information. Like, everyone, when Jamie's going out and talking about things like, where's your proof, where's your facts, where's it, even the personal investigators can't get those kinds of things, and you're expecting me, the one who's being shunned out and the one who is emotionally compromised, to find those? Like, oh my goodness. The expectations are so high on everything for us. And again, I'm 24. That's so funny to me. I'm 24 years old.
Right now, they're a year older than I was when I met them. What? What? What are you talking? And I'm almost 30.
And I'm talking to, like, the 50, 40-something-year-olds about, hey, I know I'm younger than you. I know I'm not at that place right now. I just need to be seen for where I'm at, not be told continuously I don't know anything because I'm so young and ignorant and selfish and da-da-da. Like, yeah, maybe I am coming out of my childhood traumas and needing to be heard and validated by the people around me who are saying that they would do so. But anyways, that was Sandia National Laboratories was a big box to open for us, and that brought on so much other things. On our way, we left Albuquerque, because we found out that the Airbnb people had left and that it was open. And we're like, we don't want to be at this hotel. I would way rather be in the safety of my home. Let me get out of here. And so I continued to research it while Jamie was driving down, and we were finding out more and more information, and just like totally astonished by how no one's brought this up. Like, everyone in the family is like, there are big forces, like, you gotta be careful, like, of what you're saying. They can do anything to you at any time, but they're not letting us know what forces. They're not letting us know any kind of people who are actually involved. And so figuring this out on our own is like, damn, like, I do get it is serious, but it's serious that we have to talk about it. Like, too many people get shut down and fear for their own lives and safety over the goodness or over the well-being and safety of mass groups of people. Just how war is a fucking thing. Like, finding out about that on our way down back home.
Astro World, Sandia National Laboratories, that all happened at the same time.
Yeah. And on our way back, we're just processing and thinking about things like, oh my God, this is so much bigger. Like, we're dealing with all this stuff from to Linda's side, Elka's side, and, all the grievances on Chester. And now we're figuring out, they were being coerced. Here it is. We've been saying they were being emotionally coerced, or maybe through subliminal action, your coercion is there. Maybe, through social standards of whatever, they've been coerced to be this way. Like, no, here it is that this person who has access and is a big person in a big government facility, not government facility, a facility that works
Private,
for the government.
Yeah,
contractors. Like, they were controlling Chester, like,
for like almost 2 or 3 years.
Damn, yeah.
Which is insane. But nobody talked about it ever.
Fuck, 2 or 3 years. That's why it was like years, months, I don't know.
It's like, it was like 2005 to 2007.
And then we're back at the house and we're just digesting all of this, because it's, again, our whole experience has been so continuous.
Mm-hmm.
There's barely any room for us to breathe. We keep getting bombarded by all these side piece interactions, and it's a lot. And we're here, we go to sleep because we had been up for so long, and we're like, we need a rest. And then when we wake up, we go to get some food, and our lovely Trish tags Jamie.
Literally shows up out of fucking nowhere with a lightning bolt and her username, and I'm like, who the fuck?
Right after finding out about Sandia and like the Thunderbird symbols and more MK Ultra shit, and like just like,
oh wait,
televised
you didn't even mention that.
Yeah,
so
no.
After Astro World, so it goes Astro World, Sandia National Laboratories, and then directly after that, it's MK Ultra, Outer Shadows.
It was before Sandia. We were in
Oh, duh, because we had to know about it first.
Albuquerque,
so, sorry, Astro World, and then it was Outer Shadows and MK Ultra, and then it was Sandia National Laboratories, and then it was Trish. So, when I met Trish, I was like, who the fuck is this? Yeah. You're a fucking plant. And she's like, we need to help Chester. I'm like, who the fuck?
We were like sitting there and just digesting. We're like, wait, this doesn't seem wrong. They don't seem like they have bad intent. And I like what they're saying. I like their energy.
Yeah.
But like, you have thunderbolts up here. You have Chester on your neck. You're coming at such a specific time after we found out this information.
Days, hours after.
Hours, not days. Literally the next day.
Like,
and it was just like, oh my God. What?
What the what? Yeah.
No. And luckily Jamie was just like, no, I'm talking to him. And they're like, what's going on here?
It's kind of like a similar situation to right now, where it's just like, we literally there's no like
We don't know what's going
like
on.
the magical door showed its face, and it's gonna say like, "Don't go in there. I'll eat you." And it's like, okay, but like,
You're already eating me.
we're already being eaten.
I'm
Like,
already
you're trying to convince me that it's not happening. So let's get on the phone, Trish. In a whole ass conversation, I'm like, look, I could be a plant. You could be a plant. I'm not a plant. You don't believe me, but I don't believe you. So we're just gonna have to learn how to trust each other. And I'm gonna just tell you everything I know, because basically, if you are this force, you already fucking know. There's no point
You
in
already
lying
know
to
how
you.
we're talking.
There's no way. There's no way to know who you are. So there's no point in trying to like.
You know what we
sneak.
researched
No,
yesterday.
yeah, you looked at my fucking browser. That's why you're in my Instagram DMs.
Yeah.
She sent it to me,
And
so
so
it's
you're
just
like, we can just be as honest as we want. Like, that's what we say, or that's what we want to do anyways. That's how we want to interact with everyone anyways. And someone's coming and saying, be truthful to your full capability, and I'll hear you out, and like actually affirming the things we're saying, and like being supportive, like still like I don't know if I trust you. Like Trisha's very like, I don't know if I trust you, Jamie. I don't know, too much stuff happens, which valid. If I was on the outside of this,
either.
Exactly, like even
I have
when
such a bad image.
even when I met Jamie, like seeing the way that they had been on social media, and then how Linda had been, and Chester, and just like the people around them, I was like, oh my God, like who is this person? Like, I don't know if I trust what they're saying over how it appears. And I did my due diligence in figuring that out. And luckily, so did Trish. She was able to push past those feelings, provide space for Jamie's emotional capacity, and understand, you're expressing this way right now, but it's valid. There is a lot of rage to be had right now. There is a lot of like fucking
paranoia even.
There's a lot of paranoia. There's a lot of conflict happening in the world that could make you very weary of things. There's a lot of, express yourself how you want. I express myself how I want. You do that. And that's awesome. I love that. I love holding space for people's emotional capacities.
Me too.
And acknowledging later, like, hey, I said that hurt me. It's okay that you express that way. I'm just saying, that hurt me, because that's how I facilitate, and I need to be heard that hurt me. And it would be nice if you could say, I'm sorry I hurt you like that. But, that doesn't always happen.
Doesn't always, huh?
Yeah.
You're right. We should say more general with that.
So we meet Trish. And we're still... we're still researching, but a lot of it is like, I'm researching all these things, finding some resources, and showing them to Jamie. Jamie's processing all this, they're having their own connections with their own minds, and thinking about like, during that time this was going on.
Because like,
oh my
I'm
God,
there
during
like,
that time my family was going through this.
Holy shit.
Like, no one's letting me
Hey, I remember
these
something
things.
now. Wait, now that I see this little bit of light, I'm like, oh, hey, in this dark room, there's this little thing there, and that thing, if I pick it up, it lights up all these other things. And wait, when I look at these things, and it's like, all of a sudden, I'm being called crazy, but I'm also like, I've worked on myself enough to know like what's good information and what's not good information. So I'm like sitting there and I'm like, no, this is real. Like, this is, I don't even know a word. I don't have a word for it.
Just like, yeah, it was a thing. When I first met Jamie, I had a group of friends that wanted to meet Jamie, and they were like, we had our whole get together, we're all hanging out, the day was ended, we just like sat down on my lovely friend's floor, and we were talking, and I think they all had like a conversation like, now's the time, we're gonna bring it up. And I could see them all look at each other like, we're gonna bring it up, and then they brought it up, and they were like, so like, I'm not trying to be away, like, please let me know if this is too much, but like, what do you think about the conspiracies like around the thing? Because like, we're outsiders and we don't get to see what's going on over there. We don't get to see all these things that are happening, but we hear all these conspiracies and we see all these things, and what's your side on that? And Jamie was like, what do you mean? Like, conspiracies? And we were like, what? You don't know about the... I didn't know about a lot of them. They knew a lot more than I did. They were fans and curious, and they would look into these things on their own. And so I didn't even know what they were referring to at that time. And you know, Jamie's like, what are you talking about? What? Like, no, my family's so nice. Like, yeah, we support each other. Look at it. We have 320. We're doing our mental health.
Yeah.
It was right when I had met Jamie.
Yeah.
And so these are all really big shell shocks for them, you know, like acknowledging that people are multifaceted and have their own traumas they're experiencing and could not be able to hold capacity for you for their grievances or for their own traumas that you may be triggering. That's one thing, and having to process that in
That's
your
not where
own
I thought you were going.
and your own
Sorry.
feelings that facilitates. But then to also see that, like, no, this is being constructed, or it had been for however long the stalker was controlling literally Jamie's life, like that had been let happen for so long. Like, what even is going on? And then no one talked about it publicly after. No one acknowledged how big of a deal that was. No one told me about it. No one expressed my safety could be in this much danger. Like, why am... Of course, it would be a lot for them. So they're processing all of these things. And coming to me and being like, I just don't know about this. Like, but then what's going on here? And I'd be looking it up in my little iPad. Like, I don't know. Let me find out. Oh, you want to know the year here? Let me find out. And like, that also... Huh?
It's true character arc. It literally took time.
Yeah. And it was just a lot. It's waking up, seeing a new thing, working on it, figuring it out, chipping it away. Like, these things are a lot. These things, you do have to be at a certain capacity. And to keep that capacity while people are trying to impede you and continue to continue to put you in certain situations, continue to talk to you a specific way, continue to put your whole what's it called? Yes, we are still.
Who dat? Who? I didn't see that. I'm blind, dude. My glasses are.
Hold on. My friend messaged me.
Oh.
Why is my phone on airplane mode?
Because it's low battery and I don't know the charger is, and I was playing games.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's a fucking lot to be going through. And then to be like having the comments by Talinda like, you're so inept, you can't hold a job. I wonder why. I wonder why I can't hold the job. Maybe it's because I've been saying I'm at my emotional fucking high ground. I've been saying I need the help. You guys have been saying you see me and I need the help, but you're not giving me the help, and you're mental health professionals, and you're gonna still go on. You're gonna still go on and fucking talk about my father these ways. You're gonna still go on and have slights at me through your tweets, and you're gonna... Like, of course I wouldn't have mental capacity to hold a job. Like, that's so fucking crazy. Calling someone inept for the fucking traumas that you're putting onto them. Like, that you're part of putting onto them. I know it's not fully them, you know. It comes from all the places. They're also put in this society that feeds into those things. Like, that's what we're saying. We don't hold people to be like, you're doing this on purpose and you're choosing. Like, it's like, hey, no, these things that are happening, they're really serious. We need to acknowledge how we're being impacted by them. We need to be able to hold space for each other, because if we're going to publicly talk about how we're mental health professionals and how we're holding space and being aware of each other's emotions, then we need to be able to do that. And
spit it. Spit it, girl.
And, after finding out about Cynthia.
You still got 25 people, bro. It's been 7.5 hours. You're
Lovely.
a fucking rock star.
Thank you.
No, I was gonna do the boxing thing.
No.
And we got a winner. That's pretty cool, man. I just did the math. Damn, you're gonna be more famous than me, man.
No.
He said, "Fuck that shit."
Anyways, so yeah, we're figuring out these things on our own, and now we have Trish to talk to. Or that was awesome. Like, we're finding out things, and we have Trish to be like, have you heard about this? Have you seen this? And like, even just to, if Jamie finds out about something and needs to express it, they have that place to go and express it, and then they're like, whoa, wow, like that is serious, like that is part of this, and you know what, here's more to add to that, like adding to the conversation. That was a really hard thing for us, like, because we were coming from such a deep level of understanding for people and what the situation was. When we would talk to people about it, it was a lot of like, wow, that's really hard. Like, it wasn't like we could sustain a conversation back and forth and be acknowledged for what's going on, because they didn't have the understandings and stuff. And like, that was hard emotionally to feel like the space wasn't being provided, but also know like this isn't their thing they need to be so invested on and make their life about, like I don't expect someone to know and remember every single thing that's happening to us, because it's fucking hard for us to do it, and we're living it every fucking day. And we don't have a fucking choice to push a pause button or go on vacay or fucking take a trip because I'm feeling sad, or go to my therapist because I'm feeling sad and impacted, or go online because Talinda had literally said, you can't talk about Chester or me publicly. But we hadn't been served anything. Nothing was legal. And the first time she had told Jamie they couldn't talk to their siblings, she said it was legally binding. And then when we saw her in July 2021, she said it wasn't legal and that she didn't do all these things that she said she did, and or she was telling us that she did. And so we're like, we don't know how serious to take this. So I'm gonna take it serious, but also I'm gonna put some things like Jamie would express, like, hey Chester, miss you today, like it's your birthday. um or like Jamie just talking about little random things, like. And it's so funny how they made it seem in that email after we left their house in July that their defamation of Chester was what was disgusting, and that's why they weren't part of the family anymore, and that's why none of their siblings ever wanted to talk to them again. But then when it came around time to Jamie being and feeling able to talk about things, they were talking about Chester for how long, and it was fine. Only when we brought up to Linda,
since March,
did to Linda serve.
March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. That's 7 to 8 months. Also, to like circle back to what they were saying before, the part that I'm not allowed to talk about.
Then don't talk about it.
No, it's just like talking about like Trish, like having that kind of sounding board. Like when you talk to people about these kinds of things, it's not that they don't understand them. It's that it literally fries your fucking brain. Because what happens is you take all of these things that alone, just one of them, takes such a capacity to understand and really hold, not lose over time, not dissociate through exposure. Like, even just one of these things is hard enough. But then you add 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 or, I mean, look at my Instagram stories. It's like, people still are like, what are you saying? And I'm like, I'm literally spelling it out for you. I'm literally spelling
sat here and talked for hours about what I'm saying, and you're still saying I'm saying it totally different. And then I'm saying, okay, but did you listen? Jamie saying, okay, but did you listen to all of my things? No,
No.
I don't even have time for that. But you need to watch how you're speaking. I don't like it.
It's like,
What?
okay, but I have like, 6 hours of my own content up already? Explaining things like this.
And you guys are just gonna judge it off of the small snippets that you need, and the small snippets that affirm your own fucking way of being and thought, and get you where you want to go.
It's like
instead of actually acknowledging what we're saying. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing we've been saying. That's why I was like, I'm just screaming. Like, it was so hard to even, like, for a while I did want to come and just talk about it. Like right when Talinda had sent the email, I was
Mhm.
like, Jamie, go online right now and say what's going on, because if we put time in between, it will persist and more things are gonna occur. Then it'll just be so much we're talking about, and then we'll be talking for hours and hours and hours.
Yeah. But this, in my opinion, this is better because
we were definitely different.
The information's really important, and the scope of it is really important. Like if we had started talking back then, if I had started sharing the way I was sharing back then,
We wouldn't know about
we
this
wouldn't
idea.
have, we wouldn't be able to
know
tell
about
you that.
Trish.
Like,
We
oh,
wouldn't-
there's this, and no, we wouldn't be able
Yeah.
to say that. We'd be like, oh, we're finding out as we go. And then
This
in
is
my
my
mind, it's
feeling.
like, oh, well, there are so many things that will impact or impede that process. If you're in the middle of it, it's really important to like cultivate that. It's like growing a plant. Like you don't want to just step on the tree before it's a sapling, much less before it's like a mature sapling. Like
trunk.
you go step you go step on a little tiny twig of a pine tree. It's never gonna turn into a tree. And it's like that is the reality. And so like that's what I was saying just now. I thought they were done talking. Sorry, I didn't mean to like fucking spit at you while you were talking. But that's what I was saying about the last story collection that I made on Instagram, Schism. It's like I'm literally saying I have like it's a thing of like 73 items or whatever, and people are watching only like a random 15 of those and then going, "You're fucking insane, man. What the hell are you talking about?" And it's like, "Did you not watch the collage? I made a collage for you. Did you see the scrapbook? Because
Also,
I did that."
also like the sentiment of being like Gen Z in this era of like, Gen Z so crazy, you guys just talk about all this nonsense and you this woke culture, and it's like, are you listening to what we're saying though?
Woke
These things are serious. Like, of course we're gonna be speaking of like all these people are like, oh, you're just crazy, you guys just go on about everything, because they're serious things, because they're we're being impacted. Hey, guess what? Everyone's so mad because like
So,
I'm going to talk about like the relation to DID specifically, because that's something that we were just talking about. Of like everyone being mad, like, oh, you guys think you know everything. Oh, like all these people, or even like autism, like, you guys are just lying. You guys are children. You think you know what you have. You don't know anything. And it's like, what do you mean? You gave me the online resources, so that I could look up what this thing is. If it applies to me, then I get to say that applies to me. If my experience engages in that thing, then I get to say my experience resembles that thing. And
literally, like if I read like five articles over 6 months, like serious articles about borderline personality disorder, statistics, and all these things, and I see that each one of them describes my experience with life to an exact
to their understanding of that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's always a
I would
process.
say that the language around it in general is pretty bad. So like when I'm evolving my language, like yes, I do have to first intake the language that's being used so that I can turn it around and manipulate it to express what I'm expressing. So
or like understand the language that we've been
integrate.
forced
Just
to
integrate
use, and the language that people want us to use. Like I say, like our experience resembles things that people would categorize as autism, ADHD, DID, or stuff
Absolutely.
like that, because we acknowledge those experiences differently, but the way that other people are able to comprehend it, that's the name for it.
Yeah.
You don't want to listen to me talk about what my experience is. Okay, I'll just give you the name DID. I'll just give you the name autism, because that is what that associates to.
I can't wait to talk about those things, like the difference between us, like me associating with BPD and them associating with more like DID type things. Like we love these conversations. I'm so excited that we get to fucking talk about it now. It's so great.
Well,
we'll see. I might go to jail. I don't know
how free we're able to actually be in this free country.
Yeah, this might be like my last really comfortable day here. Who knows?
It's so fucking disgusting to think about. And even while we're looking up all these things, Biden administration started and they put out their new terrorist reform, where it says anyone talking in any like leftist manner could be considered a terrorist. Anyone going against the ideals of the government could be seen as a terrorist and put away. Like anything I'm saying right now, because it's could be perceived to be anti-government, I could just be thrown away. Like,
There could be someone outside right now going, I'm going to wait until you get off the live stream. I'm going to come in, ask you a few questions. Why you thought you could do that.
that's why I was saying, like, getting served this, like, no, of course I had to come on and say something because I had been pushing it off so much, and that really pent up for me. Like, I pushed it off to allow Jamie the space and capacity that they wanted to hold for to Linda, everyone involved, and themselves, so that everyone could grieve and have that space. But in that, like, that kind of like feeling like anything can happen anytime and we won't be heard. No one would know what's going on. Like, anyone can delete, like, Jamie's like, yeah, but I have my records here. It's like, anyone can delete that, Jamie.
It's true.
Anyone can delete your Word document.
Also,
anyone can delete your text messages. And
dude, I put out a 16-minute full-fledged explanation of what I expected from, and still it's only seen, like, people watch number 3 of 6 and be like, oh yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's like, you didn't, they're numbered. They're numbered. Watch the whole thing. It's a reel.
You're not hearing it, so of course you wouldn't know what's going on. You want me to give the sum ups? No.
It can't get any simpler than this. It's like, this is the
then
thing.
It's going to be like, oh, but what about this? But what about this? Well, if you heard the thing, if you listened to us talk about it, you would maybe know.
We can go back to the timeline if you want.
Yeah.
Since you're almost there. It's almost 8 hours long. You're almost there. You got this.
Yeah.
Got this.
No, those things are also things I need to say too, because that is where I was coming from and the kind of like momentum that I was building for myself to talk about publicly and where I wanted to be talking about. Like, Jamie is very talking about it from the perspective of Chester and the injustices of this, and I see it very much the injustices of the things that we're being made to experience right now. And it's fucking crazy. Like, it's the fucking it's fucking Columbus coming and being like, you guys are savages because you don't think the way that I do and you're not participating the way that I do, so I'm gonna ravage your whole community and make you participate the way that I do because this is right.
Oh God. And then turn it into a holiday.
And I'm like, my generational trauma isn't allowed to be acknowledged. I'm not allowed to express these things that I've been working myself up to, that I built myself up to, because I'm holding space for their grief and hoping that someone would maybe in turn actually be able to acknowledge us when we could comprehensively and very coherently talk about our experience rather than coming from a very impacted or emotional state, calling each other's names or just specifying on a threat or something made. Like, multiple threats have been made towards me by multiple people in the family.
And same here.
And still,
by my
still continue to hold space for them. Still continue to interact with them. Still continue to support Jamie, and if they were willing to interact with them, and having to acknowledge, yeah, Jamie is going into these spaces where they could get hurt anytime. Jamie is going and having this conversation with their.
Sorry, I'm not allowed to say that out loud. I'm sorry. It's
for
hard.
Yourself.
This is, well, for me too. Yeah,
no,
of course.
That's it. For yourself.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And like,
full stop.
Like, it's just ridiculous. Again, power, money, influence, crazy. It actually exists. Wow.
This is literally when I was saying, like, I cannot tell you the story right now, but I will, and I'm just literally controlling the damage right now so that I don't lose my life. That's what I mean, is that where they're coming from is where I'm trying to get to. We're on opposite sides right now. We're kind of just doing this in a roundabout kind of way. And this is why. It's because look how long we've been here.
Also, like, it's me hitting my threshold of, like, I've been made to be silenced for so long because I'm holding space for these people and hoping that they will hear Jamie making putting effort into talking and acknowledging and providing space for everyone's feeling, making sure no one is spreading hate, making sure no one is threatening anybody. And still this is going to happen. Still we're going to have the conversation with Sam that we did, and it's still going to be talked about the way that it's did from their perspective. No one's acknowledged any of my feeling. I haven't been contacted by Elka, to Linda, Sam, afterwards to say anything like about my experience. Everyone, when they meet me, acknowledges, hey, that's probably really hard on your side.
Yeah.
I know Jamie was going through a lot, so you're probably dealing with a lot from that.
So
But then they leave me cold in the dirt and having to deal with all these emotions on my own, and then I'm not allowed to speak publicly about anything, and then I have to be quiet and understanding and make sure that I'm saying everything so perfectly so people will be willing to listen to me, and then they're not going to actually be able to perceive or hear maybe what I'm saying. Like, I'm so surrounded by people who don't have the capacity for that, that's just how I perceive everyone now. Like, coming online was such a big thing still, because like I was telling Jamie, I was like, it's so annoying. Like, I'm just, even if I do speak, I'm just yelling into the fucking void. Like there's nothing that can change the people who have the power to change what's going on. Like, there's nothing I can say until they're able to fucking do it. And even the people, like, let's say, in charge of this fucking country and the world, they're all fucking old people who are stuck in their own ways, not making legalizing things, enabling people to not think certain ways, literally taking away rights right now as a get out there on the streets and protest and do. That's not working.
It's not
How
real.
many people were
It's not
taken
real.
and put into cars and never seen again? How many cars were
Where all
illegally
the
tagged
kids?
when
Where
they
all the
went to
adults?
protest?
All the
How many
immigrants?
how many people have died for these things?
BLM.
And how much change has occurred?
Fuck
really
them.
look at the change, you know? We're giving these crumbs and we're like, yes, thank you. Thank you. You let me get married. Thank you. I'm allowed to vote, but you know, my body isn't mine. And if something impregnates me right now, I would legally be obligated to have it. Like, what the fuck? Like,
and all the other people too who have said something who are now insane, like people who signal as if they're absolutely batshit crazy, but they did say it. They said it like 5-6 years ago.
It's like in all the movies where
fuck, man.
It's like dystopian realities, and there's the crazy homeless guy in the corner, and then at the end of the movie they go to him for solace, or they go to him to get the clues, because wait, he's not crazy, he was actually just observing everything and taking everything in, and he has to speak and he has to get these thoughts out, and you know, like, he can see everything that's going on from a different perspective because they don't objectify themselves to the social standards of everyone else or how people would perceive them. Wow. Like, fuck.
We synchronized there. That was nice.
Wow.
Wow. Oh, wow. Timeline. You were at coming back from Florida. We're somewhere between coming back from Florida and going to live at River Park.
Okay, great.
I don't know where you were though.
In between that time, or just what we've been doing, is me. Well, we had the Airbnb. We were having that income, and that.
This is like January 2021 to May 2021.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I was just generalizing.
No, it is, because we came back from Florida in the first week. It was literally like the wedding trip, but a year later. So it's the same thing. Or 2 years later.
And like me even hitting emotional capacity at that point, like, because Jamie is being triggered and having all these emotions, and how I.
By the way, they're not quiet over here. Like, I'm holding space that's why I've been so vocal about allowing people to have space, is because this is what we do. Like, just because they have to be quiet around everyone else does not mean that they have to be quiet here.
That's what I said before, was like, I only get to talk to you because people don't hold that space for me to.
I just, in case I didn't hear that part, so I just want to make sure
like,
that
we're on vacay. That's too much.
They're at home, okay?
Oh, you're having emotions. I don't know if I'll invite you back to this later. Like, I had friends, like, telling me, like, you know, you should feel like we actually, because I would have that, like, but do they actually like me? Am I here just because, you know, X, Y, Z reason? And they're like, well, you should know that we actually like you because we continue to hang out with you. If we don't like someone on the first time that we hang out with them, or they say something we don't, you know, like, vibe with, they're just not hanging out with us ever again. And I was like, you don't even, like, ask them, like, hey, what did you mean by that? Or, like, you know, like, try and facilitate. They're like, no, we don't. Like, we just don't need that. And, like, totally, that's fine for you. But that's the people I was around. And so I'm always constantly having to be on guard, thinking about what I'm saying, how I'm being perceived. Also being presenting as female, being like seen as that, like your voice isn't like that doesn't mean anything, you know. Is that experience really real? Like a sentiment that was from my family, where I would be talking about the injustices that I'm seeing in the world as a child, talking about the injustices that I'm seeing in the world, and they'd be like, but can you be sure of that, because did that actually happen to you? Yes, I have had people be racist towards me. Yes, people have been sexist towards me. But really? Or like, are you letting people make you think that? And I was like, no, like, that is my experience. That is what is happening. That, no. Anyways, went on a tangent. I am talking about.
Not at all. When we got back, they hit the emotional capacity, and that is what they're talking about.
Yes, after the Florida thing, and just like, I had been holding space so long and being so quiet, and like I was like, I need a break. I need to be. Maybe I'll get my own apartment. I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna pay for it. I'll work full time and not eat anything. I just need my own space so that I can process what I'm going through right now, because it's been go, 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 things nonstop happening, having to deal with things in my life and deal with Jamie's life. Like,
I'm literally telling them all the time, like, this does not stop. I have been here since I was born.
I know.
And I understand you have your own space, or you need your own space and your own time. It will not stop. You need to make a decision. You need to be able to get to the point where you can
Also,
choose to do things.
Yeah,
Despite
it wasn't a choice at that time to do things. I had to wait until Jamie was doing things. So I was telling Jamie, like, please, you know, we got to get this thing out, like, for you to be able to be heard, and for you to have that resolution and inner peace for yourself, because I can see how that's festering and affecting you. And for me to do the same thing, because it's festering and affecting me. And, you know, we're holding space for all these other people, but we need to hold space for ourselves. Like, we've been holding this space for ourselves privately, but it's not enough. It's not enough, because we're seeing everyone else being heard. We're seeing everyone else getting to talk however they want. We're seeing everyone else saying these blatantly, to us, very horrible things about different people's ways of living and associations and experiences, or the places that people are made to be in. And like, we're not allowed to say these things, but then, you know, T's getting awards for being a mental health professional with Chester and being so great, and then like having I'm not even gonna
or even like Isaiah,
but yeah,
I can
and
talk about
Isaiah
that.
being in the fucking family still.
Beating me, and like I had
everyone holding space for them. They get to be around the children. They literally physically assaulted Jamie. Elka physically assaulted Jamie. They're still friends with T. They're still friends with Anna Shinoda. Like,
once at the Hollywood Bowl for the memorial concert, and then once at the wedding.
It's like, what's really going on here? And then even later to find out that somebody that was living in T's house that provided drugs to Jamie while they were underage, and then had made sexual comments towards minor women.
I wasn't underage at that point. I was graduated college.
Provided
but I was
hard drugs to you.
He did
in the first place. Like,
yes, that's true.
That's fucking crazy to me, that these people get to live in the house, these people get to be seen and heard, get to be around the children, but
and that's
Jamie's
not all
over
he was
here.
Doing either.
I know, that's why I said it's like they made comments and had people acknowledge the way that they talked about younger women, and just like, you know, like that gross like locker room talk and stuff like that people think is okay for whatever. And talk. It's just like these things are all being validated by letting you be around, but then Jamie's being shunned out and told they're a disgrace and not part of the Bennington name and totally inept as a human being, while also being told that they're just going through a mental crisis, but no one's gonna hold space for acknowledging them or anything. Like,
And so at this point, from January to May, we're like really trying to figure out
Yeah,
how to
no,
draw that space for
I,
ourselves. Because even for me, this is all I've known. So for imagine for me, like trying to learn how to like, wait, what does something else look like? I don't even know what the
yeah,
fuck that looks like.
like,
I can't even touch that. My dad's Chester Bennington. I'm stuck in a world that does not exist for 90% of the planet, and they're over here, and they're from the other 90% of the planet I don't get to interact with. And they're like, wait, I have this line, but how do I get there? Because I got into this space, but now this space is like, how do you go back down to this area? It's like there's this elevation game that's really hard to play, and balancing your needs and wants. And it's like, especially when you're being silenced, like what do you do? What do you do? And how do you not eat each other alive? Because it's not that we don't love each other. It's not that we are angry with each other. It's more like it's so painful and so claustrophobic just in a mental sense. Like we have to come up with new ways of thinking and new ways of existing because there is no other way. If you don't transmute this toxicity, which is like I said, when I met them, that was the whole point. But now we got to the point where we transmuted it together and everything's still so toxic because we did transmute. And now it's like, okay, now that we've transmuted it, how do we transmute that? Because now we have this energy that wasn't there before, and we have to create a space for it, or independent spaces that are interconnected or interlocking at different times.
yeah.
And that's really where we were going with
I
that,
just
because
found,
it's fucking
yeah,
rough.
everything was just coming like snowballing and all these emotions. And like when we lived in the car, getting that seconds of stability and like being able to sit out there and
The
just
forest, just
live, but also
listening.
being told shit by people from my life, like, well, you get to do that, so you're so privileged, like you're so detached from reality because you get to be out and do all this work. And like when I'm just talking about my own experience doing it, like everyone always likes to take what I'm saying as saying like, well, you should be doing this, if you're not doing this then this, and da da da. And I'm like, I should be doing this for myself, I need to do this for myself. I understand that you don't have the capacity and space to do that. Like you have to work a 9 to 5 job every day, and you have kids, and you can't just go sit outside and fucking think about life for a second and have those like peace for yourself, or even start the process of acknowledging your traumas and figuring that out. Like that's fucking hard. And like, so I had major guilt even being in the position where I was allowed to do that.
No,
Like,
literally, we wouldn't live here. We could. We chose not to. Why? Because it's a fucking privilege that we did not
that's what
feel
I was
like we
saying
could take
earlier.
access
Like
of.
there was so
Or
much
to.
emotional ties here, but also the privilege of having a home at that time was so severe to me. Like I felt like a class traitor, if you want to call it that. Like, wow, you get to be up there just, sitting in trees, fucking working, but then you get to go home to a nice house. I don't get to do that. And it's like, I'm just talking about me and my experience, or like, I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. I won't take the house, I'll go live in my car and I'll do that instead. And even that was seen as a luxury decision, and like I put all of my funds into that. The last money that I had out of my scholarships went into that.
Yeah.
And that specifically, that was a big thing because that was hard. I put all my funds into that to provide space so Jamie could have room for their episodes, and so that my best friend I was living with at the time could have space, because I could see how impacted they were by the velocity of everything we're engulfed in,
And they're not involved
Yeah,
in that like that. Like they have their own thing going on, but they're exposed to it
yeah, and
all the time.
and
for
just
years.
like being exposed to Jamie's episodes, how I'm being triggered through those, and like us facilitating that together, I could see how it was impacting, and I was like, I need to take myself out of this. Like, I can't do that to someone else.
Well, it has to be consensual,
But
and it
that's what
also
I'm
wasn't
saying, is like,
consensual all across
I was
the
like,
board.
I know how much it's impacting me. Like, I can't continue to do that to someone. I want to give them that space. And
I was having the same conversations about them. To be honest, I was like, I can't. I almost can't ask you to be here. I have to ask you to like leave, pretty much. Like,
yeah, they
please
did.
go, get out of here.
That's something that really stuck out when they found the borderline book, it was like, I hate you, don't leave me, something like that.
I don't remember.
It was something like,
I'm sure that all
get
I hear
away
is I
from
hate
me,
you or I
but
love
don't
you,
leave
or I
me,
love you,
you
I
know?
hate you,
Yeah,
which is
something like
Little
that.
Sims, but
And
that's not it. That's not it.
I was like, that's so reminiscent of the experience, because they are like, no, I'm bad. Like, I'm causing all these emotions. I'm causing all these traumatic responses out of you because of the situations I'm bringing you into. Like I'm doing this, you know, and I had to help them work through that. Like, it's not you. Like, if I'm getting triggered by my own traumatic responses, that's me. I can deal with that. I will deal with that. And if I say anything in between that says otherwise, please know I don't mean that. Like,
And
that is the traumatic responses, you know,
that's
those.
still hard for me.
Yeah.
And I work at it every day with them, like, genuinely. And these, like, that's how severe this trauma is like, this person I trust with my freaking life more than I trust anyone else. And I still, like, 2 or 3 times a day, I'm like, what the fuck? Who are they?
Yeah, but of course that paranoia is going to be there when everyone you're told to trust in your life is going to protect you and be there for you no matter what is suddenly against you, and like talking publicly about how crazy you are, and
spiraling,
and like not actually engaging and listening with you. Of course you're going to think I'm coming from that perspective, you know? And then it's just a whole thing. And at that time I was like, you know, maybe it would be good, like, I have my own space, they have their space, whatever. And I was thinking about taking that more seriously to provide that space for Jamie, like I did taking myself out of the apartment and getting the car situated to be livable, so that my best friend could have that space for themselves. um, I was doing that again, and I was like, Jamie can have the car. I will take myself out of this so they can function on their own without being so swayed by my own things. And what do you call it? Yeah, that didn't end up happening because I found out that my sibling needed help. And so we did that.
we found out.
Yeah, we found out.
Of course, I'm not trying to negate this from them, but we did find out, and we chose to help instead of taking that space and time in the way that we had intended to, and choosing to instead do our independent wants, combine them into a
be
blended
independent together, you know,
thing,
like in my mind being like that was what I needed. I needed to be around my sibling and have that kind of feeling of communal space, because I hadn't had that acknowledgement. So that was really nice. Just being able to be there with them. But yeah, we ended up doing that instead. And we went into it initially like, okay, Jamie's gonna finish their thing and they're gonna come out and say how they feel and just share where they're coming from and hopefully be heard soon. And
we thought okay, so this was so clear cut, right? Like, we got there and we were like, oh no, it's 1 + 1 = 2. And then we got in there and it was like, holy shit, this is like multiplying decimals. What the fuck is going on? And every time I thought I was done, it was like, no, there's another 5 months of this, another 2 months of this, another. It's like, so come on, man. It was all research. It was all learning about myself, and then through that, learning about my father and what's going on, which is the stuff I've been talking about. And then that's kind of where I was for that entire year. It was literally just like being home, learning that, and then telling them constantly, like dozens of times, like, I'm done. And I was, every single time I was done. And then something else would come up and it would be like another thought process. Like, you know, I did my whole timeline and I was
how
like,
many times we recorded
Yeah,
like
seriously.
a public address that Jamie was calling it at the time. Like how many times I stayed up to help Jamie record these things and work through the emotions that came up with them, and then people coming in and telling us differing information, Jamie having to go and tweak it, or people coming out of the woodworks to be like, oh, I know all this information. And then that's the time that we were talking to Sean. They were talking to Sean.
Which, by the way, I had told Sean. I can talk about Sean. He's not in the thing. Sean, I told Sean what the fuck happened with Talinda the first time in July 2020, and he did nothing. He continued to work with Grey Days, and Talinda.
Well,
Wow.
they said that was fucked up. They said they acknowledged that. They were
They
like,
did.
yeah,
Yeah.
there are a lot of things that were iffy about Chester's death, and it really does push me the wrong way, but you know, you can't trust what you see on the internet. And so I don't really get involved in all that, but I have my own thoughts and I have my own experiences with these people, and I want to share them with you because people shouldn't be exiling you from your own history, and like you're trying to put together your life. I want to give you some pieces. We're like, wow, great, thank you so much. You know, I would love to have those conversations. And then something came up, and it was
nothing.
that
He literally,
and
after 2020, it was pretty much quiet after that. Some of that was that's like both things mixed together. When I first told Sean, he was very like, I'm so sorry you're going through this. This sounds like a lot. But you know, there are a lot of things to consider. He didn't even bring up the oddness of the situation. He was more like, oh, well, these people are kind of challenging. And you know, as business partners with some of them, I have to interact with them a certain way. And then later, during this year of us living in this place, I had contacted him again because, as I said in my Instagram stories, I got that weird Concord email, publishing email, saying that I was the approval party for my father, which is absolutely untrue. There's no way that would be possible. And I ended up having to talk to him. And that's when he was like, that initial conversation at the 3rd of March this year, he was like, oh, that's March 3rd, 2023. He was like, oh, yeah, I see all of this. This is so insane. And that's when he was like, I'll give you the pieces. And all of a sudden he had 6 years of privileged information about Chester, or he had admitted that for 6 years he had privileged information about Chester that he never told anybody because it was Chester's private business, but it was all like incriminating. It was all
These things are
incriminating, all of
serious.
it, including for him.
This affects the people who are alive.
And he had his own database,
We need
guys.
the adults to be adamant and talk regardless of their
How
fear.
did you have that on fucking Quick Draw?
Anything can happen right now. It's so hard being living in such a fear-based reality, or people who are so fear-based around us, because like ultimately right now anyone can bomb us. We fucking die. Fire happens, something happens, you know.
Someone kicks down the door. It's a group of dudes. They might have been paid. They might be with somebody who knows something. Who knows?
But then everyone's so fearful of their own safety that they're gonna keep this information festered and compromise the pursuit of happiness, compromise the capability and extent of acknowledgement and reality that the children get to live in, because they just don't want to get involved. You know, there's serious things going on.
Yeah, but fuck Gen Z, right?
Like, what?
Yeah, but fuck the youth, right? They're so lazy, right? It's not that we're just like super traumatized with no help and no resources.
But also we continue to see everyone.
Lazy.
We continue to see how it affected everyone. We can acknowledge these things. We don't have to go through them to acknowledge that they exist. And we don't have to that's what I was trying to say about like, I can look up autism now and see these things. Yeah, you didn't get to before. And so it might have taken you longer, and I'm so sorry for that. But don't invalidate this new generation who's utilizing the things that you put here for us to utilize and fought for us to fucking have, so that we can understand our reality better. And then when we start understanding it and start understanding how fucked up it is, that you guys get all fucking mad because now you're ingrained in it. And now, instead of like how everyone talks about, oh, in your 20s you're gonna be angry, but you'll get past that and you'll just see that life should be fine. You should just go off and do your own thing. Like, you know, no, I'm not doing that. No, that feels very icky and gross to me. That seems like you're trying to silence me. That seems like so many things are like, oh, in your 20s, you'll understand the world and you'll see it with fresh eyes. And of course, it's going to make you
Gen
mad because
Y.
there's a lot of stuff that's out there that's disgusting and horrible and going on right now. Of course, how am I supposed to not be fucking rageful and acknowledge all these things and fucking know about all of it? Like, we have to, too. Like, and then to be told, like, you're crazy because you just rant on. You're making connections where they don't exist. Like, you might not be able to see the connection, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You not be able to understand why we're having a feeling and why we feel this way, and you might not be able to hold space for that, but that doesn't mean it's invalid and that you get to just go off on us and call us all these names and continue to suppress us and continue and try and use your money and platform and industry to limit our capacity to be able to live. Like, no.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
But yeah.
I'm actually Gen Y, by the way. I'm a millennial. I was off by a year. I'm a 96, so I'm like literally trapped in a bubble of like some of the most annoying people sometimes. And you're Gen Z.
I know.
That's some bullshit. What the fuck? I can't join you?
No, we're
mortal
enemies. Anyway.
It's okay. I'll do Gen Y.
What I was saying about what happened with Sean, that
yeah,
we were excited to hear about those things at that time. Jamie had started recording certain parts, and then Sean came out and was like, I have a bunch of information. So we put a hold on the recording because we're like, oh, a bunch of information.
Yeah, it'd be cool to add more to it.
And
another one of those things that happens.
I'm not going to go and waste my time recording this thing if I'm just going to have to change it with the new information. What do you call it? That all came to a full stop when Jamie randomly received an email about someone who wanted to do
Not randomly, actually. I actually firmly believe it's because I told Brennan everything. I called Sean's oldest son out of like synchronicity. At that point, I was so synchronized with my own practice that like I just get impressions of people and I'm like, okay, I know what to tell them. I know what not to tell them. And so I went to Brennan and I told him in general what I was working on, what I felt, what I thought about Sean, how he looked from the outside. And Brennan was like excited to talk to me. He was like, oh my God, I don't know about my dad, but like I understand what you're saying. I had some interesting experiences with Chester as well, the spirit of Chester. And at this point, I was like hearing my dad and seeing him places and actually being able to like unlock these certain experiences. So when Brennan crossed my mind, I was like, I gotta tell him. And then when I told him, it was only like a couple of weeks later that I got the email, and then all of a sudden Sean was saying all these things, and then within 2 weeks of that, Sean went back on everything. He looked at my evidence and was like, "It's all a rabbit hole. I don't believe in any of this. It's not worth my time." And he walked back on everything that he said the first time. And then the third time when I circled back about the deal, because I was going to give him goodwill approval on it, basically just say, I support you in doing it, not that I give you permission. He was like,
because they asked for it. They were like, I don't want to go forward with it.
He asked me
for it.
Uncomfortable,
so please let us know. And then, Jamie has time blindness, and they didn't come back and be like, hey, Jamie, today's the last day.
No.
Can we just get an affirmation that we can go through with this?
No.
No one contacted Jamie in
Not
between.
One time.
And then Jamie, instead of a week later, around
it was
2 weeks
like
later.
2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. So it was like 3rd, 15th, and like 31st.
So
literally.
Instead, Jamie contacted them 2 weeks later and was like, hey, I thought about it, and you guys do what you want. You already made the albums, you did your thing, you do what you were gonna do. I honestly don't have a say in it anyways, but it was nice that you asked me. And it was like,
no, I that was part of the conversation I had with him, because I actually hit him up and said, hey, I'm still thinking about it. Like, I legitimately care about this decision. I don't want to make money off something that I feel could be dirty. I don't care if it's for the kids or not. Like, it is a moral thing. It's an ethical thing. It's going to be 6 years this year. since my father passed, and you guys are still making deals, and you guys are still making albums, and you guys are still
We
planning on
have our
doing
own
things.
thoughts about people using the voice of a
Yeah.
dead person to say things that they're not saying.
Yeah, I don't like it very
And
much.
it's so crazy for people to come out and be like, oh, we have recordings of this, because in our mind it's like, but I wasn't saying that. So they had capability to make a whole album with Chester's voice, multiple albums with Chester's voice, where Chester's not
Just from
actually saying
Masters
and
from
singing these
1996.
things. So who's to say they don't have the capability of monitoring Jamie's voice and taking the snippets of when they actually do express themselves that way?
Deepfakes are real,
because
man.
of an emotion that they're having, not because of an intent, not because of an actual fucking thing that they're trying to pursue. Just acknowledging, like, I'm feeling so impacted this way. I can't continue to let people talk to my partner this way. And if it continues, oh my God, I'm gonna have to do something about it. Like, if you're going to threaten physical harm on my partner again, if you're going to talk about them this way again, if you're going to continue to mock their pain and mock their expressions and ability to emote, like, fucking Will Smith got to go up and slap fucking Chris Rock in the face in front of all these people and nothing happens. But when Jamie's like, yeah, I could, what, Bella, what if I went in, I literally compulsorily couldn't help myself and I ended up slapping them. And I was like, then I would have to deal with the consequences. Like, either they would hold space for you to emote that way, just like Chris Rock did, or they could take you to court and I would have to deal with that. And I would have to be okay with whatever's going on, you know? I would have to hold the fort down. Like, I'll be there. And for that to be skewed in a way of, I'm okay with harm? No. I literally am so against...
I'm not allowed to.
It's so crazy because the people who know me know I'm so against harm that it was like, hurt me to even fucking drive on grass when I was younger. And when we were living in the car, TBH, like, Jamie would park on a part that had too much grass, and I was like, there's a part over there that didn't have so much grass. You could park there. We shouldn't be parking here.
I hear what you're saying, but grass is gonna be there. I'm sorry, we drive in a forest.
It was just like my feeling, you know? Like, that's what it is. And just like, I made peace with it, and it'll be fine, kind of thing. Like, the Sean thing, in that conversation.
Which is really just an extension of the understanding that things keep popping up.
When Jamie reached out and said that, and said, you know, I'm thinking about these things really seriously because it is serious. They were like, who the fuck do you think you are? You think we're gonna wait around for you? No one waits around for you. You think the world revolves around you? It doesn't. You fucking ruined this for me. I could have had this thing. And like, first of all, let's acknowledge they still had a deal and they still were able to just put a different song out.
Yeah.
They just put a different song.
They did it without telling me.
Yeah. They did it anyways. They made the deal anyways with a different song. So you're still getting to be a part of the thing. They were like, oh, it would just be great because, you know, it's for the art, you know. It'd be great. I really loved this game. And it'd be awesome to see it, like, see myself on that game. And Jamie was like, yeah, that would be awesome. But the way that Chester's voice is being used, that does spark emotion in me. And I have to think about that. And you're asking me how I feel about it. And you're saying I have the time to think about it. So I'm going to do that. And then they come back. Who do you think you are? Like, people don't wait for you. Like, da-da-da. We're professionals.
If you're such a...
Yeah, if you're such a professional, why are your people not go and affirm, like, hey, Jamie, what were your thoughts on that? Did you think about it yet?
Yeah, where were your people the first time I got the email?
No, you're not finished thinking about it? Okay, you know, we're just going to go with a different deal. Oh, you are done thinking about it? Okay, great. Thanks for letting us know. We're going to go through with the deal, or we're not going to go through with the deal. How fucking hard is that? But no, nobody made contact.
It's not hard. It's standard business.
Exactly. In a professional standard business where people keep saying, I'm a professional. We work with professionals. You're not going to come into my space and talk about it. But they continue to act so unprofessional. Like, anyways, and then it got to the point of threats. I'm literally waking up because at this time I'm working so much.
It needs to be acknowledged that they are one of the hardest working people. Like, like in terms of jobs I've ever met.
I
They
just have
they
my
have
own
a
moral compass
disability,
that I
guys.
literally don't want to live if I'm not going to follow. So I have to show
Yes.
up and show out. Like, I have to be myself in these places.
They're standing for
And it's
40 hours
fucking
a
hard.
week, and they can't. They can't do
Yeah.
it. And by the way,
Yeah.
they've also faced discrimination. I'm allowed to talk about this. At Walmart, they faced discrimination. They were told that being disabled and having a wheelchair at the front of the shop as a greeter, as the best greeter they've ever
I was a
fucking had.
customer host, okay.
Customer host. As a customer host, that's not a good look for management. So they
No,
stuck them in garden.
we had someone coming to come look at the facility.
Yeah.
And I was using a wheelchair at that time sometimes. And I had to go get a doctor to write that off for me. And even getting that was so fucking hard.
Mhm.
Because I was going to Poor Medical Center at the time. Because one of my lovely professors set me up with them and gave me contact. They, like, I was bawling at the point when I met Jamie. I was having such severe panic attacks. And so much is going on in my life. And the teacher took me aside and let me talk about it a little bit. And gave me the resource for Poor Medical Center, which allows you, if you don't make enough money, you don't have a certain income, there will provide you with a doctor, a volunteer doctor, and you can get seen. And they'll provide you with other voluntary doctors from actual hospitals and stuff, and like work to get you what you need if they can. You know, it's just all volunteer based. If the doctor's willing to do it, then you'll get seen. If not, sorry about that. You know, and so I was working before the pandemic happened. I was working to figure out my disability. And they had said they were going to set me up with someone to see me and get MRIs done, because that was the next step I needed to do. And they said, it's a lot of money, girl. You don't want to pay for that. So let me go through the work. I'm going to reach out to this doctor and we're going to contact you again. But then the pandemic happened. Yep. And Poor Medical Center closed down because it's a bunch of older volunteer medical professionals who are spending time around people from all different spaces in this facility, and that just wasn't safe for them to be working in a hospital and volunteering over here in such a dire time. Like, it just couldn't be done, and so the facility closed down. And then that was in 2020, and then when I started working at Walmart, I think it was like a year later in 2021. Yeah, that was in 2021 I was working at Walmart. And they hadn't contacted me about any doctor they reached out to. They didn't tell me anything that was going on. My best friend, who was my roommate, got contacted by them, and they told me what was going on because they were also part of it. They said that the facility sent out emails to let people know the facility was closing, and that certain things, if anything was in motion, that it was put on pause, and whatever. And so I was like, okay, it's put on pause. But then I started working at Walmart, and I was like, oh, I can't stand for this long. Like, I thought I had the capability of doing that, but I cannot do that. And it was also when the pandemic had just started, like, fuller lockdowns, and like Walmart started doing the, like, you go in here and you exit here. People were so mean and so mad at that, and it was like
like, for real though,
I'm just coming to cash. I just need money to survive. Please stop yelling
flight.
at me. Like, this happens at all sections of my life, and I would love to not be yelled at right now.
Or spit on.
Multiple things. And spit on.
Yeah, spit on. Let's not forget that bit. You were spit on.
And
I'm so sorry. I'm still sorry. At that
time,
it's just
I went and I happened to go on the day that the doctors were having a meeting. Like, I was like, I don't know if they're open. I'm gonna pray and hope that I'm gonna hope that they are. And I'm just gonna show up and see if they're there. And I showed up. Or I first looked at, like, ERs and some certain things. I called a couple places and I was like, hey, like, how much would it be for me to be seen? I just need this paper so I can be acknowledged that I have a disability so I can get accommodations. And it was way out of my fucking price range.
That was 5055. That was cool.
Nice. It was way out of my price range. So, we went to Poor Medical as our last hope, and luckily they were having a meeting there, and they came out, and I pleaded my case with them, and they were like, well, you're working at Walmart, you might make too much to actually be for us to actually help you right now, like we're not even supposed to be here or anything. And they were like, but there are doctors inside, so let me go see if they're willing to hear you out. I was like, okay, like just please, like eh, and Jamie really helped me feel like I could go because I didn't want to go. Jamie went to the door and talked to the person for me, and then they came to the car and helped me because it was so hard for me to accept me putting my needs in parameter and taking that so serious and just going, and like I felt like such a burden. And then when they came back and told me, like, this is what they said, and I was like, oh my god, I am a burden. And
I am a burden.
yeah.
No, you're
and
no, you were not.
And luckily, one of the doctors was willing to hear me out, and it was one of the ones that was working with me, and they immediately wrote me something, at least to get me the accommodation, and I took it, and I was able to use the wheelchair, which was nice. I was able to have it for certain times when I needed to take seats, and I couldn't walk anymore. And even then, I was pushing myself so hard. Anyways, we're not talking about that. That's not the point. But yeah, that is true, Jamie. That during a time when a supervisor came to look at the store, they had
well, this is your story, dude.
They had it. I know, but this is different. I know it's part of it.
I guess you brought up the disability a couple times, and I feel like it's important to recognize that you were standing like 40 hours a week doing like hard shit. Sometimes like lifting things. When you're cooking,
moving all the carts,
literally
like,
all the carts. Your job wasn't the carts.
Stay in the back and not help.
Yeah, you were out in the
fucking
fucking
parking lot. And then people were mad
at
me that there wasn't any clean carts.
And you couldn't move fast enough, and you're just dying when you get home, and you need like the full body massage.
No, I literally couldn't walk by the time I would get home. After this happened,
it's fucked.
After this happened, where like the supervisor was coming, they had an employee come over to me, and I don't know what was exactly told to them. They later told me that they didn't tell the employee to tell me this, but the employee came over to me and they were like, hey, management is telling me that that you need to go to garden. And I was like, what? Like, garden? I never worked garden before. Why do I need to go to garden? And she was like, I don't know. Apparently, like, a supervisor's coming, and just like having the wheelchair out here just isn't a good look. And they need it to look a specific way to pass, like, whatever standards they have. And I was like, I immediately just like felt just a big pain in my chest, and like I was having a panic attack again, and I was crying, willing my way over to garden, like so irritating.
You're such a fucking.
And the wheelchair, I got next to a dumpster on fucking Christmas when I got to see my brothers, who I don't get to see ever. That was crazy. Yeah. They had just showed up, and one of my brothers saw the wheelchair, and they were like, oh, Bella, I know you've been hurting, and maybe you could use this. And it wasn't my size. It wasn't.
No, it was way too big. It was heavy as hell.
But I was like, oh my god, yeah, I actually think I'm gonna keep that.
We just had it in the house like a chair all the time. Yeah, so they could just bring it wherever. I would load it up and put it in the car, take it out, put it out for them, help them wheel it in, because it's heavy as fuck. It's not meant for them. It's meant for someone like 4 times bigger than them. Like,
and that day we went out and we rolled down the hill with it and just had a time. And I tried to make it less than it was, but it was a big thing for me. But yeah, I'm rolling myself to garden, fucking crying, having a fucking panic attack, like, oh my god, I am such a burden. If I could just fucking stand and not have this wheelchair, like, I wouldn't be being put in garden right now. Like, I was just the one who checked everyone's temperature when they came in for their shift, and then I spent my day sitting there doing Sudoku, and like, at that point, I was so, they had put me in garden, and they had told me the employee had told me, like, oh, it's just not a good look. And after that totally killed me inside. And for a while, like, I was like, no, if I'm gonna be not good enough for the front, then I'm gonna be not good enough for the front, and I'm gonna take my time when I need to, and I'm gonna come back here and garden and sit here and play Sudoku and listen to podcasts.
Yeah.
And the managers can walk in front of me and do all they want because I am a good worker. I do still get up and fucking do the things that I don't need to be doing because I fucking feel like I have to. Like, it's just my own things. And so people would tell me I'm still such a good worker and that this shit was going on. Anyways.
And then when we got to River Park, it was like they had to be a line cook in like this tiny, slippery, hot kitchen. And it was like brutal because we were working full-time jobs together, but I wasn't getting paid. I was getting paid in different ways. I was researching myself and then ending up learning about my parents. And then I was helping to raise this incredible kid. And then they had to go to work all day long.
I'm working and then I'm getting home and helping Jamie set up to record their public address because they feel like it's this time. It's gonna happen this time this way.
Such torture.
Oh, if I say it this way, and then like it's torture. Like, oh, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm gonna do it this way. And then we record that one and I'm not doing it that way. And I was like, okay. And like I'm doing my 10-hour shifts, 11-hour shifts, and then coming home, helping them with their thing, and then wanting to provide space to get to know my beautiful, amazing fucking family, and just juggling everything, all the emotions that I literally was like, oh, I'm gonna get my own apartment because I need this space for myself, and now I'm in this thing and I need to be doing these things, and it just is what it is, but it's still persisting that people are coming out and talking shit to Jamie. It's still persisting. People are coming out and saying, hey, I have all this information that I could give you that I think would really help you because I see you're really struggling. And then turning around and be like, actually, I'm not going to tell you any of that. Actually, it's none of your business. And I don't even know why you would ask me about it. And actually, it's disrespectful. Like, oh
Get to the fucking point. Like, they were literally like, stop telling me things. I don't care. Like, whatever you find out, I don't care. And like, sometimes they would be like, oh, I have this like rabbit hole of YouTube videos we can go down. I see it. I want to do that. And then it would be like collision course documentaries and things like that. And then it would be like, oh, let's look at Jay-Z and let's look at that could Beyonce and let's look at Kanye and let's look at all of this stuff going on.
Let's look at what was going on around the people around them because people are saying this way and people are talking about it this way. So, like just me like trying to find
Brittany
solace.
As well.
Me, the way that I functioned, since I don't have like such a community around me, YouTube was my fucking like solace and community. Like I have YouTubers who really helped me process and feel like I was being heard. Like I was getting to a point where I was like, oh my god, I literally need people to start speaking this way or I'm gonna like implode.
I'm
like
gonna explode.
If people do not start acknowledging the world, like when I had that whole moment of like, oh, everyone's gonna come too, it'll be fine because everything's coming out, and then nobody was, and then I was like, no, like I'm hearing people who think they're acknowledging it in such a grand aspect, but they're not, and I need people to actually acknowledge it in such a grand aspect. And people started to say things that, I would have a thought, and then I'd go on YouTube and someone would be expressing that thought. And it was so fucking amazing. And I found so many wonderful, lovely people who have been so active and so vocal. And
I see some of you. I'm going to talk to you soon.
It's so nice that like in a time where I wanted to be a voice in helping and learning and facilitating these aspects of consciousness or, like expression and thought, and like I literally physically wasn't able to because I was holding space for everything that was going on, then it was so nice to see people doing that, and they're continuing to do it, and I love it.
I love that they love it.
So yeah, finding all these docus and things that relate even subliminally. I'm like, Jamie, look at this is going on at that time. Hey, people are having these conversations. Like we could come out and possibly be heard and understood. Isn't that so cool to think? Like in our world, we constantly are being told we're fucking crazy. Nobody's actually listening to us, just judging us based off what they can perceive and what their triggers are and what their emotional capacity is, but they're not able to get past that and acknowledge different perspectives and just provide space. And so like just having that community was so fucking nice, and I was like giving me that glimmer of hope, you know, and like maybe we could be heard and understood. Maybe if even if we got served, and even if like things went a totally different way, maybe there would be people out there who would support us.
Yeah, who'd
Like
be
that
like,
was such a
I see
brain
you. Let me help you.
to me. Like we would have support.
We could have
Like
friends. What the
not
fuck?
even friends.
Resources?
Like people would see that
Anything.
this is
All of it.
an injustice. Like that would
Yeah.
be awesome. Like it's all hopeful thinking,
Yeah.
and that's all we had. The hopeful thinking.
All we have is what we make of the world, and we made a lot of the world out of very little. Yeah. And that's a fact. And the thing is like at one point, Glimpse was like, I don't give a fuck about your research. But it would be like about certain things, like we could, like it really came down to like what was accessible for the time that they were able to spend. Like we could go watch Lemonade. That's easy. But like sitting there and listening to things about Sean and Chester and Dead by Sunrise again, like who cares? It's not that we don't care.
Or
it's
like,
just like it's been so long and so much.
Jamie was having a lot of revelations,
Yeah.
and because more information would be coming out, they would see things deeper and understand things deeper. And so they would be coming to me to express their acknowledgement of their deepening of this understanding.
I like that.
But that understanding was something we had already talked about.
Yeah.
And for me, I saw it that deep, and I was able to see the cohesiveness, you know.
Also, some of it was waiting for confirmation, and then when I had confirmation, I'd say it again, and they'd be like, "We already talked."
No,
about
I'd be like,
this.
totally understand and see that
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
acknowledging it at a deeper level, but I don't need to hear it all again. I'm sorry.
Which
like,
would break my heart because I love. That's
like
what
they needed to say it, and sometimes honestly, like it was a thing that they needed to get off. And even if I was like, you know, I don't have the time and space to do that, they're like, hold on, just this one part, and I was like, okay. And then they get on the one part, and then they
and
just
then it's like fucking forever. But like,
and then like we're 5 hours later, and now it's my bedtime or time for me to go to work,
and it's like, dude, you just said you're gonna say something one time, and then you said like 5 hours worth of stuff, which is great. I'm so happy that you can see that.
No, yeah.
But also, like, I have to go to work now.
But also, it was important for me to hear those things. Like, I would get the, like, okay, I need the time to myself. And I would be given the time. They would, like, leave the room and then, like, later find something like, oh my God! Like, in the kitchen, like,
just like,
oh,
you son
what
of
is
a
going
bitch.
on? Yeah. And they'd be like,
whoa!
What? And I'd be like, what's going on, Jamie? You know, and then it leads into the combos. And so I was allowed this space, but ultimately I did need to know what's going on. I did need to hear these things, because if by fucking chance something happened to them in between the time that I'm gone out of the house, or they just go out to get dinner or something, you know, like I would want to know what their thoughts were. I would want to know where they were. I would want to be them to have felt heard.
The buddy system. It's important.
And
buddy, little buddy.
And what do you call it? So that was that whole time. Yeah, that was our whole time.
That was the entire time.
But also
that we
trying
merged all those things together.
Trying to juggle living a life, because we hadn't got that. We had been so isolated from everyone, by choice and not by choice, that we hadn't been able to just feel like part of a family and
or a community.
It was crazy. The feelings that were brought up, it was crazy experiencing that. And so after, we're thinking about, okay, are we gonna renew our lease? Are we gonna live here another year? Can we do that mentally? Like, can we take that? Because a lot of things were going on as well, like all of our own emotional things. And we decided that we weren't gonna live there. And I was seeing how impacted Jamie was by a lot of things, and I was like, Jamie needs more stability. And
well, I need to be able to say things like this and then be able to do it.
Jamie needs more stability.
Yeah.
And I need more stability.
Yeah.
And just like being able to experience us now that we've gone out of this thing, like we need to hold space for ourselves now. We've done the holding space for others. It's time for ourselves. And we came, and that was a big thing for me. That was a big thing for me to let go of that. Like, I don't want to be at the house. I don't want to live at the house. I really don't.
I didn't want to be here
really
either.
don't. But if we go back into the car, like, that's so, and we loved it. We went in to do the work, to do the tedious work, and that was awesome at that time. But thinking about going back and doing that in the space that we were, and how much work I knew needed to be done on their end, like, it was just so overwhelming for me to think about putting Jamie in a car where they were the ones who were going to have to drive everywhere. And, you know, like, they were going to have to help me set up these things every day. We were going to have to watch our solars so that they could do their research and that they could say things
Solar
the way that they wanted
that
to.
Power everything. You have to move them all day.
Yeah,
the sun
and
moves.
Make sure we find a place to fucking camp, and make sure we're having food, make sure our fridge doesn't stop working again, or our generator randomly stop working again. And I was like, I can't do that to them. I need to be able to put my own feelings aside and just take the house. I was like, it is there for us. Chester and Talinda gave it as a space, and yeah, we can use it. It can be ours.
I think we earned it at that point.
Yeah.
For me personally, I was like, I know you don't want to live there. Trust me, I don't really love the idea either, and we've had so much history here. But we fucking earned this shit. We need to find somewhere that we can be.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful thing to be on the road. It's a wonderful thing to be in a camper. We want to get back to that if that's ever a world that it will ever exist again. But you know, like, also, like, you can't do something like this from there. You can't, like, I can't, there's no way to say.
We couldn't at that time.
Yeah.
And we just acknowledged, like, we have the space and we need to let ourselves acknowledge ourselves and where we're at and hold space for ourselves and take the resource that we have. And we did. And
we're here.
And we came and we're here and we're working through it. And
we moved in around May.
Yeah.
At the end of May. Sorry, June 1st. There you go.
You know, it was a thing to facilitate income. We still have to pay our bills, even though it's like we came here also for the money, like to help save, for us to save money so we could go back out and do certain things and help others that needed help. Because we're like, oh, like we don't have to pay rent. We own the house. We only have to pay insurance. Like, this will be awesome. We'll be able to save up so much money and get the therapist or get my MRI or
diagnoses.
Get diagnoses so people take us seriously and that we can be heard, and to also be able to help fund other people who we want to support, and charities and all these things that we want to be able to do, but we just didn't have we weren't able.
Yeah.
And yeah, and we came here and I started working, and right away I met someone at work, and we already were thinking about having roommates and allowing people the space here. Like I had said, like, that was one of our dreams, to have this house and share it with others. We didn't want it to just be ours, because like I said, that feels so privileged to me. If I'm gonna be living in privilege, I want to share it.
Which is one of the reasons that we actually lowered. So over the years, we actually changed the price of the house, like the rental, because we wanted pretty much anybody who wanted to go somewhere to be able to come here. And there was a certain ceiling to that, right? Or a floor to that.
We could only go so low, that the management only let us go so low. So we were trying to get but also be able to live and make money, because that's how we were living. And like,
that's the
to
most
us,
of
making
our substance.
Making like a little less than $2,000 a month was like, wow.
No, for real. Like, we make like $2,500 maybe, and we'd be like, this is pretty good, man. We're pretty fucking rich right now.
I get to eat out.
Because when we were living
I get real fruit today.
Yeah.
You know?
We were living at the we were living at the previous apartment, the place we were at before this for the year. You know, we were helping to pay for rent and utilities. By the end of it, we were paying all of it, and Bella was,
Because I
or
wanted to.
well, yeah, Glimpse was working full time, and then we were using whatever we got here, and then we had the whole thing with our property management company, which is a whole thing, and I don't even want to go into that. Basically, we were just screwed over by friends.
Just
We
I
thought they were
said, like from
friends.
all corners, so many people
Literally
were popping
everywhere, all
into
the
our
time.
lives to be like, hey, we're here to help and support you.
More
We see you're
resources
struggling
taken away.
and we want to help you. We're here, we have the capacity to do so. And then we'd be like, hey, my house looks like a mess, or like, hey, I want to talk to you today. Yeah, I don't know about that. But you know, yeah, I did fall on the house, huh? Yeah, I give me a second chance, I'll do it again. And then it was always like, give me a second chance, I'll do it again for the house thing. But like just so many people coming in and be like, we're gonna help you, and then not having the space to do so. Like everyone has
Or
their
capacity.
own lives. That's a
They don't even
the
know.
space.
They're
Like everyone's dealing
true,
with their own
true,
lives, and you know, of course you're gonna prioritize yourself. And if you can't do something anymore, that's fine. But just let us know you can't do it instead of continuing to tell us that you are doing it or that you can do it and then not do it.
Yeah. Literally, that's it. That's the whole thing of it.
And that's exactly what we faced with the last couple of months in our own private life. And
that's right.
Certain, like in microcosms, just those patterns being repeated. And so right now, that's why I had to leave for a bit. Like that had all just wound up. And I told Jamie, like, they're always supportive of me taking my space too. Like, we can be together separate. That's totally fine.
They said they wanted to come back earlier. I was like, if you wanted to stay for 2 or 3 months, you're more than welcome to do that. Like,
yeah,
it would suck for me. I love having you around, but if you need that, like, please, take what you need. Like,
and just taking the time for myself, putting myself in a different perspective, letting myself rely on the people who are saying that they would be there for me, you know, being more forward about how much I'm going through because it is so frowned upon. And so like, oh, we're talking about this again, or like, oh, can we just play can we just play this board game, like, or like it it's a lot. It's hard seeing everyone else be so validated in their emotional capacity when something comes up. Like, you know, like something happens to someone else and everyone's helping them and assuring them, and you know, like we're continuously having all these things happen and they're like, oh, that's so crazy because I'm traumatized by this one little thing that's happening and it's really hard for me to process, and you guys are going through that, it seems like every day, all the time. You guys keep getting these things happening to you and it never stops. Like, I don't know what you guys are on over there. Like, that's so hard to go through. And it is hard to go through.
No, like we are Olympic athletes, and nobody really understands that because they don't understand the mental stress,
just living nowadays.
The work that it actually,
anyone fucking
like
consciously living right now, it's mental Olympics every day.
Yeah, and
we're not just saying we're so great and it's an acknowledgement, like y'all are doing awesome out there, fucking still here. Wow,
this is
good
really,
job
really
investing
hard.
your love into yourself.
Okay.
Like,
like for real, like the fact that there are even 23 people on still, like you guys just did more work than most people we've known our entire relationship have been able to do at one time. We've been here for like 8 hours and you're still here, or at least someone's here. It's almost 11. Yeah, I know. But like literally when we moved in here, it was another version of that reintegrating into society at a higher frequency, because we basically experienced everything that we've been through in the last 4 years in like a microcosm of like 5.5 months. And it was such a valuable experience, but it was also very challenging. And even now, like with my own trauma, you know, I had to lower myself into some places that I hadn't been before in like years or ever, or at least since I was a child, you know, like, and then try to like remember like, oh yeah, this is hurting me because the energy we're exposed to it so frequently is like, oh, this can't hurt though, because
like
or it won't anymore
like,
because we're so exposed to it.
we can't
you
be
know, like sensitization's a real thing.
Desensitization.
Yeah, both.
Yeah. And
one is the other, depending on when and how it's happening.
and like going back to that, like being here too, even like coming back and trying to hold space for myself, trying to hold the space for Jamie, going and working the full-time jobs once I got here. I started the day after we moved in.
Yeah.
And
at an assisted living facility.
No,
wait. No, I'm so wrong. Hold on. Wow, I blacked out right there. No, hold on. That was the second one. My bad. I'm sorry. Retail was first. Yeah, that's how we. That's how that all.
You know,
snowballed.
like how I said that, like it was so hard for me to even accept this place for myself and allow myself the space and you know like
such a big flop.
empathy for myself to give myself the love to acknowledge I needed this space and that they needed that and that putting everything aside and like yeah it's fucking hard. And then being here and then people still telling me like, well, you get to go live up there, how special you are, like, and then suddenly all these people who weren't interacting with me when I was in Yuma but lived in Yuma, and now they're like, yeah, I'm willing to go visit you in Sedona, that'd be awesome, and I lived down the street from you for a year and you couldn't come visit me, but now you're making all these plans to come build trips out to fucking Sedona. Like, tell me I shouldn't feel a type of way, you know?
Make
you can't sense. Because I do feel that way. And or I did feel that way. And even being in the workplace, like before being in this such commercialized place, that being in Flagstaff in the first place and being a freshman there and like I used an Uber one time to go to one of my practicums and I never used an Uber again because it was I couldn't afford it. But, you know, we had a conversation where it was like, these college people, you know, like they're ruining the town. Like this used to be our land and now it's being commodified and colonized. And I was like, yeah, I fucking agree. And I'm sorry I'm fucking going to college here. It was my only escape from my hometown and it was my only fucking solace. And I got a scholarship and they were giving me money and I thought I could take that, you know, like battling my own inner processes. I wasn't saying this then, but we were just acknowledging like how commodified everything is and how there were literally things playing in Flagstaff gas stations, you know, those like automized commercials that they played. Like, if you can't afford to live in a place, then maybe you shouldn't live at the place. Just find somewhere else to live. Because people started being like, Flagstaff is so fucking expensive to live. Why? Why? Like, you don't pay us enough. You, like, your kid is, what do they call it? I'm so upset that I don't remember what this is called. Like, having minorities in the area so the rent goes down. Or like gentrification, yeah, just gentrifying the whole fucking place. And then that's what's happening here. And then I'm going and seeing like working in this place and being like, is this authentically made by natives? No, it says made in China under it. Like, you know, or like people coming in and be like, I only buy things made in the US. Okay. And like, you know, getting treated differently than the other people who are working with me, getting everything. Sexism, homophobia, fucking
all the phobias.
Anything under the sun that you
anything
fucking
phobic?
Retail worker fucking gets in fucking such a capitalized fucking place here. And it's so disgusting seeing all these actual spiritually charged places being so commodified. And like even right now, yesterday we came back and construction was happening and I searched up like oh, because I was told that there is an online website that we could go to find out construction so we can know what's going on, because they don't email us about what roads are going to be closed when. And so it's fucking hard. And so I was looking for the thing, and all that was popping up was like, how to have the most fun in Sedona. Is 4 days too much time in Sedona? Like, what is this spiritual vortex in Sedona? And like, just like, you know, the vibes, it's gross and nasty. It was hard to be in, and I couldn't be in it anymore. And I felt so bad for even leaving that job. I was being treated so bad, and a lot of things were happening, and Jamie had been like, I'm gonna come out and say this thing, and then I'll be able to work. So, you know, if you quit right now, that'd be totally fine. We're gonna both be working. You're gonna do your thing. And I had told um I had told some people at the workplace that who my partner was, and I was going through things because it was getting it was seriously impacting my ability to present the way that I would like to.
One of them thought that my dad was Limp Bizkit.
And
that was hilarious.
And then I was being like, I would go into work, and then it would just be constantly questions about Chester, or questions about Jamie, or stuff like that. And I was like, I can't do this. I cannot do this. I gotta go. And I left. And Jamie, again, they said, actually, I'm not going to put it out that way. I'm going to do it a different way.
It's so frustrating because it's like, I have one shot. That's realistically what I'm dealing with here. And guess what? I didn't even get to take my shot because someone hacked my account for helping a friend. Literally, it's one of those things where it's just like, I'm literally over there like, no, they're shooting apples in the sky, throwing them up, and I gotta get one. But I have one arrow, and I'm sitting over here like, I'm done.
It's the Hunger Games, like when they're up in the fucking thing, watching all these like the Katniss, like they're not paying attention to her because she missed her first arrow, so they're gonna all pretend like, whatever. And then you have to fucking shoot the apple out of the fucking thing, and then they're still gonna place you in whatever place she was in. And you know, like I watched a little recap of the movie, and so that's why it's in my mind. But like it is definitely that. Like and it is definitely that.
Yeah. And so obviously it didn't happen. It kept getting pushed back. Like, so I was doing like the more general stuff, like acknowledging the birthday and the death anniversary and things like that. But I literally could not. I was like, if I missed this shot, so many people would be in danger. Like we'd be in like a real shitstorm. Like,
or we didn't even think of like this being something we would do. Like we're still trying to protect each other, but right now the way that it is, like we again acknowledging from a different space that anyone can hurt us anytime, anything can happen anytime. If you're gonna lock me away, put me away for just expressing how I felt during this time and how severely this has impacted us, if you're gonna threaten to silence me forever, I'm gonna start yelling.
Yeah.
So I can be heard. In my fucking family, that was something that, you know, like I expressed that I had come to a point. I was the person who would like kind of just stay more quiet and not say the thing, but it kept building up. I would keep it inside to make sure everyone else had the space to live. And at points, like when I went to college and I started seeing myself and validating my own experiences and taking care of myself, I was like, I can't do that anymore. I have to actually be vocal. Like, that's so hard. And then I'm being vocal and no one's actually listening. And so I have to speak a little louder. And then they're like, oh, Bella got a voice all of a sudden. And I remember, it was literally a Thanksgiving dinner we were having that something had happened. And
eat your tail. Do it.
And someone said something. And it pushed me to, or my mom had said something about the thing being too loud. And my like ultimate act of rebellion was hiring it up one more volume.
Yes.
And
yes. And, yes. Microaggressions.
My cousins were like, "Oh my god!
Holy shit!
You
did it! You did it!
Like, wow, Bella, you're really doing that?" And I was like, "Yeah, I am." And then someone had said something like, off guard, you know, Thanksgiving convos. And I was like, that's not cool. And, you know, everyone's like, whatever, no, no, no. And I was like, that's not cool. You're still saying it. I said, like, you're hurting everyone here. The statement you're making is definitely directed at everyone here. If we're going to talk about it, let's talk about it. Kind of thing. Or like I'd say something and no one would acknowledge I was speaking. And so I say it a little louder. No one acknowledge I'm speaking. And I say it louder. And then they're like, oh, okay, Bella, we fucking heard you. And I was like, okay, well, you didn't say you fucking heard me. Like, they're like, just like acknowledging how loud I was. And I was like, yeah, you guys constantly speak over each other and you guys do this all the time and I'm continuously not heard. So yeah, I'm gonna speak up a little louder so you can hear me and acknowledge that I'm fucking talking, because then you're gonna regurgitate what I just said and then you're gonna be seen as the funny one, or you're gonna be seen as, oh wow, they acknowledge it so well. Like, but no.
I do. I'm hilarious. And I'm good at acknowledging things.
We're all hilarious. We can all be hilarious. It's fine. But I did say that. Like I just had to speak up a little louder. And I told them, I was like, no, everyone constantly talks over me, or everyone doesn't want to acknowledge I'm speaking. Everyone wants to regurgitate my things as their own. So yes, I'm going to start speaking louder if I'm feeling like I'm not being heard. And that's where I was when I met Jamie. And I told him, like, I interact with people right now in such a specific way. I can only interact if you're willing to hold space in a certain capacity, because I'm going through my things. And, you know, people were able or not able to do that in between, and mostly not able. Jamie was the one who was able. And that's an experience. And so all this shit coming out, fucking who knows how long we'll have to speak our truth. Of course I'm gonna feel the need to do this regardless of what the consequences are. Of course I need to fucking say these things now. Like, I literally wouldn't feel okay going to sleep right now. Like, I wouldn't, like, going and having a day, just take a day, you know, go outside, just wait till the court date. Like, no, like,
just wait till the court date.
It's so hard, because even being in the court, in the respectability complex, and the fucking, are you presenting the way that's okay for the court? You have to wear this specific thing, or it's disrespectful to the judge.
I can't do
what?
it.
Or like, you're showing too much emotion. You need to be able to talk this way. Like, what? Like, this emotion is because of these reasons that I'm trying to express. Can you listen? Like I don't know. Like, I seriously don't know how that would have ended up. And again, like, we both were like, we don't know what's going on. Why are we not scheduled on our work? We don't know. Why are people treating us this way continuously? We don't know. Now we're being served. Now Jamie's being served, and they can't talk about anything.
You hear the ingrained paranoia? They already feel like they got served.
No, like, I say we because it has been we.
No,
Jamie's been told that they couldn't talk, and because I was holding myself back to provide the space, it has been we.
Yeah,
and
that's
like,
true.
I have had to allow that to occur because I don't want to impede their thing. I don't want to be the one who had said something wrong and suddenly, you know, Jamie's in prisoned for this long because I had to speak out for this, whatever. But like, ultimately it's gonna be that. Ultimately, if you're gonna do that to us, you're gonna do it to us. I can't stop you. I can't do anything about it. And that was the point of coming on here. We can't do anything about this. We're deciding, are we gonna have gas, or are we gonna eat, or are we gonna get rid of these rats?
What's the priority? Well, the AC is broken and we need someone to come look at it.
And then we got served, and then suddenly we need to be in California. And I say we again because of course I'm going with Jamie, and of course I'm gonna be there for the conversations that they're having. And no, I even again. Never mind.
I don't even know where you were going.
I was going with Sam, what happened with them, because I had told them that of course I was going to be around you because the people that way that they were talking to you and perpetuating you, and the way that people continued to not acknowledge the way you were speaking and say later that you were harassing them, or they have witnesses and they're
Yeah.
able to have their friends around, but then didn't want you
No.
to have someone around. Like, no, I told them, like, I will be part of all the conversations. I'm always around, and like
Yeah.
all the conversations that I can be a part of, or at least hear, I'm going to.
Yeah.
Because too many people have utilized taking Jamie's experience of being BPD or whatever and being like, this was actually going on. You're just crazy because you experienced that.
Yeah.
And like, no, you're not gonna be fucking gaslighting my partner and making more problems that I'm gonna have to deal with again. Like, we find stability and then someone comes and fucking wrecks it, and then I have to deal with the fucking emotions that are brought up because now you block them and you're not gonna allow them to speak to you, but then you're not gonna allow them to speak publicly about their emotions. Where else could it go? Where what I'm supposed to talk to a random person who has a therapy license? This random person's gonna be able to fucking help me all through my things. When we're talking to people, they're like, wow, you're so clear. Wow, I really appreciate the way you guys are talking.
Wow,
about
I
this
love
thing.
you guys.
Wow, do you guys go to therapy?
Wow.
No, we don't.
Whoa.
We do research a lot though.
Uh-huh.
We do look into a lot of things. Like, I feel
We're educated.
I
self-taught.
feel this need to do so because of my background and where I'm coming from and the space that I'm holding and how serious I take these other people's emotions. Like, I want to be able to understand how to hold space better. I want to be able to understand how to listen better, and not even understand, but how to then facilitate that into practice for myself. Like, that's so hard. Like, you can understand something, you can look at a paper and be like, I understand why they feel that way. But like, like, allowing someone to tell you how you made them feel, that's unseen for a lot of people. Having the space to be yourself without being judged by your parents, by your siblings, by society, when you start talking about whatever you're talking about in your experience of life, like, no one is unjudged, no one is untampered. Everyone fucking started policing each other for existing in the capacity that we could in this fucked up system that we're in, and making it our own faults when we know that we're being put in this system. We know that we're being told that these are the standards that we have to live up to. Well, if you're living a good life, if you live a lawful life, what are these? All these restrictions on my own freedoms that I'm supposed to be, wow, I live in the freest world.
Yeah.
That was such a thing for me as a fucking kid. Like, I grew up in a military household for my childhood, and it was so fucking hard getting out of that. And that's why I was so adamant on my understanding of what's going on in the world and being able to acknowledge and hold space for other people's perspectives, because I was seeing, wow, I'm in a cult. Like, this whole country's cultist, elitist fucking mentality of, oh, we're hurting people because it's right, but you're hurting people, so it's wrong. And
I had like 5 things to say right there,
and that's what I'm saying is, like, all these things like are a big thing because of those. They are just a regurgitation of these microcosm. Like, this is just a microcosm of these bigger things. We all regurgitate these things to each other, policing each other's activity and making each other feel bad and doing all these things. Those aren't really, you came out the womb thinking that this was your life goal. That if you know, like, you think that this is your life purpose, is to make money and get girls. Like,
literally,
it's so hard. Just all these things, all fucking always happening, all the patterns always continuing, never getting a fucking breath. Like, I know that's what everyone goes through on a daily basis, and that's been our human experience for as long as we've had this understanding of this world. Like, I watched this thing the other day. Now I'm just gonna be talking because we're done with our story. That's fucking crazy.
Well,
That's
basically it. We got here, we did the microcosm, and then during that, I finally said something because I stood up for Trish, and that was it. And that was it. It was literally, it was our goodwill that literally screwed us over in the end. But also, it's a divine blessing. Like, there's no way that wasn't supposed to happen. Like, this reality right here does not, it did not exist.
If you're not willing to die for the cause, is it a worthy cause? Like, if you're not willing to be in prison for the cause, was it a worthy cause? Like, sometimes people be thinking things are more important than they are. But this is everything. This is just fucking our thoughts on everything. And of course, we're gonna need to fucking talk about it, like I said.
Do you mind if I say something about Elka real quick?
Okay.
Because
You say.
I'm not restricted on Elka. I think, to say what they're saying about everything, to boil it down to a relatable example, for a long time, it was like, oh, I wonder who's going to snitch on me first. Oh, I wonder who's going to switch on me first. I said snitch and switch because they can be different and they can also be the same. And we went through it like all the time, like, well, now that the information has changed, let's reevaluate.
Mm.
It'd be fun to like think about this. And then for me, it's a reality for me and something that I've had to hold for a while, that my own biological mother would snitch on me. They would literally, oh yeah.
Snitch being like they would tell the people that they know would threaten us with
Who they aren't friends
awful
with.
action, that Jamie was going to talk about their feelings, and then Jamie could be shut down before they even said it. And we were trying to mitigate that by not letting like so many people know the capacity of what we wanted to say, but at the same time, like, Jamie had to be true to themselves and they had to show up authentically to the conversations that they were having. And they'd be like, okay, I have to disclose this to you, I am working on this thing and it is a big thing, but it is about my feeling and just how I'm being made. I'm not trying to have any malice, and that's why I've been working so hard on it. And
so I work on myself so that the toxicity doesn't actually
and like that's why I'm going to my family members and asking them about their lives so I can understand what's going on, because I was told a lot of lies as a child and people keep telling me I was told lies as a child, but no one wants to tell me the truth.
Nobody wants to tell me what the lie was.
It's now it's our lives. Now you're just being nosy about our lives. Like, that influenced me, that impacted me. What, you want me to go to therapy and be hypnotized so I can go and understand my feelings instead of my family just sitting here and being like, this was what
or
happened.
Worse yet, go understand my feelings so I could come back into the situation and confront you about it, so that you could just tell me to
just acknowledge.
Well, confront in the sense of like acknowledge, like be like come to you and be like, look, I found this, I experienced this, just so you can go, you're fucking insane, I don't ever want to talk to you again. Like what? Why would I go do that? Why would I surface that, transmute it just to share it with you for you to stomp all over it?
So they were just saying snitching in term of like going to the people who have the power to silence Jamie and telling them that, hey, they're about to go public.
Knowing I was doing it for years.
Yeah.
They knew for
like
years.
Through the whole time, where like any person could be telling them right now, like we could get the thing tomorrow. We could be harmed tomorrow for them figuring out. Like, I would have like nightmares too, showing up with a fucking knife, like, or like always like double checking the doors are locked, even though
I quadruple check them sometimes.
Anyone can break a fucking window, like it's
all pointless anyways.
It's that kind of thing. Yeah.
It.
And it's kind of, we definitely got off of that and had to work ourselves through that. And again, like, gonna let Jamie take the floor back, just had to specify that
I appreciate
the
that.
snitch comment was not like whatever that may seem like. Just wanted
there's
to
a lot of
clarify.
connotation that can come with that.
Yeah.
And I feel like when I say snitch,
and it's just like, you're not, it's also snitch like of like, you weren't willing to hear out my side, but you're gonna go and tell these people who I'm saying that are very much harming me mentally and like making my life this kind of way. You keep telling me you can't interact with me because I'm this way, but the people who are making my life this way, you're gonna just go and tell. Like, before I can even speak my truth, like, that was always a thing that could happen. And for now it to be seeming like that was Elka who went in.
I'll tell you why. Because
of that tweet that you saw, where they were following them.
Well, there was
and they weren't friends before.
No, they
Everyone
weren't.
keeps talking about each other. Like, everyone in the family would talk so much shit about each other in the family, and then just show up suddenly and start. Oh, 4th of July is together. Oh, we just went to lunch. It's not a big thing. Well, we only went to their vacay in Vegas. Like, we had to do it. It's a family tradition. Like, we're not taking sides, though. Like, we're not going to hear your side. We're going to keep talking to her and taking her affluence and vacations and stuff. But, it's not taking sides. Don't take it personal. Like,
what?
How?
To give the example, I guess, in its more full version, because I feel like I don't have to talk about T to talk about this, but of course they're involved with Elka. Elka very clearly was separated by force from the rest of the crew. Like everybody's like, we don't like you, we don't want to be around you, or they were never included. Anna Shinoda was somebody I confided in after Chester's death with the medium Zenobia and all that stuff. Or Zenobia, I don't know if it's a Z or a B, but with Anna, we became really close after Chester died, and I'll get back to Elka here in a second. I don't even need to talk about the other person. Elka is separated. Elka and Anna aren't friends. Elka and Talinda aren't friends. Talinda cut Elka off.
Weren't when this started, and then now that it's ending,
well yeah, I'm gonna circle back.
All...
The with Anna, it's a very particular thing because with Anna, I had confided in her, and then when I told her initially about what I was going through, she actually continued to be the person I confided in. And then when it happened, when the August 2021 thing happened, it was like I went to her and I said, "Please help me, please. Like I need you to see how serious this is." All of a sudden, she's friends with people she wasn't friends with before. She very clearly said, "I'm not friends with this person. I'm not friends with these people." And then she's telling me to gaslight myself, lie about my actual experience, also, all these awful things. And I'm like, bro, you literally write books for kids. You are out here acting as a mental health advocate. You're doing 320 panels and shit. Like, you're getting on stage and you're lying about the way in which that some of these people who are talking deal with substance and mental health and their experiences with people who also struggle with those things. And you're doing it without even sweating it. And then you're telling me like
seemingly lying because
of seemingly yes. I mean
seemingly not sweating because it doesn't. Yeah. They go out all the time on all these panels. Like we started when we were looking into the things in Florida, seeing more like, oh my god, they did this 1.5 hour long interview panel with fucking Anna, Barbara
Jim
and
Digby.
Jim, and the things that were said in that, we were like, what?
Whoa, what the hell are you talking about?
People are talking about it like this, and you guys are calling them mental health professionals?
You guys are praising them for it. What the hell's going on?
So crazy. Like, why would I want to do therapy if this is the people who are controlling therapy and the UN fucking level?
Yeah,
like, not even the US level. Like, I don't fucking know.
There's a lot to say about that influence.
Anyways.
For sure, and that's a different story. But it's like when you watch these things, it's hard not to go, oh, well, you must be doing it on purpose because it happens consistently. And so I should say alleged because I really don't know. They didn't respond to me. When I literally told them I was going to do this, I spent a month responding to Anna because what happened is she kept saying she did all that to me, gaslit me, cut me off, told me that like I should treat people a certain way and think of things a certain way and not talk about myself in a certain way and all this don't. And then I was like, no, I have to. Like, this is real. Like, this is what this whole thing is about.
But also, they're telling us how serious it is. And we're like, yes, we see how serious this is. That's why we need to talk about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, don't talk about it because then people could get hurt. People are getting hurt.
They already are hurt.
Our lives are fucking
Some of them are dead.
Crazy. The children's lives are fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we get good moments in between, but there's so much pain tied to all this confusion. And what is the limit here? What are you willing to do in order to not have to be accountable that you did say mistruths or did misspeak at some times, like you're just gonna buckle down and continue? Like, whoa. Then okay, you're gonna buckle down and continue. I can't do anything about it. I can only help myself in whatever space I end up in, like, and that's what we did. So that's where it came to mind of people seemingly to Jamie. It seemingly was like Elka had betrayed them because all of a sudden they're going to these things with them and they're following each other and publicly saying Jamie's crazy, and Jamie's over here saying, no, hey, don't talk bad about these people, this is just my experience. But Elka's over there saying he's fucking crazy, and other people are saying, yeah, he's fucking crazy, and she's like, I agree. Yeah, they're insane.
Well,
yeah, this and that. And it's like, how are we the ones spreading hate? How are we the ones who are being silenced. Like, the ones who are shunned from the family, revoked from the family name, not able to see anyone ever again. Like, and then the kids have to fucking live in such confusion. Like, the Sam thing was so hard too. Like, you are influenced by your parents. You see the way that people are able to facilitate themselves in the world, and you think that is okay. You think the way you're talking to people is okay. It's not. It's so not.
It's
but
not.
because you have people around you who validate you, and you only keep people around you who validate you, they're scared to talk to you about who you are. They're scared because they want to be there to help the children. So they're not going to say anything to you about how you are. And you know that. And you thrive off of people like that. And you get rid of and you silence and you serve anyone who says anything against you. Again, using power and using fucking money and using influence against people you know don't have it. And then sitting on your fucking pedestal and going and using Twitter to say all this nonsense and not even be listening to what we're saying and calling them crazy. Tell me how we're supposed to sit here quietly and hope that the judicial system does its fucking job and sees this injustice.
Yeah.
That we're supposed to work from now to fucking December 12th to find ourselves a fucking lawyer on our own quietly without letting anyone know what's going on. Without being heard fully. Insane. Not insanity. Insane crazy.
Yeah.
These
Insane
expectations crazy. Being put on us 24 and 27-year-old by 50-year-olds telling us, you don't know anything about the world, you don't really know what's going on. Okay, then talk to me as such. Then acknowledge me as such. I don't know then. Stop expecting me to know every fucking thing, knowing how to talk to you, having the fucking money to do all these things, and compete with your millions of dollars that you got. I don't know how, because we're not allowed to know how. So yeah, we are only left over here to fucking speculate and talk to each other and fucking look things up on the internet. Yeah, the internet is fucking crazy. There's a bunch of shit out there. But guess what? That's the only fucking resource. You want us to go to the library and look in a book where some other like fucking random person wrote a fucking random article? These are all random articles written by random people. Everything is fucking just people talking about fucking things, the same thing. Like, even us, like, screaming into the fucking void, just hoping to be fucking heard. And the whole point of even getting on here and speaking, saying we need help, saying we need financial help, who anyone can give it. We've been asking to be heard. Jamie's reached out to how many fucking people who have influence and money that aren't related to them, and silence. Nothing has been said. No one's acknowledged that we've been going through it. Even said, hey, I'm taking it in, you know, like, no, nothing. They've been calling people out, being like, why are these blue checks on here?
Over 30 days now.
Why is no one saying anything?
Over 30 days.
No one's reached out to say anything, and the person and people who did are coming in here and just not being able to hold space and just messing up the mental state and stability that we're trying to get again. And it's just like, god damn, like, you guys are saying, well, I'm so impacted, you know, but you guys get to go to therapy, you get to have these lavish vacations, you get to live in these penthouses, you get to be heard and seen on your podcasts, you get to fucking be seen on newscasts, but we're supposed to be silent over here? We're supposed to just take it? We're supposed to know how to fucking talk to you guys as you're saying you're not gonna know because you're just in your 20s. Okay, I don't fucking know. I don't know what to do now.
Yeah.
Are you happy?
We don't know what to do now, because we're obviously contesting the thing, and
hopefully if a fucking person is actually willing to help, if someone can help, anyone knows lawyers, feel free to let us know. Anyone willing to take a fucking case, feel free to let us know. That's the point of us coming on here today, because we're fucking fearful for our safety and lives, like we have been. And just because we decided to go public with it, now we're being told that we could possibly be silenced forever. Like,
knocked out of the entire state of California.
And knocked out of the state of California. Like, that's
insane.
Again, how do you expect me to just sit here and hope that the judicial system does its due diligence when it continues not to?
Mm-hmm.
when we continue to see power and influence fucking win over and over again. And then, yeah, people will come out and protest against it. And maybe something happens. Maybe the person gets out of prison, or, you know, hopefully they're still alive by then and someone didn't just come and take matters into their own hands. Like,
Yeah, because that's
so
totally
much
possible
shit
too.
fucking happens. Like, you want me to just sit here quietly and twiddle my thumbs and make it my fucking problem to silently find a lawyer who's even, like, who we don't, like, planted lawyers could be a thing. So much things could be a thing right now. Like, who do we trust? We don't fucking know. We keep trying to trust people and they keep backstabbing us. The people keep
Every
telling us
single one of
they're
them.
going to give us help and then take it away right away. People say, oh, you know, this is so easy if we just say it like this, da da da. Well, if you talk so coherently, then people will listen. We're talking coherently and people think it's fucking crazy because they're used to a different standard. They're used to people just conforming to their fucking reality and not saying anything about it. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, love it. It's really fun.
Basically, I'm contesting this because the entire document is false. Today, they asked me if they would like if they'd be able to use the platform to talk like they've been wanting to, and who am I to say no? Again, I created this space for myself, and through myself, I intend through self, I hold space for others, and so that's what this is, and we need help. So if you know anybody who knows a good lawyer who's willing to learn this and help us, who's trustworthy, if you are willing to help us pay our bills, we would take all of it. We have had, or I have had, and through by proxy them, really positive interactions with everyday people on my Instagram and through what I'm doing on Instagram.
And people in our lives,
Mhm.
like they hear the little things that we're going through, and it is that, like, oh my god, that's so hard. I'm so sorry you have to deal with that. When you're ready to speak your truth, I want to be here and I want to listen and I want to, you know, provide ears. That's all they can do.
Yeah.
And that's totally fine and that's awesome. And we wanted to see more of that in the grander scope, you know, like everyone's like, trust in humanity, it's there, people will help. Okay, we need the help.
Yeah, we trust it. So where can we have it, please?
They continuously don't get the help. We
Yeah.
need the help. You're saying you're doing the work, you're saying you're on the other side fighting for the small people. Well, now is the time.
Now is the time. And truly only, I mean, truly any of this is only possible with public support. Like we need like you, the person watching, to be like whoever's watching. We still have 22 people here. We've been on for like almost 9.5 hours. You guys are the ones
That's
who are going to
crazy.
help
That's
us.
awesome.
You guys are fucking incredible. Thank you so much for being here. Like, you have no idea how much that means, and you have no idea how stressful that is also. Like, it's well, first of all, and maybe most importantly, I'm fucking proud of you. You did it. You did the whole thing. I fucking love you, dude.
Of course, it's not the whole thing. It's not our whole
It's not the whole thing, but that's a good fucking chunk.
It's what's needed to be addressed
Yeah.
right now, and what's fucking the thing that we're fearful for our lives for. So
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for being the only person to stand up for me besides Trish and Josh.
as if it was a fucking choice. No,
It
it
is.
It's
It's a total choice, but it's not. It's not a choice for who you are, but it is a choice for what you do. And I appreciate you for being here to do that. And I appreciate you taking all this time to do it. And I'm proud of you for getting up here and doing that, because you're doing something so frightening that 99% of the people who exist in this United States of America won't even do. So thank you for that. Thank you for putting your life on the line so that my life might have a chance again. I love you very much. And
love you too. Could only do it because you provided the platform and you're so adamant on talking about the talking consciously and cohesively about things, you know, providing the community and setting it up for me to do that and feel like I could be heard, even if it's by one person. So that's awesome.
And you got fucking 22 people here. They might not even be the same people this entire time, but that's still 22 strong.
On Thanksgiving Day.
On Thanksgiving Day.
That's crazy and
one of
awesome.
our most coveted holidays of all time. I hope I'm the most delicious turkey.
Are you guys thankful for the scraps we're giving you? Make sure you're spending your money to make sure you show how thankful you are.
We set up a GoFundMe, actually. And,
no. I was talking about the social stigma around Thanksgiving and like you're like pressured into doing so and being grateful for the life that they're fucking shitting you the whole time on and playing you for. But you know, but
yes,
yeah, we
but
did do a GoFundMe.
you know, going with that sentiment, which is totally right, also. You know, we're a capitalist society. We need money to live, and our lifeblood will be people like you. And we need your help.
Well, we're not trying to make it that. We just don't know.
We just
like with Jamie being accused and whatever, like that's gonna, if that proceeds, that's gonna cause so much interruption for our ability to work and our ability to find work, our ability to sustain the work, and like even like the emotional capacity to show up every day, like I said, like we had hit that pivotal point, and that's why Jamie felt okay enough to go online and say the things that they were saying, and they weren't even saying anything fucking bad.
I didn't even say anything yet.
Oh my God.
I hadn't even said anything yet. When I got hacked, the first time someone tried to hack me, I hadn't fucking said anything yet.
Yeah.
And then guess what? People only want to do it when I'm posting. But I'm only posting when I'm speaking the truth. So, you know, and I'm doing it kind too. Just because I've got fire in my voice and fire in my eyes doesn't mean that I am being rude. It doesn't mean that I'm being calloused or unkind. It means that if the fire is directed at you, there's probably a reason. There's probably a reason. And I'm probably telling you exactly what it is.
If you're feeling like it's directed at you, then maybe acknowledge, hey, why is that feeling being sparked? Is that like true or not?
Yeah. Does the shoe fit or not?
Exactly.
And if it doesn't fit, don't wear the shoe. It's not yours. It's okay. I built a shoe with a certain size limit on it, and it can be different feet in the same shoe, okay? That's what this technology is. So if it doesn't fit for you, just know that it's got a little biometric meter in it that says, this is Sean Dowdell, this is Elka Lindsay, this is freaking Anna Shinoda. And if you're not those people, then don't wear the shoe. And just come over here and say,
if the things we're talking about are so crazy, provide space to talk about it for the one who was affected by it. You know, the ones who continue to be affected by it. Everyone. Anyways.
Yes, I'm gonna post the GoFundMe link down here. We really do need the help. I'm not going to work tomorrow. If they call me in, I'm gonna say, why was I not on the schedule? And then we're going to talk about that because the management needs to be more. We've already had trouble with some of these things. Again, it took me a week to get through a process that literally takes 24 hours. That kind of stuff is frustrating for me. I refuse to, if I'm called in tomorrow, to go in because I was taken off the schedule and nobody informed me and nobody fixed it. So the next day, fine, I'll go in, fine. But that's the thing, is like right now it's that serious. We really don't know if I got like this is a real thing, and this thing it will impede the hiring process. If a corporation sees that even this is in process, they could very easily say, no, I don't think you're going to work here right now. Just because it could reflect badly, or even if it's
talking.
What if they think it's true?
Things like that limits fucking everything.
Yeah.
You know, like it's
so
like
much.
Watch what you put on social media because your workplace will see it. Like, why should that impede anything? I'm my own free person outside of this. I'm coming here to collect a check. I'm doing my job.
Yeah.
Let me fucking live. You're gonna patrol me out of fucking work too? Crazy. Who would have thought?
I didn't even know I wasn't allowed to talk about Goodwill and working in the process because I was not told. And then somebody was like, we had a meeting about it and you weren't here because you're not full time. And I was like, well, How was I supposed to know about that? I already said something like 3 times. And then now it's like, well, I can't stop talking about it because I already started talking about it. And these people,
Or they know where you work now.
they know where I work now. The corporation could easily know about it because I'm their employee. I was not informed of my rights when I got the job. And also, I can't stop now because the whole point of me talking was to protect my own life, which means I have to be consistent in my narrative, which is not a narrative. It's my life. It's my experience. It
you have
is.
to be consistent in your
I have
expression.
there you go, expression. I narratives
Because then everyone
fucking
picks
Freudian
apart
slip, dude.
any
It's like I have to
fucking
think
thing.
of everything I do as being this story I'm telling. It's not. It is my life.
No,
Like this
like that's another thing of like talking to the people who are part of Jamie's life and everyone being like, but did you know them? You're not part of the family. Like you shouldn't even be having feelings on this. Like, sorry, I'm a person who's being impacted by the
Sorry.
situation that
Been here
continued to
4
happen
years.
for how long? I've been the only person here. You just acknowledge how hard that would be for me and how much you want to help us because you see how much it's been impacting us. But yeah, let me not say anything of how this making me feel after you told me to please share how it's making me feel.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know where else. I'm not even.
No, it's just part of the bigger picture. There's a lot of things going on all the time. It's very stressful. There are very real limitations on things just because of our not only need but our tendency toward honesty. Nobody here is lying.
That's also such a fucking autistic thing, apparently. I didn't know that. Of like, I used to do the thing when I was younger, or I saw it on like, I think it's like Malcolm in the Middle, of the kid who's like,
Nice.
I didn't do that. I lied. Like, you know, like, it just, I felt that, like, a strong need for justice and a strong need for honesty of
Me too.
expression and fucking validating our experiences as fucking human beings
As
who are
conscious
told that we're
participants in
supposed to
this
not
system.
be human beings.
Yeah.
We're workers. Like,
fuck?
what?
I'm more than
No.
that. I don't know if you guys could tell, but I'm on a different wave. I don't know if you could tell, but they're on a different wave. Like it's not a one size fits all thing, and this conformity is so rigid. It's literally chipping away at this spirit of the humanity that we were born into, and it's time for that to be done. And like I said in my Instagram lives, like I'm gonna follow that truth about my dad until I find the truth or it tries to kill me. I I will do it because that is what he deserves. That's what I deserve. Like where's my soul? Where did you put that stuff when you
That's
took
what
it from
all
me?
these
Like
children who you're
all of them.
protecting deserve.
Yes,
You're
all of them.
protecting,
All of
you're
us.
sheltering, and fucking
All of you.
abusing their fucking mindsets, telling them, no, you have to be this thing, you need to know this thing. Like, why? Let me live. Like,
No, really.
let me go. You want me to go outside so bad? Let me go outside.
Yeah.
No? No, I had to be in a job. No, I had to work 5 jobs to pay rent. All right. Yeah.
What's 40 hours a week, guys? 8 hours for every shift. You're only awake for 12. Well, if you're lucky. And other people get way less than that. And then health problems rise because health problems are a manifestation of that energetic imbalance, which is the need for the space to process
Too
things
much
mentally
fucking
and
injustice
emotionally.
is coming to
Like
fucking mind.
this
like,
is literally we're all slaves here on different levels. And no, they're not all the same. They're not a slave in the same way I am a slave. And they can't be a slave in the way that I'm a slave, and I can't be a slave in the way they're a slave in some ways. Like, it's not equal.
we can just acknowledge that and hold space for each other's
Yes.
feelings when it comes up. Not invalidate it or have to play this, well, I'm more or I'm less. Well, you can't say that because this is going on. And like, I can't say it because that's how I feel. That's my experience here.
Yeah.
That thing
That's
is
my
really
perception.
bad as well. I'm sorry that's happening and I'm sorry you're feeling that way. If I can clarify because it's something I'm participating, I will. And if it's something that's being done socially, I'm allowing and holding space for you to vent to me your frustrations and feel heard and be seen. And I'd love to do something with you that would help you facilitate
Yes.
feeling better, or even holding space for you to feel bad. Feel bad around me. Go ahead. Cry around me. Go ahead.
I told Draven
Like,
the same
oh,
thing. When
damn.
Draven got frustrated with me for saying the things I said about his mom, for being public about our conversations and having a different perspective than them about what happened, or just the Samantha side of things. I told him, he said, well, I'm going to put you out online. I'm going to send your text. I'm going to show people who you are. I'm like, but Draven, you don't know who I am. And that's fair. Like, if, you know what, that's what I'm saying is like, I hold space for myself so I can authentically self-actualize. That means that through myself, you are also granted the capacity or the potential to do the same thing, because I will stand there and let you say what you need to fucking say. If you need to go out and say, fuck you, I fucking hate you, I can't believe you fucking did this to me, you're a fucking asshole, here's this and that, go ahead. Okay. Yeah. You deserve the right to express yourself. You deserve the right to be heard. And unless it's special circumstances, I'm not going to fight you, dude. Like, well, I'm not fighting anybody.
But also, it's not
this
a fight. It would then just be like, I acknowledge myself, I love myself, and I have enough love and capacity for myself to allow you to express your feelings and not let it affect how I perceive myself. I can come out and defend myself if I need be, or say, hey, you know, I'm sorry I said it that way. I was really feeling it. I'm so sorry it came out that way. This is what I intended. Yeah. And I hope that you can forgive me. And if you can't, okay. And I'll be here when you are ready. And if you're not, okay. And like, it's so... Yeah.
This is space for my life partner, Glimmers. And I am very proud of them for taking it. For all of those who are watching and will be watching. This space that I have held for them, that they have held for themselves, is space that is held for you. And if you would like to participate in this process of gaining control over the regulatory process of our lives, please feel free to join us. Please help us get connected, man. We're not connected. We want the connection. We love the connection. We love the humanity that we were born into, and we are striving to cultivate that greatest aspect of ourselves, and to transmit it. You know, like, we are only as strong as each other, and that's an important thing to acknowledge. So I'm gonna put a GoFundMe in the comments or in the bio. Anything helps. The goal is $1, because really, give what you can. If it's 50 cents, it's fine. Like, if you can't give anything, no pressure. We're looking for lawyers. I'm going to contest this. I feel comfortable saying that the entire thing is absolutely fabricated, and I can prove that, and I don't feel like I should be penalized for saying that. It is.
Your feelings only go so far, babe.
I know, they'll only go so far, but here's the thing. Is like, I've already said too much. The disturbing the peace had already happened. I already did it 30 days. And it's unfortunate. And, you know, for my partner to get up here and say these things, because that's the reality.
So sad that just us talking about our experience in life is disturbing someone else's peace so bad, even though they continuously disturbed ours, continuously made our life hard. But, you know, because they have the funds and fucking resources that they get to take literal action.
The network that we don't have.
Expectation of what the rest of our lives will fucking look like. Like, again, we're only a microcosm in this fucking thing, but goddamn, has this experience been what it's been?
And it's
am I goddamn gonna speak about it?
Yeah,
before I get put wherever I'm gonna be put.
Absolutely, and you should be as loud as possible, because you deserve that, and that is your fucking right. Is your right to freedom of free speech. It's funny how my First Amendment right went out the fucking window the second that I actually said something.
Someone might be hurt by your First Amendment right, babe. So watch
I know. It's the freedom of speech thing, right? It's like, you can be as free as you want as long as you don't hurt me. And by me, I mean the perception I have of the things that I enjoy in life, which could be things that actually hurt me. So you know what? It's okay. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen.
It's going to happen. We can only continue to show up as ourselves. Again, like we do. If you have something to fucking tell Jamie about the way they hurt you, tell them.
I'm extremely receptive to fucking criticism,
let them
guys.
take acknowledgement. Let them
Please.
acknowledge the injustice.
Yeah.
If you fucking did things to people, just acknowledge how you made them feel. That does so fucking much. You don't have to do all this extra shit to fucking make sure they feel so belittled so you don't have to acknowledge you might have wronged someone and hurt someone. Like, you're gonna live in all this guilt and shame for the rest of your life. For what reason? Rather than just be like, I did fuck up.
Yeah.
You know, I said that wrong and I'm so sorry. Hey, you know, I did keep you from certain things that, you know, were hurting a lot of people, and it was hard times, you know. I'm grieving and dealing with a lot of emotions. It looked like something different. Like, that's so much easier than all this shit that we've been put through.
And so much
and it
simpler, like fucking literally is it so hard to say I'm sorry? Because I've said it about I don't know how many times in the last 30 days to people who don't want to fucking hear it from me because of the way that I've been made to look, because I've put my honor in the wrong place in the past. And it's not bad honor. It's just I allowed someone to have access to it who didn't deserve it.
You were a child.
I know.
Who grew up around people
and
were told that certain realities were reality and that you were crazy and continuously diminished in your own experience and continuously beaten down on physically and emotionally into your fucking adulthood. So it's not that you were making a choice to be a part of this system or whatever. Like, just that
it was loaned to people who I thought deserved it, who did not, and those people have continuously proved that no, I don't deserve it, and that is a fact. I have been absolutely peaceful, and even with my war stick, I've been absolutely peaceful, and you know, anytime anybody comes into my DMs with hate or fake facts, I'm always like, no, that didn't happen. Well, Linda married really fast after that. No, actually not really. It was in January of 2020. Like, it's just for me, it's challenging because there are so many things to mend. There are so many things to say, but like now, I guess I can't say anything until the 12th. So this is like the last thing you'll hear from me.
Also, like,
that's weird.
Could all the time be the last thing that you could hear from us. The whole point of us making this was like, if this is the last thing anyone fucking hears, at least I got to fucking yell into the void, you know? Like, if you're gonna take it seriously, you're gonna. If you can help, you're gonna. If you're not, it's not. If we're meant to be here in this space for longer, we are. And we'll just have to deal with that.
Really? You're gonna attack the Hollow Knight? We have Hollow Knight on the wall, and our cat just attacked him. But yeah, thank you all for joining this and participating in it, and for hearing us out, and hearing them out. Really, 99%. Well, I would say like 95% of that I was absolutely in my own zone because.
Really tried to not say anything. This was no intent to fucking not confide to the fucking thing.
We're trying to adhere to the restrictions.
We're trying to adhere to the restrictions. I don't see how me talking about my experience could be something that could be impeding someone's peace and legally harmful to Jamie, but I do acknowledge Jamie chiming in and saying certain things is a thing, but like at this point with how much is going on, like again, it's compulsory. If you're a mental health professional, you'll acknowledge how compulsory things work and acknowledge that it's not fucking something that is controlled, and it's something that just happens, and you know, you can hope and pray that it just fucking goes away so that it stops fucking harming your life. But you know, that's why we have mental health professionals to provide accommodations and resources and help others understand that that is not something that can actually happen in people's minds, and things. It's ridiculous. The expectations, while being and claiming to be professionals in your professions, ridiculous all around. Everyone involved. Horrible.
Yeah.
Are contesting. Would love the help.
Yeah.
If we don't get it, if we fucking die tonight, like, okay.
Yeah.
It's been a fucking thought this whole time.
It's been a reality this entire time, even before I was able to acknowledge what exactly the extent of that looked like. And, you know, with that being said, you know, in closing, like, the compulsory thing is, like, when my partner is telling you about their life, and I know how vicious these people are, and they say something like, or don't, in a certain way, and I know what that could mean if it's taken the wrong way, or if the wrong person gets a hold of it. It's almost impossible for me to sit there and be like, you know, I have to kind of be like, wait, that detail, Jamie, you're not talking right. I'm sorry, I'm going to bed again. But it's like, how am I supposed to not say something?
Also, I did ask them to be here for moral support and keep me on track. And, like, the only way to keep me on track would to be letting me know, like, hey, you missed this thing, or, you know, like, da-da-da. And, like, again, even allowing myself to have them here and help me and acknowledge that I needed that help, I needed that accommodation if I was going to be able to do this. That was crazy for me, and we'll deal with the consequences. We'll see it through, like we've been saying. We're here, we're showing up authentically all the time, and that's all we can continue to do, and hope that people see it and understand.
Yeah. So thank you to all of you who stayed, and we're going to put the GoFundMe in the comments. And if you all have any networks or networking people who are in the network that you would like us to engage with, please let us know. I got like 15 days. So, yay. And that's going to be it.
So thankful for being here.
Yes, thank you. I love you. Good job.
Love you too.
This is hopefully the first in many of these kinds of conversations, because this is part of the platform that I was building is this space for people to speak at this length about things that matter to them, especially things surrounding the death of my father and his impact on them.
Because guess what? Feelings don't have a fucking time limit.
No.
Feelings don't stop. You're going to make someone just suppress themselves and go inward. What a fucking American individualism concept. Love it.
Yeah.
And that's it.
So, good job. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. That's me. And we're going to jump off now.
Bye.
Bye.
Happy Thanksgiving. I hope you guys are all grateful for being here.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, happy holidays. Wait, where's the button?
X right
Did
there.
I just push the X?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
No.
Hold on, let me push the 3 dots.
Oh my goodness.
We're going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Stop.